Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
I was getting commentary on the game. Dati mihi Anglican for each service lucky.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt. That's literally not true. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good to have you all here today. Happy Monday! We're just getting everything in position here, sorry. Hello, how's everybody doing? Hope you had a great weekend. I will say I have got a story and a half for you on Thursday on the podcast. But we'll save that for then. All right, Greeners, congratulations. Normally I would say mods can't win, but Greeners came in this morning, says hi, and then he promptly also managed to get the first membership milestone message with 34 months. Congratulations, Greeners. You are an OG, and now you also are the owner of the internet today. So all day today, in addition to all your moderating work, which you cannot slack on in the slightest, you also have to take care of the internet and everything IP related worldwide. So, yeah, what a teaser. Can't wait till Thursday. This story might make you blush. This story might make you, it'll give you all the feels. I have questions for you, and I have some answers from me, and we'll see. There's a story that happened over the weekend, and you'll have to hear about it then. We'll save it for Thursday though, because it's definitely not court related. And yeah. All right, Greeners has certainly just keep around here. Yes, he has. Buffer. We have birthdays. Here we go. Birthdays today are Jennifer, KLB, Kristen, and Samantha Terry. But it ends in a 0. I'm guessing you're not 0 again, Samantha. So maybe 10? No, I don't know. I don't guess any higher than that. All right. You're not going to forget by Thursday? No, remind me.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Remind me. I'll tell you for sure. All right, let me get some things going. Ooh, whoa, why is that not working? Hang on, stop. This is more important. Storage set. I need a network location selected. Does that work? Whew. Okay, we're good. All right, have to be able to record everything. That gives us 43 hours. And we're on the wrong one. Nope. Wait for it. Storage, network location, on the NAS, big deal 2, set this location, and record. There we go. 58 hours. Now we've got more room. All right. Now we're going to sing happy birthday, and we'll sing happy birthday, and then we'll get to court. Kouri Richins' trial continues today. It may actually get to the end of the state's case today, which is just huge. It's huge if that happens today. Means Detective Driscoll would be on the stand. If we see him get called, we know that he's their last witness, at least according to their current plan. So hold tight for that. We have audio from court set up in case that goes live. We're watching our 2 feeds. So we've got everything set up there. As soon as court goes live, we'll bring it. All right, we're good. All right, birthdays. Birthdays first. I'm sorry. We'll get to court in just a second. We celebrate birthdays first. So everyone, wherever you are, stand up, take a breath, shoulders
Happy
back,
birthday.
project your voice to the back of the
Good.
room, blend your voice with a neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. All right, we're ready. We're going to sing happy birthday here. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jennifer, KLB, Kristen, and Samantha Terry. Happy birthday to you. Nursey Dog Mom, is it also your birthday? Is it also your birthday? MJ Sports Shot says, I got here just in time. Let me know if it's your birthday. To everyone who celebrated their birthday today, happy birthday. There are many wonderful days, but today is your special day. And I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you, make your day just a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Woo! First try. And it's a Monday, too. That's awesome. We're going to let the dancers do their thing. As the birthday song plays out, we get set to go to court. It should begin in just a few minutes. Oh, it's just me. That's just you warming up your voice. Excellent. You sounded great with the song. You sounded amazing. Dancers eating pancakes. Where else will you get that? Oh, yeah. It's your birthday. Go shorty. Sound especially off key this morning. You're welcome. Thank you, Tumwater Troy. Belting it out from the Pacific Northwest. Good to have you here, Troy. Now I want some pancakes. I have to tell you, I celebrated with German pancakes this morning, thanks to Mrs. R.A. Drum solo. Speaking of instruments, I broke out my my guitar this weekend to play it, and I sadly made a discovery. The guitar I play is the same guitar I learned on when I was in high school. So I believe it's a Yamaha CG120A or something like that, if that means anything. It's an acoustic laminated top. Nylon string, 6-string guitar. For those that are guitar aficionados, that should give you enough to give you an idea that this guitar cost, I believe, new $300, and it was on sale when we got it. We actually bought it for my sister, we being my mom, and she learned, and my wife arranged for the guitar. I think I actually traded my sister a pew for it or something. I can't remember, but there was a negotiation that took place. My wife was involved, and I got this guitar that I learned on back, which is awesome, and I've had it my entire married life, basically. And made a sad discovery. One of the tuning knobs, where you turn to make the strings right, it's actually the fourth string, or the third string from the top, as you go from smallest to biggest, which has a letter, I'm sure, assigned to it if you do the whole E tuning, but I don't know what it is. I never learned that much in guitar. Somebody tipped my guitar over, and it broke the knob off. So that knob, that string is set, whatever it's set at, that's what it's at. You can't tune it up or down. And I have to tune everything else to it, which means it's off key for anything else. So I can't play with anybody. So I'm a little bit sad about that. I'm like, I don't know. I looked at trying to replace the thing. I'm just not excited, but I'm sad because that guitar has such a warm sound, and just it's been my friend all this while. So anyway, Denise Feldman Ersland, member for 38 months. How long is this? How long has it been? How has it been this long? Oh, because you're the best at everything you do on YouTube. It's so easy to be here. Thanks for all you do, Scott. Denise Feldman Ersland, definitely some high praise I don't necessarily deserve, but I appreciate it anyway. We'll take it. Colleen Itchy with her horse rescue. Member for 6 months. Tomorrow's my birthday, and all are invited to have French toast at my house. That sounds great. Drama Lamos Mamos OG, member for 16 months. We know you've been here longer. Thank you very much. And we have to also say, let me just back up just a little bit. Denise Feldman Ersland, OG for sure. Thank you very much. Nothing better than throwing back out, all because I did dishes. Getting old is great. Oh my goodness. If you're going to throw your back out, do it while you're like shaking a leg on the dance floor. Washing the Sunday dinner dishes is not the time to do it. I hope you get feeling better. My story on Thursday involves my personal injury and the efforts I went to recover, and a slight bit of just complete humiliation. Just be prepared for that. All right. Embarrassment off the charts. Should be able to be repaired, says Nexus Lexus. I hope so. I just can't get the spacing on the tuner things right. Okay, we're just waiting for Court to come in. They just flashed the bars and tone up on the screen. So we should be nearly ready. Waiting for the camera to be turned on. Transmitters connected. I'm featured on YouTube. That's awesome. What did the doctor say? No doctor. Massage therapist is the route we went, but I don't want to spoil the story. It's going to be saved for Thursday, and it's a doozy. Stop throwing out teasers. That's done. I won't talk about it anymore. 3D print a new knob. Oh, that's a great idea. And just glue it on. I might be able to do that. Now you've got me thinking, Winter Libby. That would be great if that works. I have an old broken Yamaha too. I want to repair it someday. Yeah, this one is like chipped and dented, and it has just a ton of personality. And the finish on it has gone all cloudy, like in spots. It looks terrible, but it's like my guitar, and it's got a sound that no other guitar has. What does OG mean? We call it original goat, which is a good thing, greatest of all time. Yeah, but the goat obviously is used on this channel for the screaming goat feature. But it just means you were here for at least 20 months is what we call it to get to be the OG status. Yes, you can get your own screaming goat, and now we have Court. There we go. Let's pop this up. We're going to fire off the Top Mark Media side as well. Get that up and running. Looks like we're coming together nicely. They're flashing, yep. Switches are working. Let's test the mics here and get everything ready. So I have a gig coming up in a couple weeks on the weekend, and it's one where I bring a lot of wireless mics. I also bring a keyboard, right, because it's a church event, and they have a
fabulous.
Ooh, that's loud. They have a pianist / organist person that plays, and it's my keyboard. It's the one my son plays. But the pianist, the person who plays the piano, happens to be the top guy over ECU music. Okay, so the top guy at college that teaches music. So he's used to playing on a grand Steinway piano and things like that. And here I am with this little P125 keyboard that belongs, in a kid's room if they want to play music and stuff like that. And he's not very happy about it. So I'm debating getting a new digital piano as well. So lots of music stuff over the weekend. But of course they'd have to pay for it. Let's see. Do we have anything else to talk about? Can I have the birthday form, please? Asking you shall receive. Well, that's the goat form. There's the birthday form. Chris Wallace gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Way to keep an eye on the system for the people who pay for. Way to keep an eye on the system. The people pay for love. There you go. My screaming goat served as the talking stick in a family session. The holder got to talk and used to scream if someone interrupted. It was hilarious. Kaylee Rose, I think you're onto something. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. Jersey Prods, member for 16 months. Been here since Maya and loving every minute of it. That makes you an OG. Allison, you also are an OG. Been here since day one. Thank you very much. Love having you here. We're bouncing the audio levels, just checking all the mics. We'll have Court going in just a second. Closed captioning is struggling. You shouldn't have closed captioning on this feed. It should only be on Top Mark Media, which doesn't have my voice. The pianist is a dangerous word for a Monday. Yes. Sorry about that. If there was the piano player, I think is the best way I should say it. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Lurking most of the day. That's great. I've decided this time. I've done the same gig for the church at this convention center. This is probably my 6th time, right? Working for this at this convention center. And I've decided to use all new equipment, which is probably a bad idea because I had it like just a well-oiled machine on the setup. I just know what I need. I can run and set it up and it's fine. Now they're throwing in, they want to do another like conference room. So they're running 2 meetings. And
remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I do. And so there's just one of me. So that's going to be tricky, being in 2 places at once. So I'll have to clone myself as well. But it's nothing, I should be able to figure it out. Just needs another cable, right? Okay.
Because he's the guy.
Are you loving the time change? Oh, Colleen, Colleen, I am not. I went to bed yesterday at, I don't know, maybe 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I slept till about 7 o'clock this morning, which should be, I don't know, 14 hours, and I am just exhausted still. it's just not the same. I'm not loving the spring forward.
In front of the Walmart.
I can wake up. I can take a nap and wake up and it's still light out. Okay, that part is good. In the evening, having the sun up still and be able to get some done. That's a great sleep. It would be if it was restful sleep, but it wasn't. But we're going to save some of that for Thursday. All right. Love my grandkids. Member for 34 months. Wow, time flies. Have my earbud in, watching my 1.5-year-old granddaughter. Loving this trial with my true crime family. Love my grandkids. You are an OG. Thank you. All right, we're gonna be kicking it off here with the prosecution still continuing their case in chief. If I remember correctly, where we left off. Let me get to my other document. Bum bum bum. Let's see, we had Chelsea Barney. Was that our last witness with the 45-minute call? We're doing friends of... Okay, when we ended, and I know we did a recap on Saturday, but I'm not going to try to reference that for a few of you who didn't want to look at stuff outside of the evidence the jury sees. Because on Saturday, or Friday, we did go over the walk the dog letter and similarities. If they bring the walk the dog letter in today, pay attention to what's in that letter. Pay attention to the wording, and help me figure out if you think that Kouri is trying to remind people about something that happened so they can remember, or if she's trying to script a story so that they can repeat what she has created. And then also compare what she says in the walk the dog letter that the jury is going to hear part of to what people have said in their testimony. It's going to be a great day for that, I think. Let's see. Time to walk the dog. Thank you for that Friday. That was fun. Got a little bit hectic at the end. A little bit scripted, says Mary. Abu, welcome. Glad you can be back watching some trials live with us. Right, the courthouses don't mean how long you've been subscribed. They're tied to the membership. You might have been here for longer, but for each month that you're either gifted or purchase a membership, it sort of counts towards that. And if you have a break and you start again, it just picks up where you left off. Joe Sherlock, I'm with you on this one. I'm with you for sure. Indy City member for 33 months. OG. Good morning. I finally caught up with my monthly membership celebration day. Yay. That's awesome. All right. Just remember, it says Barb, Selena is in the courtroom this week. She should be. We should have a court watcher for that. I've gone and moved my fan so it's cooling off my equipment instead of me. Now I want to move it back to me. Because it's getting warm in North Carolina. Let's see. already 70 degrees. It's going to be up to just shy of 80 today. Which means it's probably 85 already in my office. Jen Swan says, thanks for the birthday singing today. It made my Monday even better. Turning 50 isn't for the weak. Jen, I am right behind you. I'm right behind you. I'm rapidly approaching. Tell me it gets better. Let's see. Stop showing off. It's miserable here. A few of you are dealing with some winter weather still, and I'm just glad that I'm not. I mean, I'm not trying to rub it in. Winter is over for me. It's March. Bring on the sun. The daffodils are blooming. Oh, to be only 50 again, says Genesee Gal. Mama Lou, thanks for the kind thoughts this morning. Next week, temps will go down. It's okay. Beautiful in PA today. Sunny and 54 in Ohio. That's not bad. I can do 54. 70s in Pittsburgh. Wait till you're pushing 60, says Gigi Sharebear. 50 is the new 40. 70 in Illinois today, then back to the 30s. Ooh, that's a big drop by Wednesday. Man. 81 wherever Donna's at. Donna, where are you at? What part of the country? 70s in Denver. 77 for the high. You're about where I am, Unruly Julia. All right. 11 Celsius here in West Yorkshire, United Kingdom. 70 cloudy in Houston, says on Civil Law. 76 in Southern Florida. 50 in the UK. 80 in Kansas. Saw my first robin today. Do your birds go... I guess Michigan, the birds do go away for the winter, huh? It's just too much snow. They need to follow the food. Your birds come down here. In the wintertime, we get the robins. And then in the summertime, the robins are gone. They head up north. We're stuck with the mockingbirds and cardinals and everything. Beautiful birds, but no robins. There's a rare super bloom going on in Central Cal right now. It's beautiful. About the only thing blooming right now in North Carolina is the Bradford pear trees, which in many states are listed as an invasive species and illegal to plant. They are terrible for pollen, I think. If I were a bird, I'd be a mockingbird. Greener, truer words were never spoken. That is true. They smell like fish, yeah. My neighbors, they're beautiful when they bloom, but they're not fun to smell. Okay. Checking the system. Looks like we're up and running well on Top Mark Media. Keep that one over here. Nope. Like that. There we go.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Oh, I remember. All right, let's see. Where are we at? Bradford pear trees are invasive because they starve out the surrounding trees.
If you could just use your words.
Gem Girl, I had a birthday yesterday and I'm traumatized. Hate June in North Carolina because of the ragweed.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
I had one summer where I had an allergic reaction to ragweed, and then that was it. I think that was the summer that my parents wanted me to go out and pick all the ragweed out of the garden, get rid of it. Which, the allergic reaction helped me not have to do that. But maybe I created it in my head so I didn't have to weed at all. All right. Does the RA family do Easter bunny baskets? Yes and no. We do. We love celebrating Easter, but it's not like Christmas. I don't know what I can say here. It's not like Christmas for us, with gifts and all that. But you're going to find a few robin eggs, Easter egg hunts, candies, things like that. We're big on that. Perfect day to be off work, ready for trial, says Gator Gal. It's a good day for that. It's going to be a spicy one as well. Waiting for the great pollinating in North Carolina. Okay, Jen Swan. Clearly, you've been here. You know. When we talk about the great pollinating in North Carolina, we have pine trees.
I don't like
We have
poachers, Your Honor.
these, I think they're longleaf pine. I forget what they are. They're basically like telephone pole factories. They just grow straight and tall, and they grow fast. And we have them all over the state, these pine trees. When they start blooming, they create pollen in clouds. Like visibility is hampered because of the pollen type clouds. And if the weather is just right, so it's not dissipated with strong winds too fast, and then suddenly there is a gust of wind, you can see like just this poof of just pollen just off a tree. And I mean, if you cut one down, oh my goodness, it's like a volcanic eruption of pollen. Just it's everywhere. Your car, every car, doesn't matter the color, white, black, blue, purple, pink, every car becomes yellow.
Just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
It's wild. All right. I would die. Yes, if you're allergic to that type of pollen, it's really, really bad. I'm sneezing just listening to this. Josh says, if I were a bird, I would be a Empedornomus aurantiotro
From the Walmart.
status. Oh, nailed it. First try. What is that? What is that? Seen some pine pollen clouds in West Virginia, too. Oh, cedar trees. Those are bad. Cedar trees are bad, especially in Texas. They suck up water. They're terrible. Let's see. Yellow cars are already happening in Georgia. They'll be coming here soon. All right. I'm showing 1029, which means we're going to turn the sounds down and we're going to start focusing our attention on the courtroom.
Hello, hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Hush. Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
All right. Let's turn that off for there. We're all set. We're all set. Daddy Short, welcome to the gallery. New member. Cedar fever is terrible.
If you could just use your words.
Words are all done. It's time to listen now. Hoping court starts right on time. I don't know if I'm going to be able to wait until Thursday to tell you the story. I want so badly to share the story, and at the same time, I'm going to regret sharing it. All right. Having a bunch of family over for Easter, thinking of making turkey because I have one frozen. Son is crying. He wants ham. Easter ham is delicious. Easter turkey. You could compromise and make them both, but that's a lot of food. Got my greenhouse built this weekend. Is it like a I made a greenhouse one time, and it was, I'll tell you how I made it. I stuck rebar poles in the ground, and then I made a PVC frame, and I stretched plastic UV, I think it was UV resistant plastic over the top of it. Or maybe it wasn't. It was just regular plastic. I thought it was UV, and then I made another one that was about 6 inches out from that, and I stretched it over the top of that, so it was insulated. It had a layer of insulation, and I kept fish in it, and did a aquaponics setup inside, which was amazing. One pump pumped the water up to the top, and it ran through the whole system, through the tanks, through the swirl filters, through the bell siphon, a media bed, down through the raft, down into my sump. It was beautiful, and then pumped back. It was so much fun. Will a super chat get the story out before Thursday? Oh. I have to say I probably can't tell it during court. Maybe on a lunch break or something, but I don't know. I'm going to try really hard to wait till Thursday. So I'd say I don't think it would. All right. Court is now late by a couple minutes. What story? I've got a story to tell over this weekend. A media bed filled with old AOL discs. There's an idea. I wish I still had my old AOL discs. No, I'm saying I did a media bed filled with expanded shale, which is shale that's been superheated, and so the natural air pockets that are in the shale expands, and it makes it almost like volcanic rock. But its pH level is really good for, maintaining a water system. It's very lightweight as well. I ended up getting a ton of that when I only needed about, 200 pounds. That was fun to drive down Weber Canyon with it pushing me all the way. Maybe it was 2 tons. It was a full big front end loader scoop of it in a heavy, the biggest tip trailer Home Depot rents. And it just about lifted my car off the ground. That was crazy. Surprised we lived. Kim R, story time. No. Josh wants the massage therapist story. Josh, we don't have time right now. We don't have time. I will tell the story. I can. Your super chat is guaranteed. I will tell the story. But I just don't want to be interrupted by the judge. Why do you want AOL discs? I originally had them in the original metal tins. The metal tins are why they were collected. I don't think I ever used an AOL disc like to connect to the internet or anything. But you have half an hour. Are they waiting forever? Are they starting at 11? Did they delay? They were supposed to start at 8:30, which is 4 minutes ago, Mountain Time. The AOL discs in the metal tins are collectible. As a matter of fact, they're worth a bundle of money now. And my wife did not find them as collectible. We had a disagreement on whether they were collectible or not, and she won while I was at work. So they went away. So sad. All right. Now it's like a rare Pokemon card. Ari blushing. That will happen during the story. The blushing will happen during the story. Red, I won't tell it yet. I'll wait. The only person who knows the story is Mrs. R.A. And my massage therapist. There's our judge, waiting for the mics to turn on. Welcome, sir. You look happy today. Everyone's in a good mood. That's great. Judge turns on the fan or the TV, whatever it is up there. Let's just wait for the audio to come through.
We're on the record in 231-500-139. Counsel over the state and defense are present. Defendant is present. Some things to discuss. A couple of motions filed last night. Ooh. We also need to discuss jail calls and the other information that will be coming in through Detective O'Driscoll. Let's start with schedule. Mr. Bloodworth, who are the state's anticipated witnesses today?
Your Honor, Cody Wright, Matthew Throckmorton, Jamie Woody, Todd Gabler, and then if we get there, Jeff O'Driscoll.
There's probably a lengthy discussion regarding the state's motions and defendant's positions regarding the jail calls, the interview transcript, that we need to have prior to Detective O'Driscoll.
Yep.
Is that your sense of it?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if we're going to have that before he gets on the stand, we're going to have it today, which means he's probably not getting on the stand today.
Nope.
Agree.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, you're the one looking at me, so I'll just ask you, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we'll plan to at least begin, if not have that discussion sometime today. Then, let's see. The state filed a motion regarding exhibits 8-57R and 8-63R. Need to make sure I give defendant an opportunity to respond to that. Ms. Lewis, what are your thoughts?
No, I believe those are the videos. Is that correct? The videos of the interviews with Carmen? I wasn't sure what they were.
It's the
it's 857
consistent
through
portions.
63.
My apologies. That's right.
And we've submitted the transcript, but of course a video would be redacted once we make a decision based on the transcript.
Okay. 'Cause, I didn't see the specific if those are the redacted. Wasn't able to look at them. I just saw that
They're all filed as separate docket entries.
There's the 6 Carmen Laba interviews involving Summit County Sheriff's Office and 1 involving the United States Attorney's Office. And these are redacted portions of those 6 interviews used to rehabilitate Carmen Laba.
Okay. I guess I need to look at the redacted version. I didn't realize that. I was looking through what the state files in box to get to us, and it wasn't in there when I was looking at it yesterday evening. So
these are the attachments to the motion that was filed over the weekend.
And we have the same objection to the motion. I mean, it's the same objection. I will have to look at the redacted version. But
I'm not sure what you mean by same objection, but let's not spend time on that now. The state is designating specific portions, a very limited subset of the 900 pages of combined transcript, as consistent statements to rebut a charge of either recent fabrication or pressure to change her testimony. I'm going to have to make a ruling regarding each of them.
Okay, I'll read them. The redacted versions. Sorry,
okay.
I misunderstood what was filed.
So that's that. What's a reasonable time to have that conversation, Ms. Lewis?
I'm going to try and look at them this morning. I don't know. Let me pull them up, and then maybe at the break we can talk about that.
I'm not sure. Okay. We'll check back in about that. I had them to bring it in. It's this much paper, and so it may be more than you can do between now and the lunch break, but let's be reasonable. Mr. Bloodworth.
Right. Your Honor, I think that's a prerequisite to having a full discussion on Jeff O'Driscoll's testimony.
Is that true? Why is that true? Why don't those issues stand alone or stand independently?
Your Honor, they do stand independently, but Jeff O'Driscoll will likely be the state's last witness. We would then then use those exhibits as part of his direct examination.
That makes sense to me. Okay. I understand that.
That's walk the dog.
Let's see. Defendant's motion for mistrial regarding the alleged Giglio violation that was mentioned on the record. I asked defendant to file that in writing. They did. It's docket 1691. Need to give the state an opportunity to respond to that. What's reasonable, Mr. Bloodworth?
Your Honor, state can respond right now.
Do it.
I'm going to need some details that I'm not sure you can provide right now. Even if you can, having it in writing would help me keep it all straight, even if it's just the factual position about what was provided when.
Your Honor, we can do that. I don't think that the state disagrees on the facts laid out in the defense's motion, but we can provide something to the court in writing tomorrow morning.
That's fine. And if that's the case, it sounds like it won't be burdensome to produce it or to draft it.
No, Your Honor, it's not too burdensome.
Okay. Sounds good.
Your Honor, just maybe a heads up. Can I refer to the court to State v. Bisner? That will feature in the state's response.
I look forward to reading it after I get your response.
Understood.
Okay. Very good.
Judge says write it down.
Ms. Lewis, there's also the oral motion for mistrial that you made at sidebar regarding references to quote-unquote charges in State's Exhibit 2-46. That was on March 5. We provided a curative instruction to the jury on that. Is that something your defendant is standing by, or is that motion withdrawn?
Can I have a minute?
So many motions for mistrial.
It's 2-46.
This is the video, the audio recording, the two-part audio recording that was played.
45-minute
recorded
call.
telephone conversation.
Oh.
Your client used the word charges. I instructed the jury that referred to civil
That's
litigation.
Right. That motion's withdrawn.
Okay.
Good. Get
Brittany,
that out
can
of
you
the
make
way.
a note of that in the minutes? All right. Okay.
What about
That's
the
what I
faces
had
one?
on my initial to-do list. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
No.
Okay.
What about the motion for
I've already
mistrial
forgotten
because
the order of witnesses. Mr. Wright?
it was going to be Cody.
And
Cody Wright.
just confirming, you've reminded Mr. Wright of the bounds of the court's prior ruling regarding his testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Selena is there in a regular position.
Oh, well, that simplifies that. We're going to take a 5-minute break and locate the juror who has not yet arrived. All right, very good. We'll be recessed for 5 minutes. Thank you.
When he says locate the juror who has not arrived, I envision that there's a squad car outside the studio, outside the that's driving to the juror's house right now, lights and sirens blazing. I'm ready to pick them up and drag them back to court. That sound effect's from me. Sorry. We're going to locate that juror. We will locate that juror, and then we're going to continue. So 5-minute break. We're going to get Cody Wright first. Cody Wright was the business partner of Eric Richins on C&E, the stonework, the stonemasonry business. And that's going to be interesting. They worked closely together. He was probably one of the closest people to Eric because they were working together for a long time. I know a lot of his friends went on trips and things with him, but your business partner, you spend a lot of time with. So that's going to be very interesting, although he has been told there are some things he's not allowed to say, and I imagine those things might be along the lines of, Eric told me he thinks his wife was trying to kill him. I'm thinking that can't come in. That's just my take. The story will come out on Thursday. The massage therapist probably went into labor while trying to fix Recovery Addict, and she named the baby after him. Wow, those are great ideas. Not what happened, but let's see. DST? What's DST? Gigi? If I don't know, I can look it up for you. Daylight savings? Yes, they do daylight savings time. It's Arizona that doesn't. Excited to hear Kouri or Cody. Yes, we are. Maybe the jurors messed up with a time change. That would be funny. Shows up a little bit late. Why is everyone here already? Daylight savings time. It seems RA's neck is less stiff. Schmoopy, you are observant. I still am experiencing symptoms, but it's not as bad as before. I can actually look like that without wincing in pain. So it's better. It's better. It's just not fixed. Do we think it's daylight savings time? I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt and say yes, that the juror for some reason was using an old-fashioned clock that does not update on their own. Maybe an old grandfather cuckoo clock to wake them up, and that cuckoo clock is still an hour slow. All right. Need a chiropractor. Jamie, I'm thinking the same thought. Although I've got a chiropractor friend who I've done some metal detecting for, right? Great guy. And the only thing I'm worried about is he's also an acupuncturist. And when I tell him it's a nerve issue, he's going to get all excited about his needles. I hate needles. And he's going to be like, oh, just let me poke you a couple times and it will fix everything. And I'm like, No. Even the idea, even if I can't feel it, the idea of having a bunch of needles sticking out of me with tape on them, so hopefully gets them all out before, I'm not excited about that at all. I think just somebody who can do a big, like a world WWF wrestling move on me and just like crack my back or my neck, just one good, it should fix everything. That's what I have in mind. So a good, it's like chiropractor abuse is what it is, where they just, I've done this before. You lay on the table and you're laying with your feet away from them. They're like holding your head like by your chin. They're moving your jaw and everything. It's like, oh yeah, that feels comfortable. And you're just like relaxing your head. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, like they're mid-sentence and they just like wrench your head to one side. And it pops everything from like your skull, the crack you had when you were a baby to keep your brain from swelling. It cracks from there all the way down to like your tailbone. All at once, just like, and it's like sudden pain, but you're not sure if you should cry or just if you died already. And they act like nothing happened, and then you're like, oh my goodness, and it sort of feels better, but at the same time, it's like that's going to hurt later. And you start resting, you're like, oh my goodness, okay, I'll just relax, and then they go the other way, and they're just like, it's like, look, one more twist, and the head just comes off. Okay, they're not meant to turn like that, but at the end of the day, it does feel much better. Kim says acupuncture is amazing. The needles are tiny. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. Tiny needles that just means they can just slide in deeper. It's scary. My sister, let's see, I think my sister was the first one that went to my chiropractor. I forget who found the chiropractor in the family first, but I had a really good one. His name was Jason Smith. He's still in doing chiropractor stuff. But when I started going to him, he was the one who would do like the manual, he'd deep breath, let it out, and he'd just pop you really good. And then he switched to this machine that does like this little click, 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 click. And there's no big sudden movement, but it has the same effect. It's just not as satisfying. Even if I went and it fixed all the problems, I'm like, I was expecting that pop and the sudden freedom of movement, but... All right, that's a conversation we'll lead into for Thursday. But Utah v. Kouri Richins, Day 10, prosecution witness number 40 is going to be Cody Wright, assuming we can find our missing juror. The juror has to show up for things to begin. If the juror can't show up, I imagine we could just use one of the alternates, dismiss the juror, issue a show cause or bench warrant. You should lay on the floor on your stomach and have your kids walk on your back. As kids, we used to do that for Dad all the time. His back would crack, and then we would walk on it. The problem is my kids are growing. My smallest child is 10, and it's not as comfortable as when they were little. So, yeah. Let's see. All right, acupuncture is the best. I've done it several times. Afraid of needles, and I never felt them. I'm a big fan now at 67 years old. What does acupuncture cost on the scale of things? It's like massage therapist. I'll tell you this much: massage therapist was under $100 for an hour, which I think was a good rate. Is the needles more? Because I imagine the needles aren't reusable, right? They're not using somebody else's needles on you. I have an extra neck traction I can send you. That would work. TENS units really do work well. I used that a little bit in therapy after a car accident for my shoulder. Same shoulder, by the way. Maybe there's a connection. About 120. Should be the same. 90 an hour where I work. That's a great rate. Call someone, get a referral. The needles are sterile. So they like heat them, they boil them between, or are they new needles? Dry needle done in Cairo office is $40 a session. Get a group on. We can all go in together. It can be like our RA meetup. We can all do acupuncture together. Kathy says, under $100 for an hour of massage? Nope. thought it was good. I paid $85 a session. Make sure, this is my new fear unlocked right here. Make sure they take all the needles out before you leave. Ouch. Oh my goodness. My acupuncturist charged per needle, not by time. So I'm just a giant pin cushion, and the more they poke me, the more they make. This is like a realtor for me. What's their incentive for me to benefit? It's not there. Maybe if I did like a combo chiropractor and a couple needles, they should at least dump some rubbing alcohol on or something. You need a chiropractor. It sounds like a wrestling move. As long as it's not the pile driver or the full Nelson, I think it would work. Man. Can't say massages really messes up my fibro. Oh, I didn't know that. $120 for 50 minutes of massage is fair. Less is super sus. Kathy, you're going to have to be here on Thursday for the storytelling on the podcast. I know it's up late for you and you're an early morning person, but I will tell the full story, and I think you'll enjoy it at my expense, but I think you'll enjoy it. Sydney, we're hopeful that it was just a daylight savings mix-up for the juror, and they can find them very quickly. I'm sure there's a call going out right now to that juror. What is the story about? Laurie, I went over the weekend to a massage therapist to fix a pinched nerve issue I've been having. Gummies must be a banned word. No, that one came through. Slow stretches done religiously every day with hot packs before exercise. Okay. There's a few things in here that I haven't been doing ever. So maybe I need to start doing that. Going on strike until I hear the whole story. Nothing can beat the RA went to a questionable massage spa by accident story. It's not possible. Fat Moto, if you've stuck around the channel and heard Mrs. RA tell her story about trying to book a surprise couples massage for us, and reaching questionable businesses, and the phone conversation that went on, and the exchange back and forth as she was trying to book an appointment for me. Yeah, that's just the groundwork for the story for Thursday. So, Girls Nana member for 1 month. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Good to have you here. They'll probably get a police escort to the courthouse. They might get a ride from the police to the courthouse if they take much longer. I suggest you try a physical therapist. They can help with understanding the underlying cause, strengthen, stretch, and provide relief and massage with dry needling, heat, TENS unit, etc. This is funny. Alex, the Dane mom, because in this court case, Kouri Richins, when she goes to sue the family, the sisters and everything, she went and she got the Utah Jazz lawyer, right? She got Sky. When I got my shoulder hurt, I went to the Utah Jazz physical therapists, the same ones that treat the Jazz. And they're great. And yes, we did have massage, the heat and the cold and the stretching, the exercise, and the big thing on the wall that says pain is not gain, and it's not. You don't just push through. We used the TENS unit on the shoulder and everything. It was a load of fun. I enjoyed it, and it did work. Kathy, I'm just not going to click on it. When's your grandchild going to be born? I forgot. About a month. I've got about a month before I'm a grandpa. Cupping. It's like a suction cup therapy. This is like it's basically the idea of being dismantled by an octopus. Only the octopus is just another person that does it. I'm not sure if that's helpful or not. I've heard it like pulls toxins out of your body and things like that. I'm not sure I buy that. I might have to read some more about it. You have something in common with Kouri. She used their lawyers. Yes, I do. Tanisha, I'm sorry. You're not going to be a member till Thursday then, because that's when we're saving the story for. We might invite Mrs. R.A. to tell the story. Are we taking a road trip to Utah to meet baby R.A.? Actually, we're going to give them a little bit of time, so we're not going to be there immediately. It just doesn't work. It's basically a 2 years of planning family vacation type expense to go to Utah with the whole family. So we're going to give them a little time and then fly them out here to North Carolina, everybody. So wait for the baby to be able to fly and travel well, and then they're coming out here. I think she made you too. No, but also good suggestion. Cupping brings blood to the area that has pain. Why isn't Sky representing her now? There's a conflict, which they don't disclose. Baby has not arrived yet. If it's good enough for Michael Phelps, I'm sure you'll be okay. Is your birthday coming up? It is. It's coming up in 15 days. Celeste, welcome. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button. The baby would fly free, but I think they want a seat for the baby so they can use a carrier and not have to carry the baby the whole time. The juror has had more than 5 minutes to arrive at the courthouse. It is now 11 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. If the juror thought that they were supposed to be there at 8:30 and the hour was an hour off, they still won't show up for another half hour, so we'll see. Money? As far as the story goes, I pay with Venmo. I use my Venmo to pay the massage therapist. Is that what you're asking? Or you're asking about the trip to Utah? Yeah, the trip to Utah is ridiculously expensive. Because we have a big family, and there's just, you end up having to rent an Airbnb. Hey, how's it going, little Miss R.A.? Big Sky DMC member for 36 months, hit the 3-year mark. Spent time with the family last week in PDX. The best. I'm back with my true crime family, celebrating 3 years supporting RA and his channel. An OG! I am. Yes, you are. Big Sky DMC, thank you very much. One of our OGs from the beginning. Hit the 3-year mark. Is Mrs. RA here? I didn't see her in chat. I think she's doing school right now. How long till it starts? Andrea, it's supposed to have started half an hour ago. We got a little bit of discussion with the judge about some of the pending issues. And he talked about the Giglio violation mistrial motion and a mistrial motion that is not a mistrial motion anymore that was waived. But they did not talk about the mistrial motion because of the faces that prosecution supposedly was making to the jury. And I just lost my... Wow, my monitor just did something weird. That was strange. What 3D printer do you have? I have the FlashForge AD5X, and I love it. If you want a link to it, I can give you a link. It would be an affiliate link, so if you purchased one, then Amazon may give me a slight kickback as a thank you for referring you to them. But I would say I love it. My kids love it even more. Let's see. There we go. It is able to print 4 colors, only one at a time, obviously, but there we go. Copy link. I'll put it in chat here. There we go. There's a link to the printer in chat. It's a very fun printer. They love it. We actually just bought a couple different nozzles for it, so we can do more fine printing, which the finer the printing it is, the slower it goes. But it's able to do more detail, and you can swap the nozzles out. So I think my son's going to be doing that this week. My husband just got his and is so excited to make stuff. Yeah, easily at the beginning, you could just start by downloading something off the internet and just, like, it's as easy as just opening up the software and then hitting the print button and it prints. But once you get involved in it, you can start designing all your own stuff and choosing exactly how you want it fabricated and the material and the size and everything. There's just so much you can do. I have to look to see if I can make a replacement peg for my guitar. Peg tuner. Okay. Faces is a non-issue. The judge dismissed their objection. I missed that. I thought he said that you needed to put something in writing. Mr. 4M prints lots of parts for his RC toys. That's cool. Tanisha, thank you. We'd hate to see you go over such a trivial thing, which you will get to hear on Thursday. March 24th. Yes, that's my special day. That's when I get older. Sandy Southern, congratulations on being a new grandma. I'm not excited about being a grandpa, but having a grandchild is exciting. It's just the change that I undergo as far as naming conventions and stuff goes. That's not exciting to me. Did you hear about Walmart going to all digital price tags? My store did, and it drives me nuts because everyone flashes, like a little flash of light as it gets updated from like the sensors above or something. Oh, Judge is back. Let's hear if he has some words for us.
(31500 139). We now have all the jurors.
Yay.
Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor, but before we call Cody Wright, the state was going to publish 8-8. That's the exhibit that we had held off on publishing to blur some faces on.
Very good. Remind me what's depicted in it. I can't quite remember.
Your Honor, it's about a 35-second video from a gathering on March the 5th, 2022, that shows the defendant, Chelsea, Barney, Bryce Knutson, and others.
It's the no pants.
Celebrating.
Yes.
Celebration of life. Sans clothing.
Ms. Lewis. I think I've already ruled on any objections to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll start in that way.
Bryce might have an objection.
Have you introduce it and just offer it again.
Okay.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in? Okay. Let's do it.
If they blurred out Bryce's bits, that would be so stinking funny. It's like, Dance off, dance off.
Please have a seat as you come in.
You're late, so sit down quickly.
Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We'll continue with additional evidence from the state. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, on Thursday, the court took testimony from Chelsea Gibson, who referenced a celebration on March the 5th, 2022.
The day after
and
Eric
the
died.
state was redacting some children's faces from a video. The state now moves that Exhibit 8-8 into evidence and moves to publish it.
Chelsea Barney, correct?
Barney. Did I say Gibson again?
Yes, sorry. Chelsea Barney, March 5, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Let me get that up.
Here we go.
Can you folks see that okay? Very good. Scott, please proceed.
And it does have some audio on that, Your Honor, but it's not what it sounds like.
I see a dartboard.
It has some audio, but
It's not coming through, it doesn't sound like.
Dartboard,
All right.
Reynolds wrap,
I don't know why that is.
Ziploc
Scott, let's
bags.
try again.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. We admitted this through Ali staking, not Chelsea Barney.
Understood. Scott, would you pause?
Looks like someone's about to.
Would you
chug his
disconnect and reconnect, and we'll just start over? Check the settings on your end, please.
I'll do it.
Unplug, plug it in, do the little dance. Yeah, someone's they're holding the beer like they're going to shotgun it.
Okay, you can take that one, right?
Okay, ready? Run.
Okay, I'm getting all three.
Cheers, boys.
Yeah, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Richard.
Richard, yep.
Richard.
Look, Chachi's still going. Ron, take that all out of here.
Oh! You are an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Kouri Wright.
Here we go. Cody Wright, come on in.
Mr. Wright, good morning. If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
There might have just been Cokes that they were chugging there. But that would burn. I don't know. I didn't recognize the bottle.
Please proceed.
Good morning, sir.
White Claws.
What, sir, is your name?
Cody Wright.
Spelled W-R-I-G-H-T?
Yep,
Did you know Eric Richins?
I did.
How?
Eric was a really good friend of mine and also business partner. Met him in high school. He was an acquaintance of my brother. Met him through him. Became good friends through the hunting world. He was a rancher. I liked hard work. He loved hard work. And we became friends almost immediately through that. That led to a lifelong of events together and fun together and work together. We had a lot of good times. Shortly after I met him, he came to work for a family business as a hod tender. Got to teach him what hod tending is all about and hard work that way, which was fun. We both served LDS missions. Shortly after that, came home, continued to work together through that family business. In 2010, we decided that it was time to separate from that business and start our own. We started our own masonry company together, and that was another journey in and of itself. It was fun.
Is that masonry company C&E?
Yes, C&E Stone Masonry.
Is that for Cody and Eric?
Yes. And we worked in that masonry company together for almost 12 years, 11 and a half years or so.
How often would you see him when running your company together?
See him a couple times a week probably. We ate lunch fairly often. In the fall, I saw him a lot as we were out in the hills and doing fun stuff, whether it be on the ranch or up in the mountains. We spent a lot of time together in the fall. We spent a lot of lunches together while we worked and things like that, but talked to him pretty much every day on the phone if I didn't see him.
When you talk about spending a lot of time together in the fall, is that hunting?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time.
About how many days each fall would the two of you hunt together?
We would spend the end of August and most of September, and sometimes October, and sometimes November, and sometimes that bled into December, January, and February. But quite a few days.
Would you travel together to hunt?
Yes. Yes, we went on different trips as well.
What was Eric's personality?
Eric's feisty. Eric's hardworking. Eric's the life of the party. Eric's funny. Depends where he's at and what he's doing. He can be very fun to be around, very comforting at times, and also he can tell you what you've done wrong and make sure that you knew that it was wrong and that should have been done differently. And so, good personality.
What was he like personality-wise in business?
Business, he was serious. He took that very serious. That was one of the things that he was very passionate about. He wanted to grow C&E. He wanted to be successful. He wanted to do the best he could with that. He came from a background of hard work and business as well, and saw that and wanted to replicate that from his parents, I'm sure. But he was very serious when it came to business, wanted to make sure that things were done right, and wanted to grow that business.
Were you able to interact with Eric and his boys?
Yes.
What are some examples of that?
One that comes to mind was he asked me, I did a lot of baseball growing up. I pitched in particular, and he asked me to work with Carter with some pitching lessons. We went over and worked with Carter and helped him learn how to pitch. That was one that comes to mind.
What was Eric like as a father?
Competitive, dedicated. He wanted to know what my kids were up to so he could tell me what his kids were up to and how well they were doing as well. He wanted his kids to be the best on the team. He wanted them to succeed. He wanted to make sure that I knew that how well they'd done over the weekend and how good they were doing in all their sports.
That choked him up there.
What was your business relationship in C&E?
We were 50-50 partners. So we were, I ran half the business, he ran half the business, although that wasn't like a perfectly straight line, right? We did paver, stone, tile work. I took care of tile and paver work. Eric took care of the stonework side. So we did have it split to where he took care of his projects, I took care of mine. We overlapped in the bookwork end of things or in the administration side of things. But as far as work went, he had relationships with people that I didn't, and so he would take care of those clients and I would take care of others.
How many people did C&E employ in early 2022?
Approximately 90.
And about how many projects at any given time was C&E running?
When Eric passed, I obviously stepped into a full-time role in that whole business. I remember counting 47 projects.
What was C&E's business outlook in early 2022?
Good. It was great. Business was good, and business continued to be good, and was projecting upward. Each year we'd done a little bit more, and it was definitely on its way up.
Did you and Eric have any plans for the business before you passed?
I'm more conservative than Eric was, and so my plan was always to just be okay with where we were at. Eric's plan was, let's grow this thing and keep going. And I was like, good with where we were at a lot of the time. He definitely was very motivated to continue to do more and more and be better and bigger and better.
Did C&E have an office?
It had my house and a small office at Eric's house. We both had home offices, and so we ran the business from his office and my office at our residential home.
Did Eric use a C&E computer?
Yes.
Did he keep that at his home office?
Yes.
Did you and Eric have a C&E email account?
Yes.
How did that work?
It was a joint email. If you know him or I, you know that we're not technology people. And so one email was enough to handle. So we had one email that we both would look into, that all of our emails would come through. That way we could make sure that we were taking care of each other as well. That seemed to work, and so that's what we did.
Did C&E receive its America First Credit Union bank statements by email?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with K. Richins Realty?
Generally familiar.
Did there come a time when C&E assisted K. Richins Realty?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Eric called me, was distraught. I said that some things had happened in their home that.
Object to hearsay.
Sustained. Please rephrase. Or just keep moving.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Objection to hearsay for what Eric said. That's along the lines of what we believe that this witness was told he can't say. Those things that Eric told him. Let's see what the little approach solves. Clearly the state thinks that this is something that should come in. Maybe they have a reason why this would be admissible. Not for the truth of the matter, but for the effect on the listener. A couple nods from the judge. Mr. Bloodworth continues talking. Oh, says the judge. Okay. Bloodworth still talking. Kathy, a little bit of a shake of the head, not agreeing with what the state is saying. Judge is talking to Miss Nestor. Haven't checked Kouri's closet yet to see if that particular top is one that was visible. I'll do that. I'll pull it up right now, see if that was in there. my photo from that day. Just one second. Looks like the sidebar's over.
Sir, did there come a time when C&E assisted Kouri Richins' business?
Yes.
How did C&E, without saying anything that Eric told you, how did C&E assist Kouri Richins' business?
There was a loan that was needed to be had for that business that was asked for, where C&E would provide the funds to fund a project, and C&E did provide those funds.
Was that a loan rather than an investment?
It was a loan.
Was it in extraordinary circumstances that caused C&E to loan Kouri Richins money?
There was a need for that loan. There was a need for that money to make sure that financial things were going to happen for reimbursement.
And was that related to a K. Richins Realty project on Franson Lane?
Yes.
And was that in October of 2020?
Yes, I believe so.
And was that approximately $200,000?
Approximately.
Are you familiar with a buy-sell agreement that you and Eric had in place should anything happen to either of you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a New York life insurance policy, a set of New York life insurance policies that were associated with that buy-sell agreement?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the series of beneficiary changes to the New York life policy on your life in January of 2022?
I was told those happened.
Did you make those beneficiary changes to your New York life policy in January of 2022?
I did not.
Did you ever make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Did you ever observe Eric Richins make any beneficiary changes to that New York life policy?
No.
Looks like it was Kouri.
Your Honor.
Of course.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with Exhibit 8-49. It's some handwriting exemplars I think everyone's familiar with that I need to lay some foundation on. So can you please turn to tab 2? It's 849. It's the exemplars. Sir, did you collect those business and haircut receipts from C&E's records?
Yes.
Can you turn to tab 3? Did you recover those documents from Integrated Solutions?
I'm looking at an IRS e-file signature authorization form 8879. Is that?
Would you repeat the tab number, Mr. Bloodworth?
Tab 3.
Maybe just take a look to make sure you and the witness are on the same page.
Just turn the page, turn the page. Why is his binder different than yours?
these 4 pages of tab 3. Sir, did you collect those documents from Integrated Solutions, those 4 pages in tab 3?
We requested any signatures that they might have to be sent.
And did they then provide those to you?
Yes.
Sir, can you turn to tab 7, please?
Yeah.
Did you request and obtain from Big D Construction those documents containing Eric Richins' signature?
Same thing. We asked if they had any signatures and if they could send those over. If they did, provide those for us.
I used to sell to Big D
And then,
Construction as
sir,
well. Big contractor in the
Tab
Wasatch Front.
13. Did you request and retrieve those documents from the Ford dealership?
I did not request the ones from Labrum Ford.
Okay. The documents at tabs 2, 3, and 7, did you then provide those to Katie Richins?
Yes.
I'll get that from you. Thank you.
It's funny because deconstruction sounds like demolish, but
Scott, if you can bring up 10-89, please. Defense Exhibit 10-89.
He has it.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we don't have it.
You should. Mr. Wright, can you see that photograph on your screen?
Okay, I can
Okay.
see it on the
Ms. Nestor, can you see it on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll fix that during a break, Mr. Bloodworth.
Yes,
just
sir,
have to
thank
unplug it and plug it back in again.
Your Honor, can the court publish it? Defense admitted this into evidence with mistaking.
Brittany, will you just confirm that that's correct? I don't recall. Yeah, defendants 1089-1089. Trust and verify.
Trust and verify.
Okay, very good. There you are.
Sir, are you married to Allie Wright?
Yes.
Is Allie Wright in this photograph?
No.
Thank you. Sir, have you ever observed Eric sick or injured?
Yes.
Can you give some examples, please?
Eric had Lyme disease at one point. Saw him when he had COVID. I saw him when he had a cold. I saw him when he had the flu. I saw him when he had back pain. Hunched over from lifting a rock and tweaking his back to where he could barely walk.
How did Eric react to illness or injury?
He's a cowboy. Eric is a go get him. He's not going to sit at home because he's sick. He's not going to stay home because he has COVID. He's not going to not show up because he's feeling under the weather. He's very tough-spirited, rough-hearted as far as not being a wimp goes.
Other than allergy medication, have you ever seen Eric use over-the-counter drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use prescription drugs?
No.
Have you ever seen Eric use illicit drugs?
I have never seen him use illicit drug.
Sir, do you recall receiving a phone call from Eric at approximately 2 p.m. on Valentine's Day, 2022?
Yes.
Without saying what Eric said to you, why is it you remember that phone call?
The fear in his voice, the urgency of the situation, the seriousness of what was going on.
Had you ever heard Eric sound like that before?
The only other times I heard that urgency and that fear when he called me telling me that his mother had passed away in the hospital. I also heard that urgency or that fear when he had been rear-ended in an accident, and feared that the person that had hit him had passed away as well, or had hit him hard enough that he was scared of what had just happened.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Appreciate all of you being here watching with us. Please do click the subscribe button if you haven't already. We'd love for you to come back another time and continue.
Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, sir. You and I have met before, but just to remind you, I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about C&E a little bit. You mentioned that the excuse me, Your Honor. You mentioned that the company was growing about the time Eric passed away, right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, it was slowly growing, yep.
Okay. And you guys split everything 50-50?
Financially and in the administration part of the business, yes.
So whatever you made in a year, he made in a year?
Yes.
So in 2022, how much did you earn that year?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevancy.
Would you approach, please?
Okay, this is just like outing his personal finances to the world. They might get this in, though. They've tied the relevance because it shows what Eric earned. I think the defense could argue this one successfully. Let's see if the judge is going to allow it. Ms. Nestor keeps explaining her side. I think that's Kouri's nervous tick, the tongue to each side of the mouth. Ms. Nestor's still explaining. Could indicate that the judge doesn't. Yeah, judge shaking his head a little bit. But now Ms. Nestor nodding. Kouri seems to be chillaxing. I think it was $3,300 a month is what we'd heard previously that Eric was bringing home. Miss Nestor still trying to fight this. Hand gestures and everything. Lots of head shaking. Looks like she might be losing. Miss Bloodworth is winning, so he's not saying anything. As a little quote on my mama's wall says, "When you're right, shut up." Mr. Bloodworth is just observing right now. But now they've come to an agreement. Let's see if she gets it in.
Restate the same question.
Yes, sir. So, how much did you earn, let's say 2021, the year before, just a few months before Eric died? How much did you clear that year, income?
Are you talking personally or in the business or?
Personally.
Personally. I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm not positive what that number would be.
Was it more than $500,000?
Personally, no.
Okay. Do you know that, do you know what Eric made in 2021?
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Objection, Foundation.
It's a yes or no question, so if you would start there, sir. Overruled.
Do you know what Eric made in 2021?
No, not off the top of my head.
All right. So if there's tax returns that have already come in that indicate, that came in through an expert, that indicate he declared around between $700,000 and $900,000, would that be way off base for that year?
Could you pause there for a moment, Mr. Bloodworth?
Objection, Foundation.
Yeah, would you approach for a minute?
Interesting. Is she trying to say that Kouri was making, or that Eric was making more than Cody? If Eric claimed 900,000, or are they trying to show that Kouri was bringing in a lot of money more than, so it raised their income quite a bit for tax purposes? I think they're trying to show that Kouri was bringing home the dough as well, at least on tax, on paper, which I guess would make it right for her to take the loan. I don't know. Let's see where they go with this. Cody gained significant with Eric's death. Cody got the business. Now it's not, I mean, it might still be called C&E, but it's just the C now. But the plan they had that would give him the
Foundation
business
is sustained. Ms. Nestor.
All right.
was an insurance policy that allows him to buy out the other side.
Did you, at the time that Eric died, did you project that your company was going to continue to increase in value and resulting in increased income to both of you over the years?
Before he passed, you're
Yes.
asking? Yes, we would have projected that our company would continue to grow.
And fair to say that you both would be financially secure as long as that continued to happen?
As long as that continued to happen, yes.
All right. At one point, before Eric passed, you actually had Kouri Richins on your payroll, is that right?
Correct.
And she would get monthly income from your company?
Correct.
And do you remember how much she would get?
Ms. Nestor, I apologize for interrupting. Mr. Wright, I need you to answer just a little bit louder.
You bet.
Brittany's listening on the mic, and we're not picking it up. Go ahead.
So you had Kouri on the payroll, right?
Yes.
How much was she making every month? Do you remember?
I don't recall.
Right. And then when Eric passed, isn't it true that Kouri asked to be removed from the payroll?
I do not believe she asked to be removed from the payroll. We continued to pay her for some time after he passed.
Like a week?
What?
I recall it being longer than a week.
How long do you recall it being?
A couple of months.
Okay.
Kouri disagrees.
You also had as part of your company a business called Fox Lake Investments, right?
Correct.
And Fox Lakes was separate from C&E, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Sustained.
Okay.
We'll talk to you about that in our case.
Did you at one point engage in house flipping like Kouri Richins had through your C&E business?
Through C&E?
Not through C&E, through Fox Lake, through anything?
Objection. Scope.
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Sustained.
Okay.
She's mad.
All right, let's talk about the Fransom Lane property. The Fransom Lane property, you just testified that you gave a loan or invested, or whatever word you want to call it, about $200,000, right?
Approximately.
And do you know what that money was used for?
The money was used for fixing up that home,
Rehab costs,
rehab costs.
right? And you got all of your money back plus interest, is that correct?
I believe we did, yes.
And do you know how much interest or profit you made on that?
I don't recall.
All right. And you talked about a buy-sell agreement that you guys had, and you just discussed that with Mr. Bloodworth. The buy-sell agreement is basically when partners in a business buy an insurance policy on each other, right?
Correct.
So that if Eric died, you would get money. If you died, Eric would get money, right?
Correct.
And the idea of that policy is that you pay the family member to divest from your business and say, look, here's the $2 million. Please don't be a partner with me. I don't want to be partners with you. I just want to pay you $2 million and you go away and you're done with this business, right?
The idea of it is to do whatever the contract states. So whatever is in that contract would be followed.
And was it your understanding that your buy-sell agreement would allow whichever person survived the other partner to pay that money to the family, and then the family would not be involved in the business from there forward?
In our buy-sell agreement, we had it so that the proceeds would go to the family.
Right. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about a beneficiary change on the buy-sell agreement, right?
Yes.
And that occurred on January 1st of 20.
Your Honor, just foundation, the beneficiary change is on the life insurance policy, not the buy-sell agreement.
I think that's what Ms. Nestor meant.
That's what I meant.
Appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. So the beneficiary to the life insurance that backed up the buy-sell agreement was changed on January 1st of 2022. Is that right?
I was told that.
Okay. And were you in fact told when you learned about this that the policy that was changed was your policy, not Eric's?
So the way that I understood that is the policy is on the person who is still alive. And I don't recall exactly the words that they used to tell me that it had been switched. They told me that someone had logged in and switched that beneficiary, and that was
to your policy.
Yeah, I don't recall the exact words that he used in that moment.
Well, think about it. You remember everything else. You don't remember if it was your policy or Eric's policy that it was changed?
Your Honor, objection, asked and answered.
Your Honor, I'd like him to have a chance to answer it.
Overruled. Please answer Ms. Nestor's question.
So it's tricky because it's a flip-flop. So I'm trying to think about that in this setting. Give me just 1 second.
It's okay. Take your time.
So what I was told was that there was a change made to the beneficiary, that somebody had gone in and changed that and then switched it back. I do not recall him telling me whose name was changed or anything like that.
So it's possible it was your policy?
There's a possibility.
Okay. And if it was your policy, that means if you died, the beneficiary would be somebody different, not if Eric died. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And then it was changed back, right?
That's what I was told.
So at the time that Eric passed, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your policy, right?
Can you say that again?
At the time Eric died, Kouri Richins was not a beneficiary of your personal policy, correct?
Not of my policy, no.
And she was not a beneficiary of Eric's policy, correct?
The policy stated that if he were to die, I would pay his family the money.
And that's what you did. You paid Katie Benson and the trust
I did
the
not
money.
pay Katie Benson. I paid the trust.
You paid the
and
trust.
I put it into the court,
Okay.
which was instructed by attorneys.
Okay. So none of that money went to Kouri, right?
I have no clue where that money sits today.
You didn't give it to Kouri.
I gave it to the court
You gave it
as
to
I was instructed through
For the-
my attorney.
on the behalf of the trust.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the times that you saw Eric in pain. So, fair to say Eric had back pain? He had back problems?
He would pinch a nerve once in a while and have back pain, yes.
And he'd be unable to work?
He would work through that.
Sometimes he'd be unable to work?
He would still probably drive around in his truck, which is considered work. I mean, he wasn't out lifting another stone, if that's what work, yeah.
So it might have impacted the type of work he could do.
Yeah.
All right. And he also had knee pain, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Mhm.
And he even had knee surgery at some point.
I don't recall that.
And then he had Lyme's disease.
Yes.
And did he complain to you about pain in his muscles from Lyme's disease?
He would tell me how painful that was, correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you had ever seen Eric take drugs, right?
Correct.
And Eric, you mentioned you guys went on a mission together, right?
Correct.
So it's fair
Different
to
times, but not together.
It's fair to assume that you subscribe to the faith of the Church of the Latter-day Saints?
I am LDS.
Okay. And as part of that faith, you all subscribe that it is not proper to drink or take drugs, right?
If you are an active following member and you believe that, then that is correct.
And Eric knew that you were of this faith, correct?
Correct.
And he did not share with you when he drank alcohol, did he?
I would hear about it.
He didn't share it with you.
I've never been offered a drink from Eric.
And I'm sure that is a sign of
share.
respect to you and your faith.
I
Yes?
believe so. To me as a person.
And he never shared with you that he used marijuana gummies.
He himself? No, he never told me.
Okay. Did you ever see him do that around you?
No.
And again, he knew that you would not approve of that, right? Under your faith.
Eric would be okay telling me some of those things. He would tell me, but in the light that I am his good friend, that he would tell me things, right? But not be proud of that by any means.
So he did share with you that he used drugs?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. This line of question calls for hearsay.
Sustained. Just ask your next question.
Did you just testify that he did tell you about things, he just wasn't proud of it?
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Sustained. If you'd ask a different question.
She wants to keep going there.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you the question if you had ever seen Eric use drugs, your answer was no, correct?
You're correct.
But you have knowledge that he did.
People have told me that.
Objection.
Objection,
I'll
hearsay.
leave it.
Hearsay.
It's out. What do you want me to do now, Mr. Bloodworth?
Is out.
So move to strike.
What if people told you?
You can follow up. Okay, Ms. Nestor, please keep her moving.
She's like, I'll leave it. Yeah, of course you want that answer. I'm not sure why he didn't say move to strike, but
You mentioned that you and Eric used to go hunting together. Is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you provide information to hunting law enforcement officials about violations that Eric had done when he was hunting?
Yes.
And was he placed in jail for that?
Yes.
And you provided that information and testimony against him?
No.
Okay. But you told the police that he did what they thought he did, right?
I was brought in and asked questions that I answered to.
And those questions incriminated Eric?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of them.
And you and Eric kind of had a falling out after that, is that fair?
Falling out in what sense?
You stopped going on vacations together with your families?
We didn't go on vacation with our families very often as it was. So I would say that was not something that immediately happened after that.
And your relationship became more tense, more difficult between the two of you?
Oh yeah, he didn't like it.
Okay.
Yeah, he was upset about that.
So I want to talk about the Valentine's Day call that you had with Eric. To your knowledge, did Eric work that day?
Again, work is everywhere we go. We have our cell phone and we are working.
Did you know whether he worked that day?
I would assume that he had worked that day, having received a phone call or two or done some sort of management style of work.
If I were to show you photographs of projects that he visited that morning, would you be able to recognize the project by looking at the house?
I may be able to recognize a project, but I'd have no clue if he showed up there or not, or if he had worked there that day.
Okay, can we put up for the witness States Exhibit 3-13D?
He says he'd have no clue. So is she going to ask him if he worked that day?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we still don't have it.
You're welcome to use that. Okay, do you see that photograph in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And that is a photograph and Eric.
Pause for one moment, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Bloodworth.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
He hasn't even let me get it out of my mouth yet, Judge.
Are you about to lay some foundation?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And so if you lay it before you represent what it is.
I will.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what that home is, the aerial view? Do you know whose home that is?
Yes.
Whose home is that?
Eric's.
Okay. And can you go to the next photograph, Katie? Do you recognize that overhead view of a home?
I don't.
So you don't know if that's one of the homes that Eric was working on or one of his projects at the time?
Doesn't look familiar to me.
Okay, can you go to the next one, Katie? What about this very large home? Do you recognize that one?
I don't.
You don't know if you guys were doing a project on that house?
I don't.
Okay, you can take it down. On the day that you spoke to Eric Richins on Valentine's Day, he didn't, you weren't aware that he went to a doctor that day? Did you ever know of him going to the doctor, taking time off?
He told me that he had gone with Carter that morning.
To get allergy shots?
Something with allergies.
Okay, but after you spoke to him, were you ever aware that he went to a doctor to follow up on how he felt that day?
Your Honor, objection calls, I think, for hearsay. There's no foundation otherwise.
If he had personal knowledge, if Eric took time off to go to the doctor.
Please approach.
Defense is trying to get things in. I'm not sure what the houses were, or for the two houses that were under construction. Interesting. This witness testifies that under cross-examination that yes, he did. He was called in to testify in a hearing of some sort, and he told the truth about something, and that truth implicated Eric, his best friend, and Eric was not happy about that. Does that knowledge make you believe?
Did you give Eric a ride to the doctor that day?
No.
Did you give Eric a ride to the hospital that day?
No.
Did you go visit him in a hospital that day?
I did not.
Okay. Did he make any calls to you where you could hear in the background there was hospital noises or ambulances or anything like that?
No.
Hospital noises.
Did he come to work the next day?
Yes. He would have been working.
All right, the day that Eric died, on March the day before he died, the 3rd, you guys went to lunch that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And you went to lunch at the Mirror Lake Cafe?
I believe that's where it was, yes.
And you kind of spent part of the day with him that day, didn't you?
Just that, at that lunch appointment.
All right.
Mirror Lake Cafe with a double tie-in on
And
this
then
trial.
you got notice that he had passed, correct?
The next morning.
And did you send Becky Lloyd to Eric's house to pick up all of his computers?
At a certain point, yes. I don't remember when, but yes, she went and picked the computer up.
And was that within a day or two of his death?
Yes, it would have been within a couple of days.
And you didn't clear that with any law enforcement?
Didn't, nope.
So you picked up his computer, or Becky picked up his computer and brought it into y'all's custody, right?
Yeah, it was C&E owned computer that we needed the company stuff from.
And did you get into the computer? Did you open it? Did you look for documents in it?
I don't know how to turn a computer on half the time.
Okay. All right, what about Miss Becky? Did she go into the computer?
Your Honor, objection here says go.
Do you know whether Becky went into the...
Still
Sustained, if you could ask
I will.
a non-hearsay inducing question.
Did you see Becky go into the computer at all?
I did not see Becky.
Okay. And then at some point, a private investigator came to talk to you about that computer, correct?
Correct.
And that would be Mr. Todd Gabler.
Correct.
And Todd worked for the Richins family or the trust.
I don't know who he worked for, but I assume that's correct.
And you told him that Becky had the computer?
Correct.
And you sent him to get it from Becky?
I don't remember sending him.
Did you authorize Becky to give it to him?
We would have in that instance, yes.
Okay. And in all that time, no law enforcement had gotten the computer first?
Correct.
All right. And then isn't it true that shortly after Eric died, you also sent somebody to pick up his work truck?
Correct.
And explain to me what the work truck looked like.
Brown Ford 550 flatbed truck.
And I noticed you said earlier that work a lot of times involved driving around in that truck, right?
Correct.
So he spent a lot of time in that truck.
He did.
And the truck was parked generally in the garage in the back of his house. Is that fair?
I don't know where he parked it.
But you sent someone named, what was the person's name that you sent to go get the truck?
I don't recall who I sent.
Okay. Somebody named Victor?
I don't recall.
Okay. And he went to pick the truck up and took it out of the garage, right?
But if it was in the garage, then he would have taken it out of the garage. I don't know where it was parked.
Okay. And if the police testified that that truck was not searched when Mr. Richins died, to your knowledge, had anybody sought your permission to search it at all prior to you picking it up?
No.
Okay. And then you took it into your custody?
Yes.
And you kept that truck?
Yes.
You still have it?
Yes.
All right. He also drove a red truck, is that right? But like a personal truck?
Yes.
And did the C&E own the red truck?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, you found out that the red truck was being serviced. Is that right?
Yes.
How'd you find that out?
The Ford dealership called me and told me that it was ready to be picked up.
And you knew that that truck was being driven by Kouri Richins at the time?
It should not have been being driven at all.
Okay, but she had custody of it.
It was sitting at her house with instruction that it shouldn't be driven.
Okay. And when you
With
found out,
knowledge that it shouldn't be
I'm
driven.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I
You're
thought
good.
you were done. You found out the truck was ready and you went and picked it up, right?
We went and got it, yes,
You did?
because it had been driven.
You didn't talk to Kouri about it.
No,
You didn't discuss it with her at all.
no.
You just took it from the dealership.
It is a C&E owned vehicle. There is ramifications for an accident for somebody that's not working with C&E.
Okay.
And so it felt that it would be proper to make sure that the truck wasn't being driven
Where's the truck now?
in somebody's yard or house, or I don't know exactly where it's at.
Did you give it to Katie?
I did.
You gave it to her for free.
I did not give it to her, no.
You sold it to
It
her?
is owned by C&E.
So did C&E sell the truck to Katie, or did they
No.
just give it to her?
No, it's sitting at their home or their yard or their place.
So they had it. So the people who had access to the truck before any law enforcement ever looked at it were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, anyone at the dealership. Is that all right?
Say that again.
The people who had access to that red truck before there was any search executed were you, Katie, anyone in Katie's family, and anyone at C&E that picked it up?
Objection Foundation.
Overruled. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, many people had access to that truck. If access is,
Okay.
they would have to be given the key and given permission to drive it.
So when Eric passed and his buy-sell agreement was executed and you gave the money to the court for the trust, then the company 100% became yours, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your personal net worth basically doubled at that point?
You could say that.
Okay. Since Eric's death, you've remained close with his family, is that fair?
Yes.
And you and your wife have accompanied Eric's family to court and sat with them during court hearings?
Yeah.
I'm believing him.
Court's indulgence for just, one question I did forget. The New York Life, that was who had your insurance for your buy-sell, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware of whether Kouri and Eric had personal New York Life policies as well?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, that's fine. Court's indulgence for just 1 minute, Your Honor.
Of course.
Mr. Bloodworth is going to be asking some questions about following up to something he objected to, lost on, and witness was able to answer. Let's see how far this goes. He's chomping at the bit to get up there, waiting for Miss Nestor to sit down. Bless you. Miss Nestor's stalling.
Only if you know, but were you aware, was C&E paying for a personal life insurance policy for Eric through a company called Auto Owners or Integrated Insurance Solutions?
I'm not aware.
Okay, that's fine. You mentioned that Eric loved hunting, right?
Correct.
And after you gave your testimony to the Department of Wildlife and Natural Resources, Eric couldn't hunt for a while in the United States. Is that right?
Correct.
But he still could hunt in Mexico.
Correct.
And are you aware that shortly before his death, he went hunting in Mexico?
I am.
Do you know when?
It would have been in February sometime, I believe.
All right. And how often did he
Maybe
hunt
January.
in Mexico? Are you aware?
Sorry, what?
How often did Eric go hunting in Mexico?
He went down there for a trip, so I would assume he was hunting every day that he was there.
Okay. Are you aware of more than one time that he went to Mexico to go hunting?
Yes.
Were you aware of them more than 5 times?
I couldn't say. I don't remember.
Did you ever
Not
go
sure.
with him to Mexico?
Could I?
Did you?
Did I know?
Do you know where in Mexico Eric went hunting?
A general area. I don't know exactly where.
It was a general area
Typically, the hunting takes place in somewhere around Sonora.
around Sonora.
Somewhere.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Mr. Blood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, from your perspective, was the loan to K. Richins Realty in connection with the Franson Lane property out of necessity?
Yes.
You testified that generally people had told you that Eric did drugs. I want to be specific.
Here's the
Did
follow-up.
people generally tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
Object to hearsay.
You opened the door, overruled.
I love this.
Can you repeat that?
Did people tell you that Eric would use THC edibles?
People would tell me that, yes.
Did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
No.
You testified that you provided some inculpatory information to DNR officers in connection with their investigation of Eric. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you provide them with information?
Eric was being investigated for a wildlife incident. Somebody else had turned him in, and they brought me in to answer some questions that they had.
And did the incident involve not having a tag and killing an elk?
Yes.
Why did you provide
They call that poaching.
incriminating evidence as opposed to covering for Eric?
Eric knew what he had done wasn't right. And he was okay to be a big boy and take care of his own stuff. And I was okay to be honest and tell them the truth and allow him to do what he needed to do on his end.
Is that hard for you to do?
It was extremely hard. I knew what those ramifications were going to be.
But did you do it because it was the right thing to do?
I did.
Does March the 7th, 2022 sound like about the right day when you dispatched somebody to pick up the brown truck from Eric's residence?
Sounds right.
Thank you, Molly.
Why have you sat with Eric Richins' family at various court proceedings?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
It's within the scope of your cross. Overruled.
I love the Richins. I loved Eric. He was one of my best friends, and I want to be a support where I can.
Thank you.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Of course.
Miss Nestor's mad, but his response is within scope. They asked if he had been to court sitting next to the Richins. Asking why, that seems like a very legitimate follow-up. She's just mad that she opened the door to the follow-up about the drugs that allowed in the hearsay testimony. Sorry, she's tired. Oh, man. Welcome, everyone. If you haven't clicked the subscribe button, now's a great time to do it. We'll have a little bit of pause. We'd love to have you subscribe to the channel, have you come back as we follow court cases around the country. We like to follow. This is our style. This is what we do. If you like what we do here, please come back and join us.
Folks, this would be an opportune time for a restroom break. I was about to take one anyways. Please rise for the jury.
Looks like Ms. Nestor approached with a concern, is looking for something, scrambling to get some information, probably to present to the judge. So maybe this little sidebar is not over.
All right, folks, have a seat.
Your Honor, we can pull it up on the screen if you give me just 1 second.
No problem. Brittany, would you see if we can fix the screen at table 2? Okay.
Your Honor, can I step to the prior room for a minute?
Of course.
Okay, now let me see.
Mr. Bloodworth asked for a personal break for a moment.
Mr. Wright,
how about you go for a walk?
But I think it'll be necessary for you to leave the courtroom for this discussion. Okay. So out of an abundance of caution, would you please step into the lobby? Please do not speak with anyone while you're out there. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we can put it on the screen for you, or do you want me to wait for Mr. Glover?
Wait for
We just
Mr.
wait a
Bloodworth.
moment. Yeah. We're just trying to fix his screen.
Prosecution's monitor has not been working all morning, so they probably just need to turn it on. Got the woman in the flower dress crawling around on the floor, connecting the plugs to the monitor. That's her job.
Page 60 is. Is
Yes.
there a page and line number you want me to go to?
If you start at line 15 and go through the beginning of the next page.
If you can go to the next page for me.
Judge is a fast reader.
Your Honor, I'd probably need to read it into the record for purposes of the record.
One moment.
Is texting something.
Can we go back to page 60? Do you have it up on your screen, Mr. Bloodworth?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
So the part that we're seeking to examine the witness, and we submit that the state has opened the door by asking the question, has anyone ever told you Eric used illicit drugs? And his answer was no. In this testimony at the preliminary, page 60 line, beginning at line 15, and were you aware that in high school Eric had an addiction to pain pills? Answer, I did know that he participated in pain pill taking for sure. Question, you did? Answer, yes. And do you know what his pill of choice was that he was addicted to back then? Answer, I believe in high school we called them Red Devils.
Is that where you want to stop?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Now, I'm not entirely sure that Mr. Wright is referring to illicit street drugs, quote unquote, there, but I also don't know the other way. Mr. Bloodworth, you'd be able to clarify that with him once it came in. I think I already ruled on a motion in limine that this issue would be admissible, correct?
No, Your Honor, it was the opposite.
Well, that's,
yeah.
In the motion in limine,
Bring it
and
with me.
we're scrambling in the back to get
Yeah.
this now, the motion in limine briefing to you. But in the motion in limine, Mr. Wright clarified this testimony to say his awareness was from other people.
Oh, that's right.
Not from observing Eric Richins. So whatever he knows about Eric Richins' high school drug use, if any, is hearsay. Mr. Wright also clarified, it wasn't Mr. Wright that was clarified. Also, the state produced evidence that Red Devils, circa whatever it was, 2020-ish, was a reference to an over-the-counter cough suppressant that kids were taking in high school.
Robitussin? What?
I think the defense is saying that that the state opened the door is unfounded.
May I respond, Your Honor?
One moment, I've got to read my ruling.
Yes, sir.
Stick to the ruling, Judge.
The ruling was that I deferred ruling on the motion in limine until after the parties have an opportunity to voir dire witness Kouri Wright or provide other evidence outside the presence of the jury to determine whether there is any non-hearsay route to the admissibility of the proposed evidence.
What's the
Thank you,
non-hearsay
Your
route?
So here's what just happened. Mr. Bloodworth asked the question, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs?
Street drugs.
I objected to hearsay. The court ruled that I had opened the door and allowed him to elicit that hearsay evidence.
Yeah, in fairness, you're skipping the first step. You opened the door and crossed to this topic.
I just said that.
Right,
that
but I want to be clear.
Okay.
It's not just an allegation that you did. You did.
Okay.
Then Mr. Bloodworth went into it.
Okay, absolutely. I was trying to convey that. I'm sorry if I didn't do it correctly. I was not trying to skip any step. You ruled that I had opened the door. You allowed him to elicit what would typically be hearsay evidence because I had opened the door. Now it's in. Now this witness is set on the stand. No one's ever told him that Eric used illicit drugs, and that is not true.
Illicit street drugs. Please be precise.
That's what these are. He's claiming...
Well, we don't know one way or the other. Would you like an opportunity to voir dire Kouri Wright about that, consistent with the court's motion in limine ruling from January?
I'm happy to voir dire him if it helps the court with your ruling. It is my position that at this point, I'm entitled to impeach him for making a statement in response to the state, elicited by the state, that no one's ever told him Eric used illicit street drugs. Here I have testimony that is contrary to that. I have a right to impeach him on that. I'll voir dire him on whatever you want, but it is my motion now that I be allowed to go into this because the state has put it there. They've put it out there. I have a right to impeach that he just testified falsely and inconsistently with what he said at the prelim. And it's very important, Your Honor.
If he, in fact, said something impeachable, you have the right to impeach him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm not sure that he did yet. Why don't we get to that point? Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, certainly we can voir dire him. I think if the court reads further down in the preliminary hearing transcript, counsel asks...
You know I don't have that ability, so if you could cite me to it.
Oh, do you not have... I'm sorry.
No. I don't have control over what they're showing me.
I can email it.
If there's a docket entry you want me to look at, I know that it's in the docket.
Sure, it's page 61 that I thought was on your screen. It's on my screen.
So
it is now, yeah.
At the bottom of page 60, I guess we just read from the middle of page 60.
60, line 15 through 25.
Correct. If the court keeps reading to the top of page 61, Kouri Wright says he has no idea what Red Devils were.
He says prior to that he's very aware that Eric took pain pills in high school. He says that, clear as day.
Why don't we just ask him what he knows?
We can, but...
Oh, you don't want that. You want to just use this.
I want to use this, and I want to do it in front of the jury.
But
I don't want to give a chance.
You don't want to just put it in. You want to ask him questions about it, right?
No, I just want to. I want to impeach him with this document only.
You don't have any foundation that Red Devils are illicit street drugs, though. So you need that foundation
Pain
for this.
pills would be.
But that's not illicit street drugs, and that wasn't the question. This is an important difference.
Judge is so good.
Nobody's asked this gentleman
Your Honor,
or shown that
if you buy pain pills,
please don't speak over me so that you have a clean record.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
If there is an impeachable statement by this witness as to whether he's aware that Eric Richins took pain pills at any point in his life, this would be directly relevant to that. But we need a non-speculative foundation for the idea that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
So the pain pills that they're talking about, if they are
Who's they?
taken, if that is being referred to in this prior statement, the
Red
pain
Devils.
pills that, well, he says pain pills and then he says Red Devils.
Okay.
So my understanding, according to this, is that Mr. Wright doesn't know what Red Devils are, but that's what they called them in high school,
Seems accurate.
which is clearly saying these were not doctor prescribed, these are illicit drugs that he's using in high school. So
No, there's some distance between a nickname called Red Devils and illicit street drugs. And I don't know what the Red Devils he's referring to are, but it doesn't automatically mean they're illicit street drugs.
if you use pain pills without a prescription, that is illicit street drugs.
It is not, and you know that to be true.
I disagree, Your Honor.
It might be diversion of a prescribed substance, but it's not illicit street drugs.
They've certainly heard testimony from Mr. Crozier that he's selling oxycodone on the street that came from prescriptions. That's illicit street drugs.
I'm not sure you want to take that position going forward, but I don't endorse it in any respect. Certainly, we know that diversion of prescribed legal medication is different than
manufactured, sold, and obtained
purchasing
illegally.
on the street. Prescription medication is different than purchasing non-FDA approved substances on the street. There is a range of conduct here, and the question asked by Mr. Bloodworth was specific.
Can we read back? Can we get it read back, what he asked?
Yeah, he said
Do
illicit
do we have
street
the
drugs.
transcript of the exact statement that Mr. Bloodworth just asked him?
State courts do not create transcripts.
I think we have someone doing it live right now.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
Ms. Payer,
She's not a court employee. I don't know what you're referring to.
if you can give me 5 minutes, I can email her and get the exact statement.
Sure.
They are paying for a live
While that
transcript.
scripts, I'm going to use the restroom. We'll take a recess until 10:35.
Okay, it's a very subtle. It's a subtle thing, but
right.
my recollection, and we could go back and watch the replay. They're going to do it for us, but my recollection is that Mr. Bloodworth asked Cody what had people told him about Eric using illicit street drugs, and I think that was the phrase, illicit street drugs. The judge has made it very clear that illicit street drugs is referring to drugs that are manufactured without a medical purpose. They're manufactured illegally without a medical purpose. So if somebody gets Lortab, Percocet, Demerol, whatever prescribed to them, and then they're diverted from the prescribed person to someone who's using it illegally, the judge is saying there's a distinction between that. Yes, they're using drugs illegally, but they're medicinal drugs, they're prescribed drugs used for illegal usage of them. It's different than somebody who in their basement mixes up some chemicals and calls them blues or something else or Red Devils or anything, and says, hey, this will get you high. We sell them in bags of 20 for X amount of dollars. Interesting. It's a very finely divided point. And depending on how Eric answers, because I think this is going to go to voir dire, right? I think that, first of all, Ms. Nestor, as much as she wants to just dive right in and go straight to the impeachment, right, and just wave this in his face and rub his nose in it, she can't get there yet. There has to be some voir dire. And depending on how Cody answers, and let me just say this, my understanding from what I've gathered from Cody's not a street drugs wise person. Okay, so he might answer either way because of his limited knowledge. Depending on how he answers, this could come in or this could not go anywhere. So I think this will have to be a voir dire outside the presence of the jury, and then I'm positive the state would like to be the one asking the questions, but I think that Ms. Nestor will get a shot at this. You're dying over here. If you got a minute, we've just got however long it takes the judge to visit the little boy's room, Kurt. We'll free up the phone for you real quick. This is funny to watch them battle this one out. I'd like to hear your take on it. I'm sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat here. So, let's see. They're getting a read back now from a privately funded transcript company who is probably almost up to the minute on this transcript, and they're getting it sent over. It's court approved. I think this is Kurt right here. Hang on. Kurt, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what's your take on this one?
I am loving this so much. This judge is great. I love this judge. He's so fair, and he's absolutely 100% right. And I love the way that how he applies the rules, and he's completely fair about the rules. And then she's like, well, I don't like the rules. And he's like, well, this is a rule. He's like, that's not fair. And that little Oxycontin burn was so nice, too. He's like, I'm not sure that's a position you want to take, because, of course, Oxycontin isn't necessarily an illicit street drug. It can be, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. So, yeah, it's just like, what are the Red Devils? Isn't Red Devils the name of a candy? Or am I
thought it was a sports team. I don't know. So that's...
I seem to remember it was the name of a cinnamon candy at one point.
It sounds about right. But,
yeah.
this is interesting. It sounds like she's taking the position, or she may be taking the position, that any drug, whether prescribed or illicitly manufactured, used illegally is illicit street drugs. Because they can both be bought on the street illegally. But there's a fine point, there's a fine definition that she's missing, and the judge says it's significant enough that I can't let you just go there without the foundation. She has to get the foundation through Kouri. There's no one else that could lay this. So I think voir dire is coming up, and depending on the wording of the question and the wording of the answer, all this swings and the bounce and could go either direction.
I love this judge so much. I love this judge, like on day one it was, or something, when they were talking about the defense is like, well, I want to call these witnesses. Mm-hmm. You know, the whole thing with scope. It was a whole thing on scope. It's like, I want to ask these questions with cross. It's not in scope. Now, most judges, to be fair, don't really care. But this judge cares, which is his prerogative. He wants to keep within scope. Fine. He's like, well, I'm going to have to call this witness as my own. Like, yeah, you are. That's just how it works. Well, I'm going to call him 3 weeks from now. Yeah, I guess you are. And then it's like, also, you haven't sent out any subpoenas, which is just the most mind-blowing thing I've ever heard in my life. So it's like, okay, I want to ask these witnesses questions. I want to call them in my case. You know what would be really helpful? If you sent out a subpoena, because heaven forbid, the state's like, oh, I'm done with my witness. They're under my subpoena. I'm done. So I'm releasing them. And it's like, I thought I could call them. I thought I could call them after questions. Yeah, you could have if you sent out a subpoena, but you didn't. So guess who's sad? I guess it's you.
I think defense said, well, we notified the court that we want to talk to all of the prosecution's witnesses as well. Like that
is not a thing.
It's not the same, but I think they sort of put it on the record that, like, and they're also all our witnesses. Those witnesses don't know.
That is also not how that works.
Yeah, it's not the proper way. But that's about all the effort they went to line up their witnesses. So it's going to be
look. It's not that complicated. If you have the right to compel witnesses, mm-hmm. It's in the Constitution and everything. But what you have to do is you have to send out a subpoena. It's not that hard. I want to ask this person questions. Great. The state doesn't want to go into that. That's their prerogative. It's their case. And the state's like, I want to make my case in chief. I want my case to be my case, and I don't want to pollute it with their case. Fine. So we want to have strict rule on scope. Fine. Most judges don't do it that way, but this judge is like, fine. We'll do it the way the rules are actually written. And then she's like, but I didn't send subpoenas. It's like, well, I guess you're not going to be able to call your witness now. Isn't that really sad for you?
You should know by now. You should know by now that you need to subpoena your witnesses. No, it'll be interesting.
It's not that hard.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here as this goes forward. So, on this voir dire, because I think there has to be a voir dire, right? I can't see a way forward without this.
I guess. I don't know. If there has to be voir dire.
Unless this
or voir dire, whatever we're calling it in this state.
Yeah, we change it.
Yeah, I don't know. There has to be. We could. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know. There has to be. We could just do it on the stand, but they want to do it on voir dire because they want to figure out how screwed they are in advance.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I want to give him voir dire if I'm the judge, to be honest. I'm like, no. How about no? You just get to find out how screwed you are in real time. Well, that sounds like fun, too.
As long as Mr. Bloodworth's question said illicit street drugs in it specifically, I think it has to go voir dire. And then that might mute it. It also might give Eric give Cody sort of a heads up of warning this is coming. So when the jury comes back in and they bring this against him, it might mute the effect a little bit, right? You don't get the the Perry Mason moment, rub it in his face. What about this? That I think the defense is going for, because they've really lost a lot this morning. And
I'll tell you one thing. One thing I like about judges. One thing I like about judges is when they're decisive and they're in control. I like judges who are in control of their courtroom, and this judge is in control.
Yeah.
What's interesting about this judge in particular, he has a very folksy way of being in control. Most judges who are in control are very sort of, for lack of a better word, authoritarian. It's very traditional, very sort of gruff. But this guy has a very friendly demeanor as he's exerting control. He's like, this is how I ruled. This is the ruling. I will keep explaining it to you in kind, easy to understand words, but this is my courtroom and we're doing it my way. And I'm like, yeah, you go, judge. You tell him.
When the judge was telling Miss Nestor to shut up and stop interrupting, even that was like, Miss Nestor, I'd appreciate it if you don't interrupt me so that you will have a clean record. Okay? Instead of just like, I'm the judge, you don't talk over me, which we've seen some judges do. Shut up when I'm talking. That's your turn to listen. He's like, so that you will have a clean record going forward. I'm worried about you. And, if you want an appeal or something, the record will be clean. You'll be able to see what happened. He's great. He's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, but I love this exchange, and I just love the way the judge handled it, and I'm very annoyed at the defense lawyer because it just comes off as whining. And it's not the first time I've seen this whining. I don't like the rules. I don't like this. It's like, did you read your rules? It's in the book. Just give it another look, man. I mean, come on.
Yep. So this the transcript they're getting, the defense has paid a company to transcribe live so they can go back, and if something happens, they need to research and say what actually happened, what's the wording, because wording is very crucial in a trial. The exact words that are used could open doors or
Sure,
not, depending on what's
absolutely.
there. So they've paid someone private that's certified, a court transcript. This is somebody who can put their little stamp on it and say, I'm authorized to transcribe for court. I don't work for the court, but I'm a professional that does this. And so she'll do that and say, this is a certified transcript. Well, I'm not sure court certified, but a transcript by a court transcriptionist who's certified. So that's going to come in.
The court must have its own official transcriptionist, surely, because the transcript will be on the record.
Yeah, but it won't be ready right away. I don't think they're that quick.
Well, no,
that's
that's
going to
fair.
take like 6 months down the road after the court's finished. Then they'll get it ready.
Well, I mean, can't we just go to court TV or whatever and replay that beautiful bean footage? I mean, it's right there.
We're not there yet for some reason. For some reason, the video
Okay.
just isn't good enough. We have to go back and see it in black and white. But I think we've actually
that's
seen
fair.
a transcript in this trial already from this same transcriptionist. So it's going to come in that way. They're going to look at it. They might realize that they've lost a little bit. So we'll see. I can't wait. We'll wait for this bathroom break to be over, the judge to come in, and for this little argument to continue. And this is just a precursor to the spiciness that's coming up as it's building as we get to
Yeah, I was
Driscoll.
told something about walking a dog, man. I was told I was going to get that in my day. I'm still waiting.
It might be tomorrow.
I don't know what the big deal is. Walking a dog is good for exercise and for
It's
companionship.
good for the dog. It's also good for coaching witnesses, apparently. So can't
apparently.
wait for that. Kurt, thanks for calling in. Appreciate your take on this.
All right, I'll let you go. Bye-bye.
See you, man. Bye. That's Kurt from Uncivil Law, fellow YouTuber and a great legal mind and a lawyer. Here's the judge. Oh, we're back. Perfect timing. Here we go. Audio's back.
All right, counsel, thank you for that break. A little bit more context here for this discussion. As we discussed on the record during the hearing on the parties' various motions in limine, the topic or the concept of whether Eric Richins used pain pills during his lifetime, prescription or non-prescription, illicit, that is relevant. But at the motion in limine hearing, and as I sit here right now, it's unclear as to whether there's any admissible evidence that he did. So, Ms. Nestor, I think the correct course forward, based upon where we are right now, is to allow you to voir dire Cody Wright regarding his knowledge of the topic that he discussed at the preliminary hearing. Having heard or known or learned somehow that Eric Richins used pain pills in high school and they were red devils. If that reference is to prescription pain medication, it impeaches Mr. Wright's testimony on the stand today that he's never known Eric to use prescription medication. If it's illicit street drugs, it impeaches his testimony that he's never known or heard about Eric using illicit street drugs. If he doesn't know what red devils are, we're all just speculating, including the jury, and that's not permissible. Mr. Bloodworth, any comment there?
Want that soundbite, and that's not permissible.
Your Honor, I think Mr. Wright's testimony, let me grab the question.
I want the soundbite from, we're all just speculating, and that's not permissible.
Was that he had never seen Eric Richins use prescription drugs or illicit drugs.
Okay. So let's see what he says on voir dire to see if it actually impeaches that or not.
Correct.
Yeah. I'm sensitive to the precision of the questions you were asking at various points.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite Mr. Wright back in for that purpose?
No, sir.
I'm going to wait for Mr. Bertram to whisper in your ear.
Go ahead, call him back.
Okay.
Secobarbital?
May we invite Mr. Wright back into the courtroom?
Red Devils?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wright, thank you for your patience. If you take the stand for me.
Only Funsies, thanks for the gifted memberships. That is super generous of you. Appreciate that, and welcome.
If you'd like a glass of water, you can pour yourself one.
You
are still under oath. Ms. Nestor has a few extra questions for you, and then we'll see where we go from there.
No jury.
May it please the court?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back. So we want to just dig in a little bit to the question that you were asked on redirect. When Mr. Bloodworth asked you if anyone had ever told you that Eric used illicit drugs. And I believe he said illicit street drugs. Does that sound right? Or do you recall?
Did he say illicit street drugs? Is that what you're asking?
What was your understanding of the question that he asked you at the very end about whether you'd ever heard about Eric using drugs?
Illicit street drugs.
Right. What was your understanding of that question?
If anyone had ever told me about him using an illicit street drug.
Okay.
Now, I'm not in the drug world. I have no clue what most drugs are categorized as. So.
Did you talk to anyone outside in the hallway while you were waiting?
I did not.
Okay, just checking. Okay. So at the preliminary hearing, we asked you some questions about whether you were aware that Eric used pain pills in high school. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And are you aware of that?
I was told that that had happened.
All right. And were you ever told about where he got those pain pills?
I have no idea where he got those pain pills from.
So when Mr. Bloodworth asked you earlier today if you were ever aware of Mr. Richins using prescription drugs, you said no.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
Pause, Mr. Wright. If you would just object to foundation and restate the question for me.
Your Honor, objection foundation.
Let me ask you this way.
Sustained. Go ahead,
Was it your understanding in high school when you had this knowledge that Mr. Richins was using these drugs illicitly? In other words, not with the prescription of a pharmacist?
I need you to be more precise in that question. Which drugs are you referring to?
The pain pills, sorry.
And if you would re-ask it, please.
Was it your understanding in high school when you knew about this that Mr. Richins was using his own prescription for pain pills or someone else's?
I learned about this later on in life, not in high school.
Okay, and what did you learn?
And I learned that he had taken pain pills in high school. That's what I had been told.
Without a prescription?
I didn't get asked whether there was a prescription or not. I don't know.
All right. And then I think you said in the prelim that you thought they were called red devils. Is that right?
That's what I was told.
And was it your understanding that Red Devils were an illicit street drug?
I don't know what an illicit street drug entails, but I assumed that the Red Devils were being abused, as that's what high school kids were doing.
So people were doing that in your school?
I heard that, yes.
And did you know what Red
Later
Devils?
on in life.
What did you know what Red Devils were?
I learned later on what those were, yes.
What are those?
I believe it's Sudafed.
Oh, it's Sudafed?
I think. I'm not a drug person. I'm sorry.
Okay. Could be pseudoephedrine, maybe.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But that's what I think it is Sudafed being abused.
Okay.
That popped your balloon.
So when you testified at the preliminary hearing that you were aware in high school that Eric, or you became aware later that in high school Eric abused Red Devils and pain pills, do you still stand by that today?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, do you need more than that?
Do you?
I understand Mr. Wright's testimony on the record.
Okay. Okay. Let me
And
just
you're
think
not
for 1
getting
second
it.
if there's anything else.
Oh my goodness.
When you answered Mr. Bloodworth's question in front of the jury, that you had not heard from anyone that Eric used illicit street drugs. That's except for what you heard about in high school?
Objection, Your Honor. The foundation.
I can ask him what his intention of his answer was, Your Honor. Did you intend to carve that out?
That's a fair question.
Can you restate that? I'm
Do you
sorry.
intend to carve out from that answer what you knew about high school?
What answer? Sorry.
From the answer that Mr. Bloodworth asked you in front of the jury, if anyone had ever told you or if you had ever heard that Eric used illicit street
That wasn't
drugs.
the question.
Did you intend to not include what you knew in high school? Are you carving that out?
If I said it that I was in high school, what I've been told about Eric is throughout my life. I don't know if it was exactly in high school. I don't know if it was in my early 20s or now. What I've been told over the years is that he had used those in high school, and that's what I know.
All right. And so if I were to ask you the question again that Mr. Bloodworth asked you, has anyone ever told you that Eric used illicit street drugs? And you included all the knowledge you have all the way back through what he did in high school. What would your answer be now?
I don't know what illicit street drugs entail.
Okay.
I've been told of some drugs that he used, and that's what I would testify to, is that I know that he used some drugs, form of drugs. I don't know what they are exactly. I don't know if they're illicit street drugs or not, but that he had used drugs at some point.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else for Mr. Wright at this point? In terms of word.
Sir, is the only drug that you've been told he used in high school the Red Devils?
In high school, yes.
You haven't heard of him using any other drug in high school other than marijuana? Let's just accept marijuana from this whole discussion, okay?
Yeah. So in high school, I was told that people were using Red Devils. I had heard that Eric had popped pills.
Okay. And is your understanding was the pills that he popped were the Red Devils, or was it Red Devils and something else?
Understanding that a Red Devil is a pill, he popped pills, and I don't really know much more than that.
Okay.
I don't know what pills they were popping or anything to that extent.
Can I just follow up on that, Your Honor? So you mentioned in high school, like maybe there was after high school as well. Did I misread what you just said?
I have learned of these things through people over the years. I don't know this exact times and days that people have told me this knowledge, Eric popped pills in high school, is what I've been told.
Beyond high school, do you have any knowledge if he popped pills?
I don't have any sure knowledge that he popped pills after high school.
Not sure knowledge, but have people told you that?
I have knowledge that he took THC gummies.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure because I heard that clarification, and I wanted to make sure we followed all the way through with it.
Great.
As far as you sit here today, other than what you heard about what he did in high school, and other than knowing about the THC gummies, have you heard from any other person that Eric used drugs in his lifetime?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
I need to make you take a walk again.
Okay.
Please don't speak to anybody in the lobby.
Let's hear the judge as he says, I have an understanding to what he testified to. Defense is trying to see if they can whittle in some impeachment out of what they now know. It's going to take some very careful wording.
Is there any further argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think that this witness has now clarified that if he were to answer the question now, he would include that he was aware Eric popped pills in high school. He also heard that people in his high school were doing Red Devils. He said he assumed that's what Eric was doing, but he doesn't know. But he has knowledge that Eric was popping pills. This whole case is about a pill addiction. This whole case is about whether or not Eric Richins voluntarily ingested that or if he was given it by his wife. This is a critical piece of the defense. He's been allowed to make a statement in front of the jury that we have now found out through voir dire is not 100% accurate on one of the core issues in this case. I am only asking to impeach him. I can limit it to what he said in the prelim. We can go farther if you want us to, or we can limit it to what he said in the prelim. I'll do it either way. But I think to deny Ms. Richins the right to impeach him on something this critical to the defense and the prosecution when the door was absolutely opened by the prosecution would be reversible error, and we're asking that the court allow us to do that now.
Reversible error, those are strong words. That means, and the appellate court would overturn you, Judge, if you
Your
deny
Honor,
this.
the state disagrees with all of that, including the veracity of some of that. The state reverts back to what we had briefed in motions here, and by the way, that any relevancy to what happened in high school has decayed to zero 40 or 20 plus years later. The testimony at issue is Mr. Wright's response to the question of, did anyone ever tell you that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs? To which he responded, no. Nothing in his voir dire impeaches that testimony. Therefore, bringing in the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this, the preliminary hearing transcript or any further questioning on this is inadmissible.
All right. The case has to be tried based upon admissible evidence. And on both sides of the V, there are pieces of evidence that either the state or the defense has sought to admit that the court has ruled are not admissible. I'm required to apply the rules of evidence. We instruct the jury that the rules of evidence have developed over hundreds of years to make sure that trials are tried in a fair and impartial way. This issue developed in a way where defense counsel asked a question that elicited hearsay testimony regarding what Mr. Wright had heard about Mr. Richins' prior drug use generally. Whether or not that's what the defendant intended, that's what happened. So then, on redirect, the state asked two very specific questions to characterize that volunteering of hearsay by Mr. Wright. Whether they'd heard that Mr. Richins had used THC products, and whether he had ever heard that Mr. Wright used illicit street drugs. Nothing in his prior preliminary hearing testimony or during his voir dire outside the presence of the jury on the stand is admissible evidence contrary to his sworn testimony on the stand in front of the jury. His prior reference to Red Devils, he's now clarified as Sudafed, which is not pain pills to begin with. Moreover, he doesn't have any admissible testimony that Eric Richins used illicit drugs of any kind. This is hearsay. It is speculation. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, may I just make a record?
Of course.
Your Honor, it's our position that, first of all, when I asked the question, it was not objected to by the state. Second of all, I'd like to make the record that this would be for purposes of impeachment. To deny us this opportunity is a violation of Crawford. It is a violation of our Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine. It is a violation of our due process right to a fair trial. We would be able to call, in our case, an expert who would testify that Red Devils were in fact PCP in that period of time. They were not Sudafed. The DEA has a pamphlet on that. We're being denied that option. We're being denied the ability to attack the credibility of someone who has changed. Respectfully, we disagree with Your Honor's position on this. We think he absolutely changed his testimony, and we're being prohibited the right to impeach him on the fact he changed his testimony. And I believe that the question I would ask him, if I were allowed to go forward, would be, did you learn that Eric popped pills in high school? And that would impeach what he said to Mr. Bloodworth, unrebutted and not allowed to be rebutted by me when we know that I can rebut it. And we, on our strongest way possible, we object to this. We would like a continuing objection. We move to strike all of Cody Wright's testimony. All of the issues that Mr.
Whoa. You lost me
there. On redirect. The redirect testimony.
Still lost.
Which piece?
Where he answered the question that I'm not now being allowed to impeach him on. We're asking to strike it at the very minimum. All of the things that Mr. Bloodworth just brought up all go to weight, not admissibility.
Why don't you move to dismiss the judge and change a venue as well?
What is the non-hearsay route for this witness to testify regarding what he heard, if it's coming in for the truth of the matter asserted?
It's not. It's coming in to impeach that once the court allowed him to answer that question with hearsay, to rebut the hearsay that we elicited unintentionally.
What's the evidence that he heard prior to today, testifying today, that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs?
He just testified to it on the stand.
That is not true.
Okay, well, we agree to disagree on that, Your Honor.
Have you disclosed that expert that would provide a non-speculative basis that Red Devils are an illicit street drug?
We have disclosed that expert. His name is Mr. Kearney. He is on our list. He's been available. We did not know the Red Devil stuff was coming in until 10 minutes ago because we were told.
It's not coming in.
Well, okay. Well, that's obvious then. I mean, we did the best we could. We gave him our drug expert that as soon as the Red Devils comes in, we can let them talk to him about that because we sure would go into that with our expert, that we're now being denied the ability to do that. There is a key question here, Your Honor, if Eric Richins had a drug problem. And if he did, Ms. Richins is innocent. And we are being prohibited from going into that with the one person who knows. And I just think that the veracity of this witness on this topic cannot be underestimated for purposes of the defense. I know you disagree with us. I believe I've made my record. Yes. He's changed his story. He's now saying he's never heard that Eric used drugs when he knows in the prelim that he did. And I just think this is just a huge, huge impediment to us to put on a fair trial in this case. And I believe I've made my record. I can't think of anything else I need to say on the record. Thank you for letting me make a proffer.
Okay. Are you asking me to strike Mr. Wright's answer that he's never heard that Eric used illicit street drugs?
Yes.
On which basis? On what basis?
on the fact I'm not allowed to impeach him on it, and we all know it's not a correct answer.
You certainly can impeach him on it if you have any evidence that it's impeachable.
No, any other way to show it to the court other than what we've already done.
Okay.
Can
I want to be clear. There's just no evidence that Kouri Wright believes that Red Devils are illicit street drugs.
The judge
but
is
he
almost laughing.
separated the Red Devils from the popping pills. He separated that.
No,
He
with
did?
respect, he didn't. But okay.
Well, I think the transcript will reflect it.
All right.
But it won't.
Let me pause. Anything further?
We're going to ask him to strike something else. Defense is getting desperate. They really are getting desperate. That was throwing everything at the wall, even asking to strike testimony. You got to give her props for trying. I mean, I'm sure there are some attorneys who wouldn't dare to do what she just tried to pull off. It all boils.
Nothing further to add, Your Honor.
It all boils down to
Mr.
her
Bloodworth,
understanding of
question.
illicit street
I need to
drugs.
exercise a measure of humility here. Is the state sure that you don't want to just get this out on the record to insulate the potential of a verdict on appeal?
Wow. Throws it back to
You
the
now
state.
know what Mr. Wright's going to say. And if you need to
take a minute,
confer with your team, I'm happy to give you a moment.
Yes, Your Honor, let me take a moment to confer. Can I make a record on one thing, though?
Sure.
Let me read to the court the expert disclosures it relates to.
I don't know that we need to get into that at this moment. I won't be basing anything I do on that.
Okay, then.
Thank you.
Take a minute.
Can I step back?
Of course.
I think it boils down to Miss Nestor mixing up the words illicit and illegal.
We're still going forward. We're off the record for the moment.
Illicit. Well, I guess you got to say they're very close to each other. Forbidden by law, rules, or custom. They might actually be the same. Illegal is criminal law. Street drugs, illicit street drugs, is where the judge drew the line. Illicit street drugs are chemical substances that are manufactured, sold, or obtained or used illegally.
Please proceed.
Your Honor, the state is comfortable with the court's ruling in the record.
Okay. Very good. Court stands on its ruling. Anything else before we invite Mr. Wright back in and the jury? Mr. Bloodworth?
So this is probably the most glaring appellate issue in the decision.
Did we?
I'm not persuaded that you've provided a basis to strike Mr. Wright's statement that he's never been told that Eric Richins used illicit street drugs.
I understand your ruling. I just can't remember how he ended it with the witness because so much has happened. So
I think you had the witness on recross.
I approached before I recrossed.
Right.
Okay, thank you for helping me remember.
Do you have any recross questions within the scope of redirect?
Can you give me just 1 minute?
Of course.
I'm going to go back and figure out what redirect was. Illicit drugs includes prescriptions. Okay, I see that, but does that include Sudafed? Even if he thought Sudafed, does Sudafed come in pill form? I thought it was liquid for some reason. The judge said that it's not even pills. This is wild. She forgot. There's just been a lot happening. I don't blame her. She's got her mind. It comes in pill form. Yes, red pill. You can't take Sudafed to Japan. Interesting. It's an over-the-counter. If it's over-the-counter, then it would be, it's not manufactured illegally. It's not sold illegally. It's not obtained illegally, or at least necessarily. But it could have been used illegally because it's not according to recommended usage, and there's actually some sort of laws about, using drugs against the way they were recommended. So I guess it could technically count as an illicit drug, but illicit street drugs. When I hear illicit street drugs, I'm thinking of heroin and heroin and crack, cocaine. I'm not thinking about someone's prescription.
Because a lot has gone under the bridge, and I just had to get back to where we were. I think I do have a quick recross within the scope of this redirect.
Very good.
Excellent.
We could invite the jury back in, please.
We need a Sudafed emoji, just a little red pill. Oh, I think she's gonna go for. I think we're gonna see a state objection here. That's what I think we're gonna see in this redirect or this recross. Lots of spice this morning. We still have a couple more witnesses before Investigator Driscoll takes the stand as well. We've got Matthew Throckmorton, Jamie Woody, Todd Gabler.
Thanks, Mr. Detective.
That might take us the rest of the day. Oh, Driscoll. Did I say Driscoll? Yeah. It does have it's got an Irish, it's got that Irish O in front of it. Was used in making meth.
Please have a seat as you come in. All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Wright, if you would take the stand again, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Wright, you're still under oath. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're almost done. You mentioned just now to Mr. Bloodworth, or a few minutes ago, it's been a minute now, that you were aware that Eric used THC gummies, right?
I heard that he did that, yes.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to how often he would use THC gummies?
No idea.
Do you know why he used them?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't know why he would have used them.
And do you have any personal knowledge about where he obtained his gummies from?
Zero.
So that was just a part of his life he didn't share with you?
Correct.
And on the truck, when you sent whoever, I know you said you don't remember, Mr. Bloodworth just talked to you about a date. The work truck, not the red one, but the work truck, you guys got that just within a day or two after he passed, correct?
The work truck was picked up within a few days.
Okay. And then the truck that you took from the dealership was about a month later?
Or so, yeah, months later.
I just wanted to make that clarification. Thank you. That's all I have. We tender the witness, Your Honor.
No further questions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Are we releasing this witness, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, you are free to go. You are released from the subpoena. You can talk to anybody you'd like.
Thank you.
And you can stay in the courtroom if you wish.
Mr. Bloodworth, the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Matthew Throckmorton.
All right. Witness number 41. The judge said Sudafed is not a pain pill. Not a pain pill. But it can be a pill form. I think a lot of that whole kerfuffle we just witnessed was because the witness has very little drug knowledge. Question was what he was considered illicit street drugs when he was in high school. Interesting, Shelley.
Mr. Throckmorton, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Brought his own water. He's got 2 pins. Double
If you'll
pins.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
What pins is he wearing there? Oh, he's got one on the tie. He's got the threesome going.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is George Matthew Throckmorton. That's Throckmorton.
Sir, are you employed?
Yes.
How?
I work full-time for the Salt Lake City Police Department in the crime lab as a crime scene investigator with a specialty in forensic document examination.
Okay. How long have you been with Salt Lake City as a crime scene?
27 years.
And what is a forensic document examiner?
Forensic document examiner is an individual who examines and compares writing in an attempt to determine identity, authorship, or authenticity. This includes the examination of handwriting, erasures, inks, papers, basically anything related to documents.
So how long have you been doing that, forensic document examination?
30 years.
Okay. Did you have any special training that you've done just specifically for FDE?
Yes. I apprenticed with my father, George Throckmorton. It's about 4,000 hours of training in casework and study over a 2-year time period. I also trained with other document examiners at the Southwestern Association of Forensic Document Examiners. I completed courses through the Institute of Applied Science in Chicago. I also was trained at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, and have trained with other document examiners and attended courses and conferences throughout the United States.
Have you practiced this FDE or forensic document examination with other labs?
No, just pretty much my own.
Okay. So did you do something with the state lab in Montrose, Colorado?
I did train with other document examiners at the state lab in Montrose.
Okay. So you didn't practice, you were in training?
It was part of my apprenticeship.
I see. Okay.
It's a full-time 2-year apprenticeship.
Have you had to maintain continuing training?
Yes.
In the intervening years?
Yes. I've attended various courses and conferences put on throughout the United States.
Have you given presentations yourself at such conferences?
Yes. I've actually been a guest instructor at the Salt Lake Community College as well as the University of Utah at the Law Department. I've trained at the Utah Post Academy helping police officers understand what a forensic document examiner is and how they can help them with their cases. I've also trained employees at American Express to detect potential forgeries, and I've also taught classes at the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification. That's the largest and oldest forensic organization in the world.
Are you a member of that organization?
Yes, I am.
Do you belong to a particular section of the IAI?
Yes, I belong to the question document section.
So over the last 30 years, this may seem like kind of a dopey question, but have you ever had the opportunity to examine question documents?
Yes, I've worked on over 1,500 individual cases over 30 years.
And have you ever testified in court as a forensic document examiner?
I've testified 61 times, 48 times as a question document examiner.
In the world of forensic document examination, are there some basic underlying principles upon which the science rests?
Yes, that no two people write exactly the same way. That's to say that no two individuals share all the same characteristics and habits, given the proper quantity and quality of documents to compare to show that their writing is different.
Okay. Before we move on to the second one, I wanted to just very briefly go into this idea of habits. When you're talking about, what do you mean by habits of writing? I guess just have you explain it.
Habits are part of an individual's writing where most of the time they really don't even know what those habits are. They're just writing, trying to create either a letter or they're signing their name. And as they have learned to write over the years, they pick up different characteristics and habits within that writing. That could be how they cross the T as the crown at the top of the staff, medium part of the staff, or down closer to the baseline. When they write an ER combination, for example, is the E bigger than the R or vice versa? Are those two letters connected, or is there a pen lift between those two letters? Is the U more rounded or a little more pointed? So they just develop and use these habits as they write different types of things or sign their name.
So when we first learn to write, we're writing careful what our teacher is teaching us, and then as we go on later in life, we become more concerned with the content and not the formation of the letters. Those are just subject to habit?
That is correct. We learn a textbook style of writing. In school, we're just trying to duplicate what we see. Again, more concerned with making it look like how we see it. And again, concentrating, like you said, more on what it looks like. As our skill level increases, we're more concerned with the content of what we're writing, whether it's assigning our name or whether it's the letter that we're trying to write to somebody. And the longer we write, those characteristics and habits just become muscle memory to us, and we don't necessarily think about how we're writing letters and formations. We're more concerned with what we're writing.
Okay, we've talked about individuality. What's the other principle upon which your science rests?
That an individual can't make all of the variables the same to make two pieces of writing the same as one another. There's always going to be a natural variation that occurs as we write our name. You're not going to find two signatures that are an overlay. There's always going to be a little bit of difference in how those look or in a body of writing.
Okay, so are there studies out there where researchers have looked at these principles?
Yes.
Okay. Could you very briefly go into this idea of individuality?
Absolutely. There was a study done called Cedar Fox out of the University of Buffalo in New York, and the premise of the study was to test the theory that no two people share all of the same characteristics and habits within their writing. And what they did is they had 1,500 participants of varying ethnic backgrounds, age, and gender. The objective was to make it similar to what the population and makeup was for the United States. They had these 1,500 individuals write some handwriting specimens. These specimens were put into a computer. They picked 8 characteristics out of the writing and had the computer analyze those 8 characteristics. It was determined with a 98% confidence level that no two individuals wrote those 8 characteristics exactly the same way.
Okay. Are there studies that have looked at the ability of a trained document examiner versus lay people on their abilities?
Yes. There's been a number of studies over the years. Cedar Fox also did a study of twins, again, to differentiate if the writing of twins could be seen as it was different one from another. In that particular study, they hired lay people to do the examination. The computer did an examination, and they also had intern document examiners look and do those comparisons. In that particular study, it was determined that the computer had about a 9% error rate in differentiating writing one twin from another. It was determined that the lay people had a larger percentage of an error rate, and that the intern document examiners had about a 5% error rate in differentiating writing one from another.
Those are interns, not fully trained. Okay.
Correct.
Now, were there some studies known as Cam being one of the authors of these studies that also looked into the abilities of a trained examiner versus layperson?
Yes, Professor Moshe Cam out of Drexel University did a number of studies, and in his studies he had lay people do examinations as well as document examiners, from intern to those that had completed the 4,000 hours of training. Throughout his studies, he determined that that lay people made larger mistakes in doing their examinations, and that document examiners, starting as interns, going to the fully trained, that their error rates were less than the lay people, and that the fully trained document examiners had about a 4% error rate.
Okay. Now, how could you explain to the jury what you do in this comparison process?
Yes. In this particular case, I was given...
Just very briefly, generally, you receive question documents and known documents?
Correct. I receive a stack of documents. First of all, I separate the question from the known.
Mm-hmm.
I go over each page individually, looking for comparison between whatever has been questioned versus the undisputed known samples that I receive. I compare my findings one from another. Then I evaluate those findings in order to render an opinion.
So this process, does it include digitizing the documents? Say they come on paper, do you reduce them to some digital format?
I scan everything first of all, to preserve the evidence. Documents, I'll scan the whole document, and as well as the signatures or the questionnaire individually, and then same with the known samples.
I see. And when you're doing that, do you then do a side-by-side comparison, or do you do one a question and then knowns? How does that work?
Yes, I do a juxtaposition examination, which is comparing the question versus the known side by side, looking for similarities and differences that may be amongst the writing.
Okay. What are you looking for? These habits you mentioned before?
Yes. I'm looking for everything in the writing, just looking for, again, similarities and differences, looking for evidence that will basically say, was this authored by the same person, or was it authored by two different people? I look for letter formations. I look for proportion between letters. I look for where the writing sits within a margin. Is it closer to the right, left? Is it on, above, or below a baseline? Looking for shading, where darker areas of the writing may be. Just basically looking for everything on the documents to compare.
Okay, so when you're doing this comparison, do you consider the underlying facts of the case you're working on?
No, I just look at the evidence sitting in front of me, usually I'm asked, does the question and known writing, were they authored by the same person? So I'm looking specifically for evidence one way or another on that.
When IAI, or I think you've mentioned earlier, you talked about the Southwest Association of Forensic Document Examiners, SWIGDoc, or somebody, does somebody give you a set of standards for your conclusions?
Yes, there's a set of standardized opinions that initially was put together in 1977 by the ABFDE, the American Board of Forensic Document Examiners. In 2016, SWIGDoc, which is the Scientific Working Group for Forensic Documents, took that standardized group of opinions and made it their own.
Okay.
And that's the scale that I use today.
Okay. Can we briefly review what that scale is?
Sure. The first one is an identification. Identification means that the questioned and known signatures agree in every observable detail and that there's no unexplainable differences or variations present. The opinion below that is highly probable or strong probability.
That it was authored by that person?
By the same person, correct.
Okay.
And that means that there was either something that was different between the question on it. Might be a feature was missing, the way a letter was connected. It also might be the difference looking from an original document to a copy of a document. That I didn't have the original, I was only looking at a copy, I didn't have best evidence. So because I can't tell the origin of the document, I'll drop that down from an identification to a highly probable or strong probability. The opinion below that is a probable, and a probable means that a majority of the evidence says that the question and known document was authored by the same person, but the reason that it would be dropped to a probable could be, again, that it's a copy, could be that there were signatures that were out of the timeline than the question document was. So I don't have maybe current documents to look at. The opinion under that is an indication, and an indication means that most of the evidence says that the question and known were authored by the same person, but again, might be dealing with a copy, might not have as many signatures as I would like to have in doing that comparison, so it drops it to an indications. The next opinion is a no conclusion, and this is basically I couldn't tell one way or the other whether it was authored or not authored by who it purports to be.
Then it continues towards exclusion in a reverse sequence. So indications it was not authored by, followed by probable not authored by, highly probable not authored by, and then an exclusion?
An elimination.
Elimination, that's the word, okay. In your process, then do you somehow try to verify what your opinion is?
Yes.
How do you do that?
Usually I'll contact a peer, another forensic document examiner, and have them review a blind examination of the same evidence that I looked at.
What is a blind view?
That means that they don't know what my opinion is, that they're going to do their own examination and come up with their own conclusion.
Okay. Now, are these the principles and methods accepted in your field?
Yes.
And are those the methods and principles that you applied in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So did you receive a question writing in this case?
I did.
Okay. Can we, I think it's been offered and accepted, 7-21.
Now that we're through the foundational stuff, we should get to the evidence where he can start telling us who most likely wrote each signature, or which ones are forgeries,
Would you like
which
to
ones
publish,
aren't.
Mr.
Yes,
Okay.
please, Your Honor.
7-21 is published.
Okay. Let's just scroll through it from top to bottom just to refresh the jury. Okay. So that's page 2. Let's go return then to page 1. Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is this the question document?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you receive? A copy or an original? And if a copy, what type of copy?
I believe on this one I had a PDF copy.
Okay. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for your purposes?
PDF is not the best quality of document.
Why is that?
First of all, obviously best evidence is the original document.
Okay.
Next best evidence would be a photocopy of that document.
Okay.
And then PDF comes after regular photocopy.
Sure, but what is it because of is there some limitation on PDFs that for your purposes?
Yes. If I could talk about photocopies first.
Sure.
A photocopy is a distorted picture of an original document. The problem with a photocopy is it's a picture that is slightly smaller than the original document. There is, the colors are not as vivid or clear. The tones may be less vivid as well. In some cases, in photocopies, writing pen strokes can diminish and in some cases disappear. There's also marks that can appear on the photocopy that weren't on the original document. These are called trash marks. Trash marks can occur from damage or dirt on the scanner glass, as well as wear and tear on the inner workings of a photocopy machine. So it's going to change or alter the evidence a little bit. The PDF has a lot of the same problems with it. The problem with the PDF is there's no default setting. So depending on the software or where it was made, if it was made on a computer with a scanner, or if it was made on a copy machine, or in some cases a cell phone, it changes and alters the document, makes it so that kind of the overall appearance looks good, but if you were to try and enlarge or zoom in to a particular area, it will pixelize and get rid of some of the finer details that you would have in the original or in a copy.
Okay. So, in this case, did you receive some known documents?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm handing the witness what has been marked as State's Exhibit 8-49. Can you take a look at that and review it for a moment?
Yes. Counsel, my apologies for interrupting your question. Make a note of this one. We'll come back to it. I need to take a quick break.
Yes.
Please rise for the jury.
Whoa. Interesting. Hang on. When the judge says, I need to take a quick break, sometimes that means I've been made aware that I need to take a quick break. And this could be something, or it could just be the judge drank too many cups of tea this morning.
Have a seat, please. Mr. Throckmorton, I need to take a 5-minute break. We'll just say until 11:40, all right?
It's the cups of tea.
Please do not speak to anyone during the break.
Yes, sir.
I know you've done this before.
Yes.
Very good, sir. Thank you. We'll be in recess until 11:40. Thank you. Court's off the record.
Tea it is. So, the judge didn't get to do the potty time during the last break. It was just the voir dire stuff. He was too busy looking up the transcript and everything. So, all right. Wow. So just a couple minutes. He said till what time? How long did we get? Got a call. Just 1 second.
Call from Angela.
Hey, Angela. This is Scott. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm not bad. We've got a couple minutes. What's on your mind?
I love this witness, and I agree with people who said I was taught in school how to write cursive, and I love it. I absolutely love it. And I love this witness, and I am very interested to see what he's going to say. And I am, but I'm calling because of something else about the previous witness and something that was discussed in the previous weeks, and including toxicology reports. So I have a friend who is a biochemist, and she loves, so I talked to her about how drugs are degraded, absorbed, and everything in blood. So I have been, as I said, I have been talking to her, and we even talked about how long does a drug stay in the body. So if he was, one thing I found out is that if he was a THC, by THC I mean gummy user, gummies are fat absorbable, which means it stays in the body for much longer than if you were to what's the word? Smoke
it.
Marijuana.
So there should have been THC in his system during the autopsy if he had been consuming gummies.
Yes, because especially if he was a consistent user, because they can stay up to 30, if not more, days in the body.
Yeah, and the test
because
they did,
stay in.
And they're talking about blood, right? It'd be findable in blood because they didn't do a hair test, a hair follicle test.
No, but they did urine test, and that's where they did not find THC in the blood or the urine, because when it's absorbed and metabolized, it stays in the body, and it can be detected in the urine for up to 30, if not more, days. So Mr. Richins did not use any gummies in the month prior to his death.
And I believe that the autopsy report even went further to say there was none in his stomach as well, right? The gastric.
Correct.
Okay, so if he's a drug abuser and is abusing or recreationally taking gummies regularly, we would have expected to see something in one of those tests.
Yes.
Okay.
And by not and from talking to her, by not finding any THC in the urine, we're talking urine, not because that's where it will be detectable after it was released, so to say, from where it's stored for 30-ish days. We did not find it in the urine, not a single milligram, nanogram, or whatever measurement you want to use. So he has not used THC gummies in the 30 days prior to his death.
And that would include the time frame where, according to this last witness, he was on a trip to Mexico, where apparently he was supposedly getting some of his gummies. So that causes some problems for Kouri's story.
Yes. And then furthermore, I want to talk because we have Oxycodone. So I was like, okay, well, let's talk about Oxycodone. She told me that if someone is a constant user, like they are alleging he is in this case, there would still be found some oxycodone in his urine. Again, in the blood, it stays up to 24 hours. But in the urine, it stays, if he is a constant user, regular constant user, it would have been shown in the urine even up to 7 days, 2 to 4 days after last use, sometimes 7, depends on how constant you use said drug, because you build up the resistance and so on. So there is a lot of calculations, so to say, as to how this is determined, how long a certain drug stays in the body. It depends on so many factors. So 2 things we know: he did not use THC in the last 30 days and may have not used, at least for a week prior to his death, any 4 days to a week, any oxycodone.
Yeah.
If he was really a drug user, like Kouri is alleging, why aren't we getting any of this in his toxicology report?
Yeah. Either he didn't use it very frequently enough to for it to show up, or possibly Kouri is doing something that we've suspected in other areas of her story, and she's saying what she does as what Eric does, right? When she says, if I die, it was Eric. If, the gummies, I only take gummies like once in a while on a special occasion, and then only because Eric really wants me to. I think it might have been the other way around.
So we were discussing this scene as the gavel drops. Me and MRSJ, I don't know her name. We were like, I hope that they have someone who can explain this, and that why we have seen one thing and why we have not seen other things. Toxicologists did explain to some degree, but I feel like jury needs, because defense is alleging so much, I feel like there needs to be some biochemist or someone who can explain a little more why what
it all means.
Defense is alleging is not true.
Well, unless Todd Gabler or Jamie Wordy are that person, I don't think we're getting it, because other than that, we only have 3 witnesses left.
Maybe in the rebuttal, they did indicate they may have some, possibly, but the experts the defense was talking about, they can ask. We don't know who that is. If he is a biochemist, which sounds like he is, but this is just my guessing, that he is. Maybe they can get this on cross. They don't have to call someone; they can get it on cross. Yeah. Because
Interesting. Possibly, it's possible. I don't know. I don't think the defense is going to give them a witness that will let them bring that in. I don't think they're going to serve that up to them on a silver platter like that. Angela, thank you very much for the call. We've got just a moment before they're going to be back here. So thank you very much. I'll let you go. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
We'll see you. Bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. We've got just a minute here before the judge comes back in. So we've got Matthew Throckmorton on the stand right now. And I know he said he worked for Salt Lake PD. I don't believe he's an officer. I'm not sure if he's, post-certified or if he's just an employee for the Salt Lake Police Department. They have employees that are not post-certified. It would strike me, I ask that only because the witness is wearing 3 pins, right? One of them has a police badge with a black ribbon behind it. One of them is the thin blue line, the black and white American flag with the blue stripe in the middle, which is a police officer emblem. And one is a U.S. flag, and I believe the second flag is the Utah flag. If he's not a police officer, I'm curious about the badge with the black behind it, the black ribbon behind it, like the never forget, like the like the pink ribbon for breast cancer. That sort of like the little loop. Curious about wearing that. Is that like to bolster his testimony, which is sort of funny because he gets up on the stand and he's testifying about how the layperson, can compare things this way, but we do this much better and our error rate is so much lower because we're smarter. He's like justifying his opinion and his profession before he even gets to his opinion. So, but I'm sure he's good. I'm sure he's good, and I'm sure he could tell me that my handwriting is awful, which it is, and he would be right. Blacks for a fallen officer, right? Did he say he was an officer? No, he only said he worked for Salt Lake City Police Department as a CSI forensic scientist. Judge is back here, so. But the wearing of the pin on the lapel, we often see it with like FBI, where they're FBI agents.
Are we ready for the jury?
They wear
the pin.
Yes.
Ms. Nestor, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good.
I was looking him up on LinkedIn. A couple of you sent something to the P.O. box, to the burner phone P.O. box. I have not picked it up yet. I'll possibly be able to go on lunch if the judge will give us enough time off today. Here comes the jury. 3 pins. That's a lot of pins for a witness.
Please have a seat as you come in. Have a seat, thank you. I promise I'm paying attention to the temperature. We're trying to adjust as we go. Mr. Throckmorton, you're still under oath. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Sir, this State's Exhibit 849, have you had a chance to look through the various documents that are in 849?
Not yet.
You didn't? He's an expert. I haven't looked through the documents yet. You had this whole time. Oh. Boy Scouts have pins, but the pins are to demonstrate accomplishments or knowledge or, passing different skill tests. You know, I'm an Eagle Scout. I understand that. I just question this witness, if he's not a post-certified officer, wearing any pin that has a police badge incorporated into it.
Do those look familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
How are they familiar?
These were the undisputed known samples that I received in preparation to compare the signature on the true stage to the signatures and initials found in these known documents.
And signatures?
Correct.
Okay. And where did you get them from?
A majority of these documents were received from Katie's attorneys, and...
Is that the law firm Bennett Tuller?
Yes.
Okay. And so initially, were you hired by the trust or the Tuller or
I was
or
hired
Katie?
by the attorneys at Bennett Tuller,
Okay.
who were working for Katie, Eric's sister.
Okay. And how much were you paid by the
I received
Bennett Tuller?
a $900 retainer to help with that.
Since that time, have you been hired by Summit County?
Yes, I have.
So he's much
Can
cheaper
you
than the
briefly
forensics.
describe what is this collection of
Financial
documents that are contained in 849?
There was canceled checks, driver's licenses, just various documents that Eric had authored and signed over the course of his regular daily activities.
Was there a trust and a will?
There might be amongst the documents.
Okay.
There's also tax documents
I
and
see.
receipts.
I see.
Thank
Okay.
you, only funsies.
Now, there were some other documents like that appear to be like photographs maybe of a journal, a mission journal,
Yes.
and a photograph of some appear to be written coupons.
Yes.
Those documents, where did you get them?
I received them from your office.
Chelsea Gibson? to
That's
be precise?
correct.
Okay. How did that delivery take place?
She met me at the Salt Lake City Police Department in the parking lot and gave me a thumb drive that contained all of those photographs.
Okay. The other documents, the ones from Bennett Tuller, were they paper or were they electronic?
There were some hard copies, and there were also some digital PDFs that were sent to me.
Okay. Did you go, well, let me ask this. How many actual signatures of Eric Richins did you receive in all those documents contained in 849?
I found that there were 86 signatures and 24 sets of initials.
Wow, that's a lot.
And did you do a comparison like you described earlier with the digitizing and then going through the analyze, compare, evaluate, verification?
Yes. I compared the question signature versus the 86 known signatures and 24 initials, looking for similarities and differences.
Were you able to come to a conclusion yourself?
Yes, I was.
And did you send that out for a verification, a blind, as you said, a blind verification?
Yes.
To whom?
To my friend in Colorado. Her name is Darla McCleary Celentano.
And was she able to come to a conclusion?
Object to hearsay.
Yeah, would you approach for a moment, Mr. Burmester?
I sent it to my friend, and she said I was right. My friend always says I'm right. This is an interesting testimony. I don't mean to be down on this guy. I can't wait to actually see. We've heard about these signatures through the whole trial. Oh, post-it note incoming. Mr. Bloodworth makes the delivery. We've heard about these signatures, and we're just waiting to see them. I'd like to. They might be obvious to all of us.
Okay. Let's take a look. Did you prepare a slide for the jury to look at in preparation for your trial, or for trial today?
Yes.
Okay. Can we take a look at, just to the witness and counsel, 8-28, please?
The witness has it.
Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Would that be helpful in communicating your testimony today?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 8-28 and ask for permission to be published.
No objection.
828 is admitted and published.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look at this.
Let's set aside 828. Well, why don't you orient us first? What does 828 show us?
828 is an exhibit that shows the question signature at the top, taken from the true stage document.
Okay.
And the Q stands for question, 3 is the series of documents, page is page 2, and A is the first signature used on that document. The signatures, the 10 signatures below, are samples taken from the known signatures that I received and initials to compare. Again, K stands for known, 1 stands for the group of documents, P stands for the page, so page 2, and again, A is the first signature on that page that was used.
So 849 is all the Ks, and this particular one is from the first tab?
Correct.
I see. Okay. Now, let's take a look at 7-21, please. This is page 2 of 721?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, which looks like there's a couple signatures on this page. What one were you focusing on?
The one on the right, the one that purports to be Eric.
Okay. And then, so did you take the one from the true stage and then put it into your exhibit?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the one that we have. We just don't have, you didn't add the date that it was given.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
That's two
Thank
of the
you.
same picture.
We can
Two of the same
go back
signature.
to 828, please. Were you able to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay, what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that there was no evidence that Eric authored this signature,
Okay.
and that he probably did not, and that it appeared to be a simulated forgery written by somebody who was familiar, had access to his writing in an attempt to copy, draw, or duplicate his signature and try and pass it off as a genuine signature of Eric.
Okay. I want to, we'll come back to this in 1 second. Your Honor, could the witness step down with the microphone? And let's just look at 828 for a moment. why you have, well, I'm thinking of it. There appears to be one that's in yellow. It looks like it's been highlighted. Has it been highlighted?
No.
No.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, that one came from an NCR copy. It was a yellow piece of paper. All I did was crop the signature off that paper to put it on this document.
All right. Could you explain to the jury how your analysis went?
Sure. First thing, in looking at the question signature on this, it's basically EER, and the way that the E is formed starts at the top, comes down, creates the first semicircle, comes to a point, and then comes back down towards the baseline. When it gets to the baseline, it shoots off to the right. Then a line comes down towards the baseline, continues up to create the second E, which is leaning a little further over. This E is not as defined, a little more loosely made. When we get to the second portion of the E, it shoots over to the right to start the letter R, which creates a kind of a triangle formation there, then goes up and creates kind of an arc, more squared than normal, comes back down towards the baseline towards the baseline, and then shoots off over to the right and terminates. A couple things that stuck out to me on this signature. This is what's called a one-stroke signature. That means that the writing instrument starts and continues all the way through to the end. There are no pen lifts. As well, within the signature, the things that stick out again is their pen lifts are not found here. If you look at the known samples from Eric, you'll notice that there's a pen lift between each of the letters, a pen lift between the E and the E, a pen lift between the E and the R, and that's a consistent characteristic and habit that Eric has. The other thing, too, is the second E actually starts at the baseline. You'll notice that on the known E's, the E's start up top in a normal fashion. That they always start at the top. They don't start at the baseline like this one does. The other thing, too, to note is this R, again, where it's connected, it actually starts down closer to the baseline and then comes up. You'll notice in these E's, or in the R's, that they start at the top like we traditionally learn how to do in school. You've got a line that comes down, pen comes off the paper, and then the second part of the R is made. You can see the staff of the R here, staff here. So a couple of things that stuck out to me that were not common among his writing, again, is we've got a single one-stroke signature instead of pen lifts. The E, second E starts at the bottom at the baseline, and the R starts at the bottom at the baseline. It was by looking at these characteristics in comparison that I was able to render an opinion that the question and known signatures were not authored by the same person.
Okay. You can take a seat, please. Now, your opinion was that it was probably not signed by Eric Richins. Why probably not as opposed to elimination?
Because I was dealing with a photocopy. The true stage was a photocopy of a document. Basically, I'm missing evidence. So as a conservative opinion, instead of an absolute elimination, it's closer to a little weaker than that. So it was a probable as well. I couldn't identify who the author of that signature was. In the case of a simulated forgery, the author gives up their own habits and characteristics to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. So because I was not able to determine who was authoring this, basically I came back to that there was no evidence that Eric did it, but I couldn't determine who actually authored it.
Okay, so your final conclusion then is also that there is no evidence, that you could find nothing in the knowns that would support the question document was signed by Eric.
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions that I have for this witness. I have off. Yeah, there we go. It's in front of
Ms.
the jury.
Nestor.
Of course, it's accepted.
May it please the court. Almost good afternoon, good morning still, sir.
Good
morning.
minutes.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Kouri Richins.
Okay.
So I want to first talk about your, I guess we call it your curriculum vitae, which is a fancy way of saying your resume, right?
Correct.
And I reviewed that, that you gave to us. And can you tell me, sir, is there a difference between a document fraud examiner and a certified forensic document examiner? I said it wrong the first time. I'm going to get it right. Forensic document examiner is your title, correct?
That's correct.
And is there a difference between a forensic document examiner and a certified forensic document examiner?
Certified examiner is somebody that belongs to an organization that they pay and that they recognize him or them or her as part of their group.
It's not just payment, they also take a test, right?
Depends on the organization.
And in fact, there was an organization, there's an organization that accredits these organizations, and it's called the Forensic Specialties Accreditation Board. Is that right? Do you know what that is?
That's one of them.
And they are people who accredit these organizations to certify people, right?
Yes.
And if you go to one of these accredited organizations, and I'm going to just read some examples and see if you're familiar with them. The Board of Forensic Document Examiners, is that one of them?
There's an American Board of Forensic Document Examiners.
Okay. And are you also aware there's just a Board of Forensic Document Examiners?
I haven't looked into that one.
And Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners, SAFE?
I've heard of them.
Okay. And the International Association of Document Examiners, IADE?
I've heard of them.
And the National Association of Document Examiners, have you heard of them?
Yes.
And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, ACFE?
Not familiar with them.
Okay. And all these are groups that provide ways for forensic document examiners to become certified, and they're accredited by this Specialties Accreditation Board, right?
Yes.
And the way that they become credited, certainly they have to pay a membership fee. You're right about that. But they take an exam, right?
I assume so.
And they're given a bunch of samples that are peer reviewed by others to see if they agree that their analysis are good, right?
Correct. That would be the process.
And they do an oral board where they answer questions and respond to like on the spot testing of their skills.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. Is that, he said he doesn't know.
Well, so far, there hasn't been a foundation problem. Ask him whether he knows, which I think is what you're doing.
And it appears to me by your answers you know about all of this process, right?
There's a lot of organizations out there that people can join, even people that haven't been properly trained.
Right. And by being certified by any of these organizations that are accredited, that's an extra security and assurance to your customers and your clients that you've been screened, you've been vetted, and you've been certified that you're good at what you do, right?
It can be.
And you've never, ever done that in your whole career, have you?
No.
You've chosen not to ever seek certification.
Correct. Never gone for it.
And you do agree that the forensic science that you're involved in of handwriting analysis involves a lot of using your own best judgment, right?
Judgment based on experience and training, absolutely.
But your judgment,
only
your analysis.
Yes, and I've been properly trained in order to know how to use that judgment.
Okay. And certainly you agree that not every single forensic evaluator is going to come to the exact same conclusion by looking at the exact same writing. Is that fair?
I don't know that I agree with that. It would, again, depend on how much training they've had. It depends on who they were trained by. It is possible that individuals aren't going to have the exact same opinion as me.
Sure. And it also depends on the quality of the sample you're given, right?
Correct.
And original is best, right?
Yes.
One copy later after the original is a little worse, right?
There's about a 1 to 3% distortion rate from an original to a first generation photocopy.
And do you know which generation photocopy you were given?
I have no idea.
You know how many times it was photocopied?
No.
Do you know how many times it was faxed?
It didn't appear to be faxed, but no.
Okay. Do you know, and you never got a paper, you got a PDF sent to you.
Objection Foundation.
Well, these are yes or no questions, overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got a PDF sent to you on email, right? You didn't even get a document.
For this document, that's correct.
Right. And if we could please bring back up 8-4 and go to the page ending in 781. I believe this has been admitted, Your Honor.
One moment, please.
Can you make sure?
Not yet.
8-4?
His report. Did you put it in?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Not.
Just for
Seriously.
his review only, Your Honor.
The witness has 8-4.
781, I think it's like maybe the fourth or fifth page. Let's just kind of scroll. That one right there. So this page that you're looking at, is this a page that you included in your report that you submitted to the prosecution in this case?
Yes.
All right. And can we blow it up just to the extent you can a little bit, please, so he can see the body of it? Okay. And these are the levels of certainty that you talked about with Mr. Burmister, right? From the strongest opinion to the weakest opinion.
Yeah, it's not a scale based on pass or fail, but it helps the examiner to express his opinion as a whole.
So it's the standards that you typically use in your reports.
Yes.
And the best report you can give somebody is elimination. I can say 100% this person did not write this, right?
Or identification, depending on
Which one you're doing.
correct.
In or out, 100%, it's definitely not them.
I don't use percentages.
Okay, but that's your strongest.
Correct.
Elimination or identification are your two strongest opinions you can give, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then you can also give an opinion of strong probability did not, right?
Correct.
And that's not quite as good as I'm sure, but a little less than I'm sure, right?
It means all of the evidence says, in the one you're using, that the question and known were not authored by the same person, and that there's some feature that's missing. In this case, it's that it's a copy and not an original.
But you didn't use that. You didn't reach that conclusion in this case, right?
Correct.
So let's go to the next one. The next level of certainty is probably did not.
Correct.
Probably did not. And that is what you decided in this case, right? That
That's correct.
Eric probably did not sign that true stage, right?
Correct.
And can you read to me, or it's not in, but is it fair to say that probably did not means it's not quite up to virtually certain, right? Isn't that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And that is what you have reported with your training and your opinions, your expert opinions, that Eric probably did not sign that true stage document.
There was no evidence he signed it.
And you cannot say that Kouri did sign it, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, by saying that, you have no personal knowledge whether Kouri Richins was given permission by Eric to sign his name.
Objection.
Do you?
Maybe approach.
Sure.
Objection may we approach. It's probably one of the better word phrased objections that this lawyer has has offered up in this trial. He struggles with objections.
So just to repeat the question, you have no knowledge, and you weren't given any information to suggest one way or another whether Kouri had permission to sign her husband's name to that.
Correct.
So you don't know that.
I was not asked that, and that was not part of the examination.
And I see you're a married man.
Yes.
On your wedding ring.
Yep.
And does your wife ever sign your name on anything?
Objection.
Relevance?
I think we're a little bit beyond the scope of this gentleman's expert testimony here. Go ahead with your next question. Sustained.
And is it my understanding from your resume that you no longer do forensic document examinations for the Salt Lake City Police Department?
That's correct.
When did you stop doing that?
2020, I believe.
And is that the reason you stopped connected at all to an internal affairs investigation against you for falsifying documents?
Whoa. Whoa.
Did you, in fact, were you submitted to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Sure.
Let's throw a little spice on the end. Internal affairs, falsifying documents. What? Ms. Nestor, I hope you've got something there, because that's a big deal. It's Spice Day today. It is spicy. Right before lunch, too. We should be going to lunch after this one, as long as the state doesn't have any more direct, which they might.
I need you to restate the question.
Yes, sir,
Ooh, she
Your
can
Honor.
go there.
Were you subjected to an internal affairs investigation for falsifying documents?
Yes.
All right.
And now
And were
don't
you
work
ultimately exonerated?
Yes.
And was the person who accused you of doing that a law enforcement officer?
He was a retired sergeant who'd been hired back as a supervisor, who was then terminated for a number of issues.
So you were falsely accused by a law enforcement officer?
I was falsely accused by somebody who had been a law enforcement officer, but not at the time they made the complaint.
Thank you for that clarification.
Wow.
Are you aware that the whole science of forensic science I'm sorry, just 1 minute.
So does this go to why he wears the pins, to show that he does still support the police? There are no hard feelings?
Are you aware that the whole science of forensic document examination has come under fire in the last few years for accuracy and reliability?
Objection. It misstates the source. I noticed you grabbed her memo.
Foundation, Mr. Burris. Are you objecting on the basis of foundation?
Yes.
Would you lay some foundation, Ms. Nestor?
He butchers another objection.
Certainly, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the national... I'm sorry, I need to need a little bit of water.
Judge helps him out. You mean foundation.
Sorry. Are you familiar with the National Resource Council report titled Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States, A Path Forward?
I've read it at some point.
And are you aware in that report that they concluded the scientific basis for handwriting comparison needs to be strengthened?
Yes.
Are you aware that they found there's only been limited research to quantify the reliability and replicability of the practices used by trained document examiners?
I read that in there.
Are you also aware of something called the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology report, the PCAST report?
I'm familiar with it. I probably read it a long time ago.
PCAST.
Do you remember that they expressed concerns regarding the validity and reliability of conclusions made by forensic examiners and called for more empirical testing in the area?
Vaguely.
You talked about an error rate. Is that right?
Yes.
And remind me, what is the error rate of non-certified forensic document examiners?
the same as document examiners that have been properly trained.
Do you know that for a fact, or are you assuming that?
I'm assuming that not all document examiners are certified,
Fair.
and that the error rate, if they've been properly trained, apprenticed with the 4,000 hours that are required, that their error rate should be the same,
Which is what?
is less than 4%.
So 4 out of every 100 times they're wrong?
4% of the time they may make an error in their judgment.
Better
Are you
weatherman.
aware that the National Institute of Standards and Technology issued a report from an expert working group for human factors and handwriting examination, which found multiple problems with the reliability of handwriting analysis?
I haven't read that.
Former wife, Greeners.
All right, you've referred to the big binder in front of you, which were all of the handwriting samples that you reviewed and included in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Is that in? Nope.
It's not in. State did not admit his report.
And you relied on all of those documents in concluding whether or not making your decisions about whether Eric's probably did not sign that document?
Yes, I reviewed all 200 pages.
Okay. Can you turn to let me see. Court's indulgence. Can I talk to Mr. Burmester for just a minute?
Of course.
Of course. You never put in his report.
Looking over the documents, did you include a document? I am so sorry, my throat is fried.
Yeah, we hear you.
No, it's annoying to listen to. Give me just a second.
It's all right.
Sorry. Looking at the documents that you relied upon, was one of the documents titled the My Princess letter?
I did review that, yes.
Right. And what was that?
It was a few pages of writing purportedly written by Kouri.
By Kouri?
Or sorry, no, by Eric. I apologize.
Where did you get that letter?
This exceeds the scope, Your Honor, that is not in 849.
Your Honor, I'm allowed to go to anything he looked at to form his opinion.
Yeah, I just need clarification for a second if you'd approach.
Do approach. Murder Show 66, welcome to the jury. Thank you, my friend. Fellow creator as well. Welcome. Good to have you here. Downja says, Downja, J-A, I think it's Downja. Next trivia. The witness or his father was an episode of Forensic Files covering the Mark Hoffman case in Utah. That was a fascinating case involving forgeries, for one. Someone who was forging historical documents and selling them off, I think, mostly to the church, the predominant religion in the area. Setting up documents that purported to be from early members of the church and then selling them. He was also making, he made fake, what they called Deseret dollars, which was the first printed money in the state of Utah, and sold those to the church, and they were on display in the museum. Fascinating case. He also made bombs to blow people up. That
my throat,
were
my voice
onto
came
it.
back. So on the My Princess letter, that is something law enforcement gave to you to review in making your opinions, correct?
It was given to me as a question document, not a known sample.
And you were to review it to see who you think wrote it?
That's correct.
And can we pull up for the witness only MT4?
Your Honor, this is now outside the scope, clearly, because the foundation is,
Yeah,
it was not part of
I
it.
misunderstood your position, Ms. Nestor. Would you approach for a minute? My apologies.
I studied a lot about the Mark Hoffman case. The court. I actually checked out a copy of the transcript of that case from the library, and I'm not sure why they had it, but I found it. It was fascinating reading. Mark Hoffman always said he worked alone, but this guy just, in his own head, just dreamed up ways to forge documents and make them look historically accurate, and fooled many, many experts with this skill.
When you were looking at the Eric Richins handwriting samples to compare them with the True Stage signature, had you also already reviewed this document?
No,
This came after?
correct.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, that put an end to that, didn't it?
Were you asked to look at any other insurance documents to determine whether or not they had forged signatures on them?
I looked at a number of different documents that were in question.
Okay. And did some of them include insurance documents? Other policies besides the True Stage?
There were other documents, but I don't have recollection of how they were related.
So how many documents total were you asked to look at and decide who signed them or who didn't?
Your Honor, can we just clarify if it's a question or a known document? I'm lost.
That would be helpful if you could provide a little specificity there.
So just to be clear, there's documents that are called question documents where you're looking at them to decide who you think signed them, right?
Who was the author? Yes.
And then there's known documents where you know for sure through some way they've been validated that that's an actual signature that you can compare.
Correct.
Right. So how many documents, questioned documents, were submitted to you for your opinion in this case?
Between the civil and criminal, probably half a dozen or so.
Okay. And the only one that you're here today giving an opinion on is the True Stage document?
That's correct.
He's given it, I'll just.
Is that an objection? Kouri shakes her head. Sort of an eye roll.
Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor. I think
Of
I'm
course.
almost done. Just one moment, sir. Okay, last one. Were you ever asked to look at any closing documents for the Midway Mansion to determine the veracity of the signatures on those documents?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Within the scope of cross, Mr. Burmester.
Defense counsel asked if you're certified. Have you testified in a court of law regarding your forensic document examination?
Yes.
How many times?
48 times.
And if you, hypothetically, well, let me back up. Hypothetically, if you send your known and questioned documents out for verification, is your action different if you receive back information that their opinion differs from yours? Or do you just submit it?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact that you received a PDF is reflected in your ultimate opinion, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Nestor talked to you about that initial report the status of forensic sciences?
Yes.
That report, do you know when it came out?
Off the top of my head, no.
2008-ish or so?
You can't. He doesn't know.
Approximately.
Okay. And it addressed not just handwriting, but DNA, all the sciences, pattern matching sciences?
It reflected a majority of the different forensic sciences.
And gave opinions about steps each of those forensic sciences need to do better at.
Yes, the individuals involved in those were to study various aspects of the different forensic sciences and then come up with possible issues and then how to address those issues to make all of those forensic sciences more sound.
And PCAST came out in 2016. Sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And it did not mention at all forensic document examination, did it?
I don't recall, but that sounds right.
Identifying an author is difficult if it's a simulated forgery. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because in a simulated forgery, the individual gives up their own habits and characteristics in order to try and copy, draw, or duplicate somebody else's. And so the writing itself is, you can't identify who the author was, just eliminate who it purports to be.
Did you find any evidence at all that Eric Richins signed the True Stage document?
There was no evidence whatsoever.
Thank you.
Just very briefly. Talked about if it's a simulated forgery, people give up their own way they write to try to write like someone else, right?
Yes.
What about people who are intoxicated or under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Does their signature change?
There are a number of factors that can affect how a person writes. Drugs and alcohol can change it. In some cases, I've seen where alcohol makes somebody more exaggerated. Other things that can affect writing is stress, the writing surface, the writing instrument that they use, chronic pain, medications that they may be taking. There's a lot of factors associated.
THC, being stoned?
Haven't done specific studies in those, but anything that can affect motor skill could potentially alter how a person writes, but it won't change their characteristics or habits.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
I have nothing further.
Okay. May we release this witness, counsel?
Yes. That would
Yes,
be the
Your Honor.
state's request.
So you're free to go. You can talk about the case with anyone or no one. It's up to you.
Sounds good. Thank you,
Take care,
sir. You too.
Counsel, is now an appropriate time for a lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break until 1:15. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any report or any coverage of the case of any kind. And please don't do any research of any kind about the case. Enjoy your lunch break. Please rise for the jury. Oh,
May I ask for an additional 15 minutes, Judge?
yes.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
Long lunch.
Just doing that. 1:30.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, folks.
Mr. Ramos gets a point of personal privilege. Gets a long lunch today, additional 15 minutes. 1:30 is when we come back. That gives us a full hour. We're going to have a few minutes less than that. We're hoping that Selena Kay, who's there in the courtroom there, in the back on the third row, behind the reporters, behind the family.
All right, please have a seat.
That she's able to call in and give us a little lowdown on how the spice appeared in the courtroom.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Only funsies.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos?
Yes, sir. No.
Thank
All right.
you.
Folks, if you would make your way out of the courtroom or just stay quiet, I need to do a detention hearing in another case right now. Thank you.
Clear the table here?
No. Thank you.
You can leave all your stuff, but be quiet. We've got a detention hearing. Now I'm curious who's up. Selena is our courtroom observer today. She's there in court. We saw her there. We're going to give her just a minute so she can call in. So let's keep the phone line open for her there. As soon as she gets out to the hallway, she can call. Let's see. Only Funsies. Incredible gifts of membership gifts today. Just topped it off with another 20 gifts. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you on behalf of all the recipients. Let's see. Eric hid gummies in Kouri Richins' suitcase. According to Kouri and according to Kouri's friends, yes, there's nothing but rumors of THC. I think the family acknowledged they knew that he was using the THC gummies. Karen Laughlin, welcome to the gallery. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. It's your second month on the system, and your courtroom color has changed already. Looks great. Let's see. THC gummies are not hard drugs. Agreed. All right. When I was a court reporter, one of my judges would stop a trial to finalize adoptions. It always made me cry. So sweet. It's like, wait, we're stopping this murder trial to finalize an adoption. That's great. That's really cool. Don't make the kids wait. Will she take the stand? Kath, I really don't think she will. I don't see any benefit for Kouri taking the stand. I can only see downsides. Only Funsies, thank you very much. Making many, many people welcome. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate that. But was he using them as much as they are saying he did? Drama Lamos OG. I don't think so. I don't think he was using them nearly that much. I think this is
Call from Selena.
This is Selena. Yeah. Selena, thanks for calling. Oh.
Hello.
I'm sorry, Selena.
Yes.
Only Funsies has been gifting memberships today, and just gifted another 50 memberships.
Who?
Only Funsies in chat.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Awesome.
Wonderful support. That is amazing. But
that is amazing.
What a day. Thank you, Only Funsies, very much. Selena.
Oh my gosh.
It's a spicy day. It's a spicy day.
It is spicy. I didn't expect it to not be. I expected it to not be all these witnesses, but it has still been spicy. I thought we were going to get to the detective, but word of the day, Red Devil.
Red Devil, yes, Red Devil. Now, those could be Sudafed pills, right? The red Sudafed pills?
I don't know. I'm asking you to...
I've got a picture of them. Let me see if I can put this up on
Google
screen.
it for me, because we have no idea. We can't do that in there.
Yeah. Give me just 1 second. Let me send this to my... Well, let me just hold it up on screen. Is that okay?
We're all wondering about, what are they? Come on. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of Red Devils, and I'm not a prude by any means, but I've never heard of those.
Let's do this right here. Ready? This is Sudafed PE, a little red pill. Sinus congestion. Sorry, the refresh rate's making the lines look a little funny. I can't unplug the phone or else I lose Selena. So, yes, I think those could be them, but other people are saying that it was something else. That Red Devils, that's a word that means a different drug, and definitely not the pain pills.
No, and it was not Sudafed. And we did get to chat about that on a break. So I'm going to have to do a little bit more research before I dare say some of the things that came up. But it was more than Sudafed. Okay. Anyway, I just wrote down some top points. I thought that when his partner was on the stand, I thought that found it interesting that he talked about him popping pills in high school. That was kind of a tense moment that went back and forth, from defense to prosecution.
Right.
Another thing I wrote down is, good thing I go early because 6 people didn't get in today.
Why? Oh, there were more people than there were seats?
Yeah, 6 more.
Wow. I see that you were in the number 1 position, so
I got my number 1. That's my seat.
I'm going to put your name on it here soon.
right? And then, and they were waiting outside in the cold, so that was, they didn't come late. But anyway, most of Eric's family, a lot of Eric's family took up the second row of the public today.
Okay,
So that's a little tidbit for
beyond the one row. So they're
right.
Really
so if you look behind me to the next row behind where I'm sitting, everyone on there is a relative of Eric's.
Wow.
So there's a tidbit for you. Okay, and then another thing. What was I going to say?
Let me say this. With this spice, we are nearing the end of the state's case, right? It's like today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow, based on how things are going so far. But we're nearing the end. Are you sensing like a desperation on the defense's front? What's causing this tension to elevate in the courtroom and for this to get spicy like this? Is it just we saved the best for last?
I believe so. I believe it's like, okay, we are running out of days, so we have to bring everything and anything, throw it at the wall, as they say, see if it'll stick, because it has been contentious in here today.
Yeah, there's both sides are sort of agitated a little bit.
Oh, they are. So are they? Yeah, they are.
It's
Whether
the
states, states. Oh my gosh, you can feel it in the courtroom. It's like,
are the jurors observant of this? Are they paying attention to this? I mean, they missed a lot of the back and forth with Cody on the stand.
No, they get sent out. They don't get when it's gotten into the really spicy, red hot moments, the jury's been out.
So when the objection first comes up, though, are there like eye rolls and like ooh, and then they get sent out?
Well, they definitely, you can see their heads turn. They're like, yeah, they're paying attention. That's for sure.
Wow.
And then, how I told you about that juror that I felt like he was not paying attention, not taking notes.
Right.
Previously, he's still the same way, and every other juror today was taking notes. So that's still a trend with him. Just noticed that.
Maybe he's like the forensic accountant. He has like a photographic memory. He's just absorbing it all.
He could. I know I couldn't remember all of this. I'm telling you that. Yeah. And then when the defense attorney got I don't know who the witness was, the last witness, saying that it could have been Eric's signature. Oh, no, sorry. I wanted to go back. I missed what I wrote down. Sorry.
Throckmorton?
Oh, Cody's policy could have been the one changed, not Eric's. And he couldn't rule out that didn't happen.
I might have heard that.
Do you remember hearing that testimony? Yeah. Matthew Throckmorton was the witness. Okay. And the defense did get him to say, could it have been Cody's policy that was changed? And he could not rule that out.
Yeah, it sounded like this witness was not really familiar with what the documents were that he was reviewing. Like, he wasn't sure if there was a trust in there or a will in there or what it was. He was just like, whatever this page is, I've got this. I'm told that this is a signature that's good, and I'm going to compare it against these other ones. He was not very good for giving us the details behind the documents themselves. Almost seemed confused himself.
Right. I gather that, and of course we couldn't see the documents. So,
can you remind us again of the jury makeup, Selena?
I sure will. Let me pull to my first page. Okay, so on the back row, there's female, 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 and then 4 males.
Okay.
And the front row is 2 males, 2 females, and a male.
There you go. And that is total, let's see, 8. There are going to be 8 deliberating jurors on this because that's how Utah does this. So,
right.
So 4 of these
are alternates.
And we haven't lost any alternates yet, even though we had one juror who was late today.
Yeah, I was like holding my breath. I'm like, okay, where are you? Don't be giving us any Monday, heart attacks here.
Yeah.
They must have just...
it's always good to have the alternates all the way to the end of the trial, because it just leaves so many options open in case something goes wrong during deliberation, which we haven't had in a long time, but we're almost due
Right.
for deliberation.
Yeah, exactly. But I thought, well, maybe they're sick, but usually they would have called in. This was just like an AWOL kind of, we don't know where this jury is
We
kind of
like to think that
vibe.
they forgot to set their clocks forward.
Mhm. Hey, yeah, there you go. I know I was a lot more tired getting up this morning.
Yeah. Do you have any on the makeup of the jury one more time, as far as I know that Utah and Summit County is not a very diverse area, so it's not going to be extremely diverse in the makeup of the jury, but as far as ages go and everything else, what
Okay, so yeah, that is really interesting. So other than maybe two of them being younger, and I would say 20s or 30s, the rest of them are middle age. What I look at is late 40s, 50s. So there you go.
Okay, sounds good. And the one that's not keeping notes at all, is he one of the younger or
He is not. He is not.
Okay.
The younger ones are really taking a lot of notes. But yeah, it is just crazy that I don't think I've ever seen a jury. Well, I don't get to see a lot of them, but when they maybe tell us about them after a trial, that has been so much across the board, almost middle age. I will say middle age.
Yeah. And that's going to be probably due to the area you're in.
It is.
Summit County is very
Absolutely.
different, right? It is,
it's
a unique
and
little...
it is. And can I bring up one thing I thought of bringing out the other day? When that terrible language call was going on, I was home, so I didn't get to see their faces. But just observing the jurors for the last, this is the third week. I'm sure, being where they're from, their religion, their background, that had to have been very hard for them, some of them, to sit through.
Yeah. Be interesting to know. I wonder if they talk afterwards. That'll be very fascinating to hear.
Yeah, so there's just an interesting point, just knowing where I'm from and the connection, how our the church fits into the small areas and things like that. Yeah. So, one last thing.
Yeah.
The bailiff today, when it was off, we were coming back from a break, and the judge had not come back in yet. The bailiff cautioned Eric's family to watch their facial expressions.
Okay.
And that happened. So anyway,
that might be
probably
as a result of the complaint that the defense had about facial expressions, and they went back and looked at it. But Kouri's been throwing a couple. I mean, I know you can't see because you're behind her, but we've had some eyebrows and some eye rolls. So.
I'm sure she has, but I'm just saying when I watched her on TV, I was like, holy cow, she's making far too many. And, I think that they're aware of, that, I don't know, the jury does watch. That there's 3 jury members that watch the gallery a lot. And whether it's for just get distracted, I don't know. But
maybe
there's only
they're watching for those courtroom artists illegally sketching their picture.
Maybe so. I've already guessed which one thought he was being drawn. I just know because I so I can talk about that later when maybe if there's any jury. Yeah, because I know which one had sent that to the judge, and that juror looks out in the gallery a lot, and maybe it's for nerves. I don't want that to happen again. So you know what I mean?
Yep. Well, we have only 3 witnesses left after this one. So if he's done on the stand, we only have Jamie Woody, Todd Gabler, who's the private investigator, the Richins, the trust hired, and then Jeff O'Driscoll, who was going to be a spicy one, possibly the walk the dog letter for Jeff O'Driscoll coming in.
Right.
So that's going to be just a lot of spices, just ramping up right till the end.
And I think they're going to have. I don't think O'Driscoll will come on today, just because there is some motions that were filed, and they've got to argue those before he comes on.
Yeah.
So my call is they'll finish with these shorter witnesses, and then they'll do that before today ends, so that when he comes in tomorrow, all of that is done. And the judge kind of said that to the attorneys. So
yeah. Selena, thank you very much. I'm glad. Are you going to stay for the rest of the day?
Oh, yeah.
And tomorrow?
Heck yeah.
Wonderful.
I'm going to be here every single day this week.
That's awesome. You can't wait. Can't wait to hear how this goes. I think the spice will continue. So get yourself some lunch. Go out and get your lunch. You've only got about 45 minutes left before we have to be back in court.
I know. He gave us longer today, though.
I'm going to run to the post office. I haven't had time to do this. It's always closed.
I don't have to, devour my lunch. I can just eat it in peace. So, all right.
That's awesome.
Till the next time.
Thank you, Selena. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
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 All right, we are going to go to lunch. We're leaving the court feed up. You can see the judge's head. I mean, just barely, like right down here on the bottom of the screen. Can you see this? Right underneath my mouse cursor. He's doing that other hearing, that detention hearing right now. So we're not missing anything in the Kouri Richins trial. They're at lunch. They won't be back for another 45 minutes, but we're going to leave this live feed with the audio from court up. So as soon as they do come back, we're not going to miss a thing. In the meantime, I'm going to run to the post office. I know I've got a couple packages here that I'm being bugged. I need to pick up or else they'll send back. And I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to run to lunch. We're leaving the sound effects off. Sorry. The people have spoken on that one. And we'll be back here in just a little bit. I'll give you my desk view right there. So I'm going to run to lunch and grab some food. We'll be back in just a little bit. Who are these people who have spoken? The people who have spoken, greeters, the people. They voted with their views. All right, catch you guys in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Shame on you, sir.
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Because he's the guy.
I'm not a cat.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend. What more do you need to see?
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge? Have them send someone with more experience.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I saw a chicken fight. Hello?
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
You're comparing apples and orangutans here.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Because he's the guy.
It's not your turn to talk. I'll tell you when you can talk.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I'm the one who gets to say that.
I got a stubby little pencil.
In front of the Walmart.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Hello?
I got a stubby little pencil.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
All right. I'm back. I'm not sure what it is about some of y'all. Some of you just like to see me suffer. But I did run to the post office, and thank you for the 3 jars of spicy maple bourbon pickles. Thank you for that. I also got someone that sent me I didn't say who, but someone sent me the Hall's. You can't see them because they're green. Hall's Defense. Let me go this way. Hall's Defense. Not the sugar-free, but the regular ones. The big bag, 80 drops. Favorite candy ever, vitamin C. And then as far as torture goes, I've got some spicy treats. Thanks, Josh. I left the sound effects on quietly. I got some jalapeno roasted pumpkin seeds, which are not too hot. Those sound delicious. These, however, scorpion pepper pistachios. On the Scoville rating, they say these are about 3 to 20 times hotter than habanero, which is hot. There's a lot of spice. Because of the spice today, I might crack open the smoked jalapeno. I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to do the scorpion pepper pistachio, though it sounds delicious. So, all right, welcome back to court. We're going to go right now back to the courtroom. It's actually hilarious to me that the green screen blocks it out. It is like the exact same color as my green screen. It's like maybe a shade or two darker is all. But good stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Do I like spicy food? I like spicy maple bourbon pickles. I like salsa. So like when I make my own garden fresh salsa, I will use 6 or 8 jalapenos and maybe 1 or 2 habaneros, usually with the seeds out on the habaneros, seeds in with the jalapenos. But I don't like burning. I don't like the fire in the mouth, the coughing so much you're collapsing a lung. That part's not as much fun to me. But I like to try hot stuff, so I will. Do we know who is next? If the state follows what they told us earlier this morning, we should have James Woody up next. James Woody, who is right before the private investigator, and that guy is right before the final witness, who's going to be Jeff O'Driscoll. So it should be fun. Let's see. Sure, the kiddos were disappointed in that. No, they love going. They love going, and I let them open the packages, so that's what they love. Holy cow. Did we get some more gifted come in here? Wow. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. What? Okay, hang on. We got the jury makeup with the call. Only Funsies gifted 10. Josh gifted 5. Only Funsies gifted another 5. Only Funsies gifted another 10. Virginia Little gifted 5 memberships. Josh Hutchins gifted 5 memberships. Wow. You guys are pouring on the free memberships. Just to let you know, 173 new members today. Almost all of those are gifted memberships. So thank you for your generosity. All of y'all. That is amazing. All right. I had nothing to do with it. So screeners, it was not me. That's wonderful. All right. Yeah, we have had some more people here. So you welcoming them with that gifted membership is amazing. Makes people feel right at home, and it makes them want to come back. So thank you for doing that. All right. Everybody subscribe. Yes, please do. We would love to have. We'd love to hit 70,000 here. Maybe next month. I'd like to hit 70,000 subscribers. That'd be really cool. I like flavorful heat, just not heat for no reason. Kelsey, I'm with you on that. I like to have the variety, the flavor. I like to be able to taste everything else that's in the salsa, not just the ghost pepper. I just call that out for no reason. But Kelly says, I have my membership thing to the right, but not a member yet. Kelly, somehow you dodged the gifts. That's impressive. Good dodging skills. You'd probably be good at dodgeball. Just hold out. It might happen. Let's see. Why not today? I'm going to start with the jalapeno. I just don't know what my tolerance level is today. So I'll try a little bit, but if I have to run to the hospital, that would not be as fun.
I'm not a cat.
Yes. Only Funsies. Only Funsies is just welcoming everybody with new memberships. Thank you very much, Only Funsies. Another 5 gifted memberships. Now I can't open the bag. It's time to break out the knife. The knife. There we go. Letter opener, this is what it is. Nice Scottish letter opener. Thank you, Sloth Life, by the way. Okay, we have a half tray of water. Do you have to be a YouTube member to be a member of this channel?
When we started 110 years ago?
To be a member of the channel, you have to have a YouTube account, which you have, Cola Claymaker, because you're talking, which means you've subscribed. To subscribe, you have to have a YouTube account. That's basically all that's needed. But Peter Tupperware says I can match that. Gifts another 5 memberships. Peter, thank you. Ooh, these smell good. Pumpkin jalapeno. Only Funsies got her tax refunds, says Busy the Gamer Mom. I have to do my taxes. I'm not excited. Let's see. When we return here, we are just a couple minutes, actually 7 minutes away from the judge coming back. So I might be quiet here for a minute while I taste these and see if they're delicious or not. If you want to receive a gifted membership, you only have to tell YouTube once that you are willing to receive a gifted membership. There's a page you can do that on. Our mods will help you find that one. Lindsay LeBerg, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Lindsay. What do you get with the gifted membership? You get a courthouse by your name. Anyone who has a green name in chat has a courthouse color by their name. When you first join the channel, it starts off as blue, then it turns light blue, and then it turns light green, and then it turns, I believe, I have to remember. There's a series how we find it. You also get access to some special emojis. You get reserved virtual seating, which is just a way to say thank you. So you get to type ! seat, and you get welcome to a reserved seat at the front. And mostly you just get my appreciation, because it's support like that allows me to do what we do here every day and bring you court. It's my dream job. I love it, but you guys make it possible. So thank you very much. Lee, the OG member for 37 months. Lee, you are an OG. Not just an OG, the OG. Look at that. Time flies. 37 months. Lee, in honor of you, I'm going to taste this hot, spicy stuff. Oh, that's good. That's good. The pumpkin and jalapeno, surprisingly, like, equal flavors. That's delicious. And roasted as well. So, Laura Bronson gifted 10 more memberships. This is how you win a membership. You're just here. Kelly Mange, welcome to the gallery. Kelly, thank you very much. See, now you have a blue courthouse by your name. So everyone who has a green name now can type ! seat in chat, and you'll be able to be welcomed in and seated on a virtual seat. So holy smokes, you guys are nuts with memberships. That is crazy today. I believe that takes us to 199 new members today. Thank you very much. What you eating, Miss Mary? I was sent these. I think Melissa sent these to me. Pumpkin seeds, smoked jalapeno flavor, probably in honor of the spice we have today in court. So we have about four or 5 minutes until the judge comes back in, and we get going again with the state's case in chief, which should end tomorrow. I don't think we're going to get there today. There's just been way too many delays. Arguments, motions, objections, issues. Kelsey says, I'll make it an even 200. Kelsey, thank you very much. Josh says we can't say stuck on that. Thank you. 200 now. Thank you very much. Kouri Richins obtained loans illegally by falsifying her assets. RM Diva, that's the state's claim, is that she did that. One of the claims is that she obtained a loan illegally that she wasn't allowed to. Honestly, I think if there's a charge related to her getting the $250,000 loan against the home, I think that one won't stick, because the presence of a document authorizing her from her husband to be, power of attorney, that's huge. That's huge. And she has the right to do that then. Only Funsies gifted another 5. Only Funsies. You're amazing. You're amazing. Thank you very much. So did she also commit tax fraud? Interestingly enough, Judy, it appears that Kouri was more interested in looking like she was earning more money. So if anything, she might have paid too much taxes. She might have claimed more income than there was, which would make her owe more than she did owe. It's bizarre, but it seems like she was focused only on one thing, and that was showing that she had a lot of income, and that income helped her get loans, which let her get more income. So I guess it's self-perpetuating. But Yes, you can see the perks under the membership. Click on the loyalty badges and see how many months and colors for the courthouses. Greener says, I remember when gifting 100 memberships meant you got to nominate a new mod. That was a very, very unique situation, by the way. I think she'll be tried on financial fraud either way. Who's up for the state? Cindy, the next person up should be Jamie Woody. Need a Lurkers membership. Cure fans, San Diego, welcome. 80s Music Man says, who needs a membership? For some reason, 80s Music Man's account cannot receive gifted memberships. We don't know why. We have tried unsuccessfully to hit him with a gifted membership for a long time. And it just won't work. So there's a civil trial against her as well as criminal. There's a separate there's some financial stuff that's broken out separately against her. And there's a civil lawsuit. Well, she sued, Katie and friends right away. I don't think that one's over either. Who testified today? Is it worth rewatching? Laura, yes. Oh my goodness, we got the spice. We got Cody Wright, who was the business partner for Eric in C&E, and it was good. You'll want to watch that. There was some great arguing, objections, and everything. Subscribe is free. Yes, you can subscribe. It doesn't cost anything. Judge is back. Here we go. Right on time, actually. Thank you, Judge, for being prompt. Missy 108, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. Was today good to the state? It's been good for the state today. They've won most of their objections and had some good evidence brought in. Not everything perfect, but defense has really struggled to gain ground today. They're back. We're just waiting for audio from court. Might be waiting for the jury. Let's get RA to 70,000 subs. That would be amazing. I'd love to hit the 70,000 mark. Donna, I don't know what it is. Sometimes the gifts just miss sometimes. Only Funsies. Oh my goodness. Only Funsies is on a mission to get everyone in green. Thank you, Only Funsies. Let's see. How do you get the gallery comment with your months? At the 1 month mark, you get a membership. If you look on chat at the very bottom of your screen, there's a little $sign. So underneath the chat window, there's a $sign. You can click on that, and it will show you if you have a membership anniversary, a memberversary message reserved ready for you, and you get one per month. But if you miss one, you use the next month, so you don't get it doesn't save them. You have to use them as they come up, or else they expire. Let's see. Waiting for the judge. We know he's there. There we go. Balo Bird, member for 6 months. Woohoo, I'm at 6 months, and look, I'm all shiny yellow. Loving this trial with you, RA. Thank you. Elisa, PIOK, member for 27 months. Makes you an OG. Thank you for the happy smiley faces. Tasha Trufala, member for 16 months. It only took me 16 months to find this out. Oh my goodness, they're coming in like crazy right now. Leanne gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you, Leanne. Only Funsies, thank you so much. Honestly, your support means so much. Thank you from my family. I appreciate what you do. That is amazing today. You've helped a lot of people just feel loved and supported. Let's see. French Toasty, member for 1 month. Thank you very much, French Toasty. And then we have also Suzanne, I think it's Suzanne Yaz. Suzanne Yaz, welcome to the gallery. Suzanne, sorry, I struggle with names. Mary Member for 3 months, Mary R. said, hi, had to play with the setting. Yes. Cleverly Twisted, member for 4 months. Thank you very much. Birdie B, member for 17 months. Says it's flown by, not to mention the time I was before a member, which makes you an OG. Jenny J gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Jenny J, for sharing the love that way. And welcome, y'all. I hope I didn't miss anyone with their membership message. Not a chatter, but here I am, says Lulu Patty. Lulu, we see you. Welcome. Thanks for saying hi.
00139. Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we invite the jury in?
Your Honor, just to let the court to know that we will move to admit and publish the 911 call before calling the next witness.
No objection.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, sir.
If you would invite the jury in, please. Let's see, Scott.
Yes. Oh, the other one. Jen J, glad to be here. 3 months. Thank you. Traveling, thriving, true crimin'. Member for 4 months. Time flies when you're having fun. It does. Stonehouse is member for 11 months, so that's why the $ blinks. Now you know. Almost at a year mark. Thank you for your support. I'm not going to be able to read this off once court starts. I'll put them on the screen, but... Joan Feather says, I lurk every day, but usually late start. Wonderful. Glad you could be here, Joan. Thank you so much. 28 months. Darlin. OG. Thank you very much. What time are we due back? We are back right now. Right now. We're just waiting for the jury to come in and take a seat. And these are good. These pumpkin seed smoked jalapeno. Oh my goodness, it's a good match. The flavors are perfect. Purple coconut, I'm so sorry I missed yours. Let me go back. I want to impeach Nestor. Okay, I got you there. Sorry, purple coconut. Some of them, they fly in fast. They're hard to catch. Did Kouri actually start CPR? I think we heard she was about to when the medics showed up. So that would be probably no. We'll have to listen to see if we get the call that tells us. Shannon, member, 25 months. OG, love this channel, love this trial. It's everything plus more than I expected. That's a great way to put it. Thank you, Shannon.
Please have a seat as you come in. Thank you. All right, please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish State's Exhibit 2-40D, the 911 call.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection.
Okay. Scott, let's give this a try.
911, what's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's the good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 987. Okay, is this going to be in Francis? Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light on. He's not breathing? He's not breathing? I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing?
No.
Okay, can you do CPR?
No, I don't know how.
You don't know, I'm going to tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR?
Yeah.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
No, there's
You have one available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, are you right by your husband right now?
Yes, he's so pale. His mouth is open.
Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the floor, on the ground?
I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't.
You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down,
He's
okay?
just yellow.
We need to help
Yellow
them.
and white.
I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you.
He doesn't have a pulse.
He doesn't have a pulse?
No. There's no pulse.
Okay. I'm here with you. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay?
Okay.
Tell me when you've done that.
Okay, I'm ready.
You ready? Okay, he's on the floor?
He's on the bed.
Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor?
Okay.
I think she said I'm going to try.
There's spots on it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening.
I'm here with you. Are you not able to? You're not able to move him to the floor?
Go out. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister.
You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them.
No, he's just too heavy.
Is he still on the bed?
Yes.
Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress?
Yes.
Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head.
Okay.
Okay? I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now.
Okay.
Tell me when he's on the floor.
I can't move it. It's just dead weight. Like it's just...
You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him.
Yeah, can you please send somebody?
Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab their feet. Grab his feet. Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed.
Okay.
How old is your husband?
39.
39?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, were you able to pull his feet off the bed?
I'm pulling.
Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him.
Okay.
Once they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor.
Okay, he's on the floor.
You got him on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay?
Okay.
Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Okay.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay? Start pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep.
Okay.
Okay, start counting out loud so I can count with you, okay? We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
Okay. 1,
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know if the front door is open?
No, it's locked.
It's are you? I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home, or is it just you?
It's all my kids.
Okay. Are one of them old enough to go unlock the door?
Yeah, it's unlocked.
It's unlocked now?
Yeah, he's here. He's there.
Okay, we need to keep doing CPR.
He's in here.
Okay.
Do I keep you on the phone?
Yes, keep me on the phone. Go unlock the door and come back to doing CPR.
No, he's here. He's here.
Okay,
He's in my
Firefighter Monaco is on scene. I'm beginning CPR, chest compression.
Okay, is the ambulance there with you?
Yes.
Not yet. Ambulance is en route.
Oh. Okay, are we doing CPR still?
Yes, he's doing CPR. He's doing CPR right now.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What kind of vehicle do you have outside?
Me? I don't have a vehicle outside.
White Toyota 4Runner.
Okay, did a paramedic take over?
Paramedics haven't arrived yet. We're in the back bedroom.
Ma'am, who's there with you? Can you hear me?
Okay, okay. When did you last see him talking to your phone? I'm sorry, what? Okay.
know.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Wow.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jamie Woody.
Detective, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
If there were any
Do you
compressions,
solemnly
they
swear
were
the
limited.
testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Jamie Woody?
You spell the last name Woody?
Yes.
What do you currently do for a living?
I am a deputy at Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Were you a deputy with the Sheriff's Office in March 2022?
Yes.
What was your job then?
I was a detective.
What is your job now?
I'm a canine officer.
In March of 2022, were you assigned as the lead detective in connection with Eric Richins' death?
I was.
Prior to this case, were you ever lead investigator on a death investigation?
Yes.
Had you assisted in death investigations?
Yes.
What was your prior experience with death investigations?
We would show up and see if they were basically an attended or unattended, expected or not expected.
About how many death investigations did you participate in?
A handful.
Prior to this case, did you have any experience with poisoning investigations?
No.
Did you have any experience with digital forensics?
No.
Did you have any experience with forensic accounting?
No.
Prior to this case, what was the biggest case you had investigated as a lead investigator?
Rape case.
Were most of your assignments prior to this case sexual assault and special victims cases?
Yes, they were.
Were you called to Eric Richins' home in the early morning of March the 4th, 2022?
Yes.
Why?
To do a death investigation.
How is it that you caught that call?
I was just the on-call detective.
And is that just random, essentially?
Yes, it is.
When you arrive at a death scene, I think you just mentioned this, are you first trying to determine whether the death was medical or potentially suspicious?
Yes.
In this case, was the death scene the bedroom where Eric Richins' body was?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Richins' home, what did you first encounter?
I ran into his sister at the bottom of the driveway. I spoke to her briefly. I went in and spoke to the initial officer that was on scene, and I did interview some of the witnesses there.
When you met with his sister in the driveway, do you remember which sister?
Amy.
Did what she told you inform you how you approached what you did once you entered the house?
Yes.
What did she inform you?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Of course.
This calls for hearsay. Might have a rule around it. But the effect on the listener. But what did Amy say that day about Kouri? Scott's back there twirling his mustache, looking great. Now, he laid great foundation for this. I think it's coming in. I was listening to that 911 call carefully to hear if I could hear any sound of exertion in her voice. Like if you're working CPR on somebody, it's going to sound like you're working CPR on them. Whether it changes your breathing, whether it changes the way you talk, whether there's just like just there's a pressure. You can't watch a tennis match without hearing somebody exert themselves trying to hit the ball. There would be some effect on you if you're doing it right. I didn't hear that from Kouri. Not saying she didn't do it. I just didn't hear it. Done CPR training. I had sore arms the following day. Steph, thank you very much. Or Stephen, excuse me. Stephen O'Neill. Really good with names. Stephen, thank you. Does the operator have more urgency than KR? Yes. Very much so. There was a lot odd there. Looking at the body language. Judge is doing some explaining. I think there's a handprint on that little ledge that Mr. Bloodworth always puts his hand on now. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a legal issue I need to work a little bit on. If you would stand up, stretch your legs, take a walk.
By my count, that was objection number 223 in this trial. OG Boy Mama, 19 months, almost OG. What can I call it? There you go. The question was, what did Amy say to you?
Please have a seat.
It might be a proffer here. Let's see where this goes.
Still on the record. Excuse me. Detective, you're still under oath. That chair sucks. I apologize. Mr. Bloodworth.
I'll just ask the question.
Yeah, ask your next series of questions. Let's see where we go.
When Amy met you in the driveway, did she say anything that informed your investigation?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told me that Eric had said to her that he thought Kouri was going to kill him.
Then did you go into the house?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Nestor, were there any questions about anything else that Amy said to her that you'd want to ask?
Yes, Your Honor. Let me pull up her report really quickly. Sorry, Your Honor, just one moment.
No problem.
Okay.
Happy birthday, KLB. Welcome.
Let me put this up so I get it exactly right. All right, so I want to make sure, because it appears from your report there were 2 conversations with Amy, so I would like to make sure we're talking about the same one. Okay. When you first arrived, and you saw Amy in the driveway. You're saying that is when she told you that Eric said that Kouri was going to kill him?
Yes, they said, she said it during both conversations.
Okay. So in your report, when you reported what happened, you said Amy said she thought I should know that Eric and his wife Kouri were having problems and that Kouri had threatened him.
Yes. Threatened to kill him. Yes.
Okay, that's different than what you just said. So that's what you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. Then you walked in the home and then you came back out and had another conversation with Amy and her other sister, right?
Yes.
All right. And can you explain, just because we're going to get into this in a minute, what they told you on that second conversation?
I'm trying to remember. They said they had been fighting a lot and that Kouri was erratic when she was drinking and that Eric had told them that she had threatened to kill him.
And did Amy tell you that Kouri found out recently she wasn't the beneficiary anymore and that because of that she threatened to kill Eric?
She told me that at some point, but I can't remember when.
Okay. So she told you that Kouri had found out he had basically made her not a beneficiary?
At some point, yeah.
Before he died?
She said that at some point, but I don't remember when she told me that.
Okay. Do you remember when you had that first conversation with Amy, any specifics about when that statement was made to his family, under what circumstances, or any details about the statement?
No.
And that's before you even walked in the house, right?
Yes.
Did you ever do any investigation to verify that?
Yes, afterwards.
I'm sorry, verify what?
I don't know what that is. My apologies.
Sorry, that statement had been made by Eric?
We did an investigation, but that specific statement, I could only ask her what he'd said.
So it was just her word? You didn't corroborate with anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And what about that statement changed the way you behaved when you went into the house? Because I think that's the question he was asking you.
It just made us look at it with a more critical eye.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I need from her.
Would you approach for a moment
Yes.
just to make sure I have the same understanding you do?
All right. With the proffer done, the jury is not here. The judge has heard what is going to be said. He's going to make a ruling on what can come in. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. There were two things. One that was that Kouri had threatened to kill Eric, and that Eric had said that Kouri was trying to kill him. Man, that's some pretty tough evidence in a murder trial. Hearsay, though, we'll see if it comes in. Should have been written better in their report, that's for sure. But I think the state is trying to point out through their questioning of this witness that this woman is not a very experienced investigator, especially in this level of crime. Eric's sisters were suspicious. I believe they didn't like Kouri even before this happened. Yeah, plenty of options to bring the statement in, effect on the listener. Excited utterance, but I think for this one, it is being said for the truth of the matter. So, They were trying to convey that Kouri was trying to kill Eric. Yeah, Kim, someone needs to ask that question. Who was the guy who showed up? Oh, he's here. He's here. Kouri ran to the door, said it's unlocked, said, oh, he's here. Come in. He's back here. And the guy is talking, saying the medics haven't arrived. He's got a white Toyota 4Runner. Who is that? Was that a first responder who happened to be in the area and responded directly to the scene instead of, like, to the fire station? Circumstantial evidence carries just as much weight as physical evidence. There was a cop who was nearby. It sounds like he was in his personal vehicle, though. Toyota 4Runner, not usually a cop car. And the dispatch didn't know that he had arrived. So it wasn't going to be somebody on duty. Brittany, that sounds right. Like it was an off-duty, someone who heard the call, heard the dispatch, responded straight to the scene because they were closer, and began doing CPR, but didn't have their medic gear, weren't with an ambulance or anything. Here we go.
Counsel, I appreciate the discussion. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, let me grab my cyanide.
Detective, make sure you listen to the question, okay?
Okay.
Everyone's slowly rising for the jury.
Brittany, can I switch out? This one's dead.
It's getting red.
It's red.
Mr. Bloodworth asks for a new battery for his wireless lavalier microphone. It's currently red. New batteries have been placed in it. Jury's arriving.
Have a seat, thank you. Have a seat, thank you. All right, we're on the record. The jury is present. Detective, you're still under oath. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
So, ma'am, when you arrived at the house, Amy Richins met you in the driveway.
Yes.
Did what she told you suggest that Kouri Richins may have been involved in Eric's death?
Yes.
After you spoke with Amy in the driveway, what did you do next?
I went into the home and I spoke with the initial investigator and kind of took a look at the scene, and then I interviewed people present.
And was that person that you referred to as the initial investigator, was that Vinny Wynn?
Yes.
He was the patrol officer that was filling out the death checklist form?
Yes.
Did he update you on what information he had down on his form?
Yes.
Did you also speak with Officer or Deputy David Pimentel?
I don't remember.
Did you speak with Kouri Richins?
Yes.
What did Kouri Richins say about what happened the night of Eric's death?
She said that they were celebrating something and that they had a shot of alcohol, and around 9 o'clock they went to bed. At around 9:30, one of her kids woke her up with a nightmare, so she went down to their bedroom and stayed there for a while until about 3 o'clock, and then she came back to her own bedroom. She said when she got there, Eric was in the same position. He was really ghost white. He was cold, and when she nudged him or moved him, he was heavy. He didn't appear to be breathing, so she called 911.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric Richins' health or using medication?
Yes. She said that he was a very healthy guy. He ran marathons. She said that he had been complaining of chest pains that night, but he had had COVID twice, and that he currently had Lyme disease, but he didn't like taking anything for it. He had pain pills prescribed, but he didn't take them. He took vitamins instead.
Did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric using street drugs?
No.
Did anyone at the scene inform you whether they thought Eric Richins may have died of an aneurysm?
Yes.
Do you recall who?
One of the medical paramedics or one of those guys.
When you looked around the death scene, did you see any evidence of illicit drug use?
No.
Did you see any evidence of drug paraphernalia?
No.
Did you look at the trash cans at the death scene in the bedroom and surrounding the bedroom?
Yes, I did.
Did you find anything in those trash cans?
No, they were empty.
Did you ask Kouri Richins about why they were empty?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said her housekeeper had emptied them.
Did you ask her housekeeper's name?
I did.
How did she respond?
She said she couldn't remember her name.
What? What?
What, as you understand it, are the laws for searching a home when investigating a death scene?
You can search the immediate area and look for anything that might explain what had happened. Anything more than that, you need either a warrant or some probable cause.
And here, that immediate death scene was the bedroom.
Yes.
With the information you had at the time, what Kouri Richins had told you, no drug paraphernalia, no signs of illicit drugs, possible aneurysm, did you believe you had probable cause to apply for a warrant to search the entire home?
Your Honor, objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
And you asked for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
Yes.
Did you ask for consent to search beyond the immediate death scene?
I did. We asked if we could search the kitchen garbage.
And why did you ask to search the kitchen garbage?
That's where he had been for the last part of the night, and garbages are usually a good place to see if there's any evidence of any kind of illicit drugs or anything like that.
Did someone else search that garbage?
Yes.
Did they find any evidence of illicit drugs?
No.
Beyond the garbage in the kitchen, did you ask for consent to search the rest of the home?
No.
Why not?
At that point, there wasn't anything that said it was a crime. I didn't know what I'd be looking for, and I wanted to be mindful of family that was grieving.
Let me, in a hypothetical, contrast the death scene that night with a fictional one. If you arrive at a death scene at a home and the cause of death is obviously a gunshot wound, but there is no gun near the body, would you apply for a warrant to search that home?
Yes, I would.
In the 2 weeks following Eric's death, did you gather Eric Richins' health records?
I did.
Why?
I wanted to see if there was a reason or a medical reason for his death.
And who provided you his health records?
His sister, Katie.
Did you then provide those health records or information from that health record to the medical examiner?
I did.
In the 2 weeks after Eric's death, did you also gather Eric's will, trust, and power of attorney papers from Katie Richins Benson?
Yes.
Did you also speak with Crystal Bowman Carter, Eric's attorney who prepared those documents?
I did.
In those 2 weeks, did you speak with Christina Miller, Eric Richins' divorce attorney?
Yes.
Is the next big event in your investigation when you received preliminary toxicology results?
Yes.
Was that on April the 8th, 2022?
Yes, it was.
What information did those results provide?
That he had died from a massive fentanyl overdose.
Did that preliminary toxicology result alter the trajectory of your investigation?
Yes.
Based on that toxicology result, did you then get warrants to search the Richins' home, vehicle, and Kouri Richins' person for illicit drugs, digital devices?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute that warrant on April the 13th, 2023?
Yes.
When you executed that warrant, did you inform, April 13th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. When you executed that warrant, did you inform Kouri Richins that the preliminary toxicology results showed that Eric Richins died of fentanyl intoxication?
Yes.
Did detectives search the house that day?
They did.
Did the detectives search Kouri Richins' automobiles that day?
Yes.
Did detectives find any evidence of fentanyl in the home or the automobiles?
No.
Why did you seek through the warrants to collect Kouri Richins and Eric Richins' digital devices?
I wanted to see if there was a source for how they got the fentanyl, if he was texting or anything like that.
or if she was.
Yes.
Did you seize Kouri Richins' white iPhone on that date?
Yes.
Did you also seize Eric Richins' iPhone?
I did.
On that date, was there a red truck at the home?
Yes.
Was there a brown truck at the home?
No.
Did you seize any THC products?
Yes.
So not CBD, THC.
On May the 2nd, 2022, did investigators send those THC products to the state crime lab for testing?
Yes.
On March the 4th, 2023, did Brian Holden from the state crime lab send investigators the test results?
Yes.
And did those test results confirm that there was no fentanyl in those THC products?
Objection, can we approach?
Well, did they or didn't they? Don't get any water on your star. All right, so they're testing the gummies to see if there's fentanyl. Of course, the defense would love there to be fentanyl on the gummies, which he apparently got from Mexico at the ranch, right? That's the defense's story. This is a accidental self-overdose in their mind. State saying not so fast. Squishy Bum says, I think, what a nice name, by the way. I think I was 100% wrong that Eric put the house in trust without telling her. That was way wrong. Do we have a count on objections? That was number 225 by my count. 225. They never tested the pill bottles for fentanyl. That's correct. But they still have them available. They could test them now. The house was Eric's before the marriage. It was just in his name, right? I think it was just in his name. YouTube has been having some trouble the last couple of weeks. Occasionally people lose sound. If you just refresh the page, it fixes it. I'm showing it's working just fine on my side. Really loud white noise today. It's coming from court. All right. It was purchased after the marriage, but it was purchased from his siblings. Usually property acquired during a marriage is split 50-50. But if it's transferred while he's alive, I mean, they could sell the house while they're alive, and money might not be split 50-50. And so they basically transferred it to the trust while he's alive, and that gets rid of her right to it. Laura says she stole $250,000 off my house. I wouldn't have left her fish sticks in the freezer in my trust. No fish sticks for you. They did have a prenup. They weren't married. It was purchased before they got married. This sounded like a golf tournament, says it as well. That's probably my voice. That's hers. I get that criticism a lot. And now, teeing off on the 18th hole. Filed my own divorce, never saw a dime of child support. Long sidebar. The fish sticks comment is resonating quite well with the audience. Now I'm worried if I have to assign the fish sticks that are in my freezer to somebody in my will. They're probably still going to be there when I pass. Waffles and True Crime says, I believe they said that she lived in it with him before they were married, but it was his house. Okay, that would make it more. It makes sense a little more that way. The prenup basically said what you came into the marriage with and what's in your name you get. Wonder if we're going to kick the jury out again for this one. I could turn off all the court noise. Let's turn it way down for now. How about that? You can still hear it. I'll turn it back up as soon as I start talking.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
I remember. She apparently had a power of attorney which allowed her to get the loan against the home. Why would she have a power of attorney? I don't know what brought that about. I mean, why would you draft one up if you didn't want to do it? Did she forge power of attorney? I think that's in dispute right now in the civil case. I think the Richins family, well, the trust side is claiming that the power of attorney was forged. If she does, she loses a lot, I think. It's common to have a power of attorney prepared when a will and other such documents are drawn. Can understand the military one when somebody's deployed. Some decisions have to be made that needs to happen now. You can't wait for them to get back off deployment. Mr. Bloodworth steps back to pick something up. Miss Nestor still talking. Judge still talking. Technically, they shouldn't talk while he's away. Power of attorney only applies while he's alive. Once he's dead, then the trust kicks in. Miss Nestor is married with children. Pretty full courtroom. The back row that seems to have a few spaces is Kouri's family row. How are the tests objectionable? Well, hopefully we can hear this in just a minute. if they tested him and found no fentanyl, I think they should be able to say that. Sidebar was an objection where the state was asking if the gummies had been tested to see if they contained fentanyl. And I believe the witness was saying no, they didn't when the objection came in. I mean, no, they didn't contain fentanyl, not no, they weren't tested. Laura says it's important to remember that Kouri was only investigated by the family because she sued to undo the trust and gain everything. I don't know, Laura, what we just heard from this witness was that day when she showed up at the crime scene, the sister's there and says, hey, Eric thought Kouri was trying to kill her. That's before Kouri sued, right? Unless, did she sue before there's no way she sued before Eric was dead. Katie's husband testified that he changed the locks and installed cameras on the house. She filed the suit 3 days after his death. Jody says, the judge is explaining the law to the defense, in my opinion. But no, Mr. Bloodworth had to bring up some supporting documents, so he's had to argue a little bit as well. Kouri sued on March 28th. Thank you, Kelsey. March 28th. Kelsey with the timeline. Remember the conversation in Hawaii about Eric claiming Kouri tried to poison him. His sisters would have known if Kouri's friends knew. This explains their suspicions. The private investigator only started after Kouri sued, separate to the cops. Okay, got it. We're going to hear from the private investigator next. He's the next witness on the stand. That's going to be Todd Gabler. Listening to that 911 call today, one of the kids ran into the room, was in the room, or must have seen something. Watching mom drag dad's lifeless body off the bed onto the floor while she's crying with the 911 operator on the phone, saying she can't do CPR. And that's a lot. Law lessons are happening. No charge. Sidebar's an expensive place
Ladies
to learn the law.
Thank you for your patience. Pause there for a minute.
Out you go.
Mr. Bloodworth, I understand you would like to withdraw the state's last question?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All I ask, folks, is that to the extent you wrote down the last question and the answer to it, just cross that out of your notepads. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, take it from there, please.
Or your brains.
Your Honor, on March the 4th, 2022, did investigators send the seized phones to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab for downloading?
Yes.
Did those phone downloads return from the RCFL in July of 2022?
Yes, they did.
Did investigators then begin searching through the phone downloads?
Yes.
Were investigators primarily searching for information on both Kouri and Eric Richins' phones regarding where the fentanyl could have come from?
Yes.
Did Did investigators find information on either Kouri or Eric's phone about where the fentanyl came from?
No.
Was that search complicated by deletions in Kouri Richins' phone?
It was.
Is it fair to say that between waiting for state crime lab results, download results, and sifting through digital information, that from late spring of 2022 through the fall of 2022, that the investigation wasn't advancing very much?
Yeah, that's fair.
During that time, did the family's investigator, Todd Gabler, begin providing detectives with information that he was discovering through the course of his investigation?
He did.
Did he provide detectives with information to include some phone billing records from both Kouri and Eric Richins' phone?
Yes.
Did he also provide detectives with recorded interviews and interview written reports from his interviews of Kouri Richins' friends and Eric Richins' friends and other associates of the two of them?
Yes.
Was that information helpful in advancing your investigation?
It was.
Towards late 2022, did the information that Mr. Gabler was providing detectives start to accelerate your investigation?
Yes.
In March of 2023, did you transfer from serving as a detective to serving as the canine deputy?
Yes, I did.
How did that come about?
I'd been working to get a dog for years, and when the opportunity came and I was able to get that dog, that was something I really wanted to do.
Did Detective Jeff O'Driscoll then take over as the lead detective on this case?
Yes, he did.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes.
The question was withdrawn by the prosecution after objection by the defense in a lengthy sidebar. Had to do with the gummies being tested for fentanyl.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
What's your title now?
Just deputy.
Deputy.
Yes.
I want to make sure I call you the right thing. Deputy Woody.
Yes.
We've met before, but it's nice to see you again.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions for you. So when you responded to the home, is it fair to say that before you walked in the door, as you told Mr. Bloodworth, you had reason to believe that could be a murder crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And I know that you hadn't had many of those yet, but
Correct.
you've definitely responded to overdose calls, right?
I have.
Okay. So when you went in, and I don't even know if this is part of your typical death investigation, so if it's not, please advise me. But did you have any crime scene tape with you available?
I don't remember.
Did you put up any crime scene tape to keep people from disturbing a scene?
No. We had somebody posted at the bedroom door.
All right. And eventually that person left later in the morning.
Yes, he was switched out.
So there was no preservation of the scene as far as allowing CSI people to come in and do their thing, right?
Yes, they could come in and work that scene.
But they didn't.
The crime scene techs?
Yeah.
Yeah, they came in.
Okay. So who is it that you're referring to were the crime scene guys?
That would be Chelsea Gibson.
Okay.
And then we had somebody from the medical examiner's office as well.
Sure. Perfect. other than Chelsea and the medical examiner person who we have heard testify in this trial, was there anybody else there helping you investigate the scene?
There was a patrol deputy.
Who was that?
I believe, I can't remember which officer it was.
Okay, that's fine. So between the four of you, the only area that you searched was the area immediately around the body and then the kitchen trash can, right?
The bathroom that was attached to the bedroom as well.
All right, did you have consent from Ms. Richins? Did she cooperate with you on that?
Yes, she cooperated.
And she gave you consent to search the kitchen?
Just the garbages, that's all we asked for.
That's all you asked for?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned that she told you that she couldn't remember her housekeeper's name. Did you ultimately confirm that a housekeeper did come that day and clean the house?
I can't remember.
If I gave you the name Norma Garcia, does that refresh your memory?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if you ever confirmed that or not?
I can't remember. I don't recognize that name, though.
Did you or any of the other three search the large trash cans that were out in the back, in the garage?
No.
And did anybody search Mr. Richins' vehicles that night?
No, we didn't search any vehicles.
You did mention that when Mr. Bloodworth was talking to you that you did not see any evidence of drug use or paraphernalia. Is that right?
Correct.
But in fact, wasn't there an empty hydrocodone bottle seized from right next to Mr. Richins' bed?
There was.
And do you know what happened to that bottle?
We took some pictures, but I'm not sure if we took it or not.
You didn't put it in an evidence bag?
No.
You didn't swab it for the inside of it?
No, it was empty.
Do you know where it is to this day?
No.
You talked with Mr. Bloodworth about the fact that in order to go outside the immediate area of the body or anywhere else where you get consent, you'd have to go to a judge to get a warrant. Is that right?
Outside of the immediate area, yes.
Right. And nowadays, when I first started practicing law, this was different. This has changed in the many decades that I've been doing this. But now you can actually call a judge on the phone and get a warrant, can't you?
You can do an e-warrant.
Over the email?
Yeah, online.
Okay. That did not exist when I started practicing law. So did anybody try to get an e-warrant that day to look anywhere else in the house?
We didn't really have any idea if there was a crime that was committed or not.
So even with all your experience and your training, there was nothing about that house that day that indicated to you it was a crime scene sufficient to even get a probable cause warrant?
Correct.
Okay. You also mentioned that you gathered some health records from Mr. Richins' sister, Katie.
I did.
And did you ever subpoena those same records from the actual doctor?
I can't remember.
So before you gave these records to the medical examiner, you can't say for sure if Katie removed any part of it or changed any part of it or if they were actually accurate, valid records, can you?
I just read them to her over the phone, but yes, I gave her that information.
Okay. And Mr. Bloodworth talked to you about the search on April 13th of 2022. You were basically the person in charge of that search, right?
I don't know if I would say I was in charge. I don't have any rank, but yeah, I was there.
Okay. And when that search happened, is it totally fair to say Kouri Richins did not know that search was imminent?
Meaning she didn't know that it was going to happen?
Right.
I have no idea.
And as a matter of fact, she was seized and detained as she was driving away from her house, right?
She was.
And she was held in a police car while you guys did at least part of this search.
She was only held there till I could explain it to her.
So how long was she held in the police car until you could get to her and explain everything?
I believe they said it was 10 minutes.
Okay. And when you got there, you explained to her what you were doing, right?
Yes.
How would you, well, strike that. She was obviously very upset when you saw her.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that she was under the impression that this was related to them taking her house until you explained to her that it had to do with Eric's death?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember her talking about, is this them trying to take my house?
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. But either way, you told her that day, hey, Eric died of fentanyl. And that was in April.
Yes.
So just over a month after his death, she knew that you all believed he died of a fentanyl overdose, correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you reviewed the website searches that the states tried to put into evidence in this case?
No.
Okay, no worries. To your knowledge, did any of your 4 team members on the day of the death go downstairs or upstairs?
Not to my knowledge.
When Ms. Richins told you on the day of the death when you first responded that she had come back to the bed and found that her husband was cold to the touch, did you ask her if she went anywhere else in the house before she laid down?
I don't remember.
Did you ask her if she went to the bathroom?
I don't think I asked that specifically.
And I know you like dogs. Did you notice there was a dog in the house?
They must have had it put up when I was there, because I never saw it.
Did you ask her if she let the dog out before she went to bed?
I didn't even know there was a dog.
Did you ask her if she went to the kitchen and got a glass of water?
Nope.
To this day, did anyone, to your knowledge, when you told, well, strike all that. I think you've already testified to that. You did mention that you went through everybody's phones, is that right? Or Eric's and Kouri's phones?
Yes, we did downloads.
To what extent did you look through Eric's phones?
I mean, there was a couple of investigators just trying to figure out what it all meant. It was all pretty confusing.
So what exactly did you look at in Eric's phone?
Your Honor, objection foundation, that I think there's a disconnect between you and investigators and who was in the phone.
Would you lay a little foundation
Sure.
for whether this person ever looked through the phone?
And this may be my fault. I thought you testified that you were looking through the phones. It wasn't you personally?
I looked through some of the downloads at some point, yes.
Like the Celebrite downloads? Or what type of downloads?
They would have been like call records, call logs.
And those are the ones you got from Investigator Gabler?
Yes.
Okay. So you never actually looked through the guts of what was in the phone?
No.
Perfect. That was my mistake. Thank you for clarifying that.
Only funsies thinks for another.
How often were you talking to Investigator Gabler during the time you were on the case?
He would send emails sporadically throughout the case while I was there.
And how often were you talking to members of the Eric Richins family?
They emailed me pretty frequently, but I can't give you a number.
Do you recall about a week or so after Eric's death, Katie Benson sending you a multi-page timeline of everything suspicious she believed Kouri had ever done in their lifetime?
She did send a timeline at some point.
Going back years?
I'd have to look at it again. I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, as part of this investigation, did you do any investigation into whether or not In Summit County, there were reports of fentanyl being found inside marijuana?
No.
Are you aware that a few months after Eric's death, an individual was arrested and charged with selling marijuana laced with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I'm asking if she's aware.
Yeah, the hypothetical needs some foundation.
Do you recall a case that, actually, Katie, can you bring up, just a minute, Your Honor, let me get the number. TG1.
How are they getting this in? If there's no foundation, you don't know she's ever known this.
Yeah.
Just refresh her recollection. It's a report she wrote. Okay, there. Now it sounds good.
Go back.
Counsel, would you approach for a minute?
Yes, Your Honor.
The judge says, hold, slow your roll, pause. So Nestor's allowed to skirt around this, but the state are not? Yeah. She's trying really hard here. Really, really hard. You gotta give her an A for an effort. Judge looking at the document saying, what is this? Why are we showing her this? How is this relevant? What questions has the state not answered yet? They sure haven't proven, with physical evidence anyway, that Kouri gave Eric a drug overdose, but there might be a ton of circumstantial evidence that will point that way. You have not missed Walk the Dog yet. It has not come in yet. It might be the last thing that comes in. Possibly tomorrow, possibly later today. Depends on how long the next witness is. Imagine Mr. Gabler is going to be a lengthy witness, with a spicy one as well from the defense. She is a zealous advocate for sure. They've not proven their case, in my opinion, says Nexus Lexus. 5-week trial, so the defense has 3 weeks. I would be surprised if the defense. Well, this is our 3rd week of trial right now, right? Because this is day 10. I would be surprised if the defense has 3 days of witnesses. Mary, I think we did see her Google searches. We just haven't seen Walk the Dog yet.
Okay.
We may need to go back to page 1.
We will.
Okay.
It may have to be page 2, Your Honor. I'm not sure page 1 will refresh your recollection.
Take control, please.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
No.
Are you okay? Then that's fair. Take that down. Did you ever provide to investigator Gabler, the private investigator, reports from cases where people were being arrested for dealing fentanyl in Summit County?
That doesn't sound familiar.
So that if he got those, they did not come from you.
I don't believe so. That doesn't sound familiar.
Totally fair. Did you know that Kouri Richins was represented by an attorney shortly around the time that you did the search on April 13th?
Objection, Your Honor.
Relevance?
Relevance, yeah.
Sustained.
When you had the conversation with Kouri on the day of the search on April 13th, and you told her that Eric had, in your opinion, died of a fentanyl overdose, had she been trying to set up with you that week a meeting with her and her attorney?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yeah.
We're spending more time at sidebar than anything else. There's some more faces from Kouri. Oh, man. Let's see. Pantoufle says, my tipping point to guilty might be Kouri saying that she didn't remember the name of her housekeeper, so they wouldn't ask Carmen questions. Did Carmen use other laborers? I don't know if her housekeeper was Carmen. Carmen was a cleaner that she used on the business side, like when she was cleaning out houses and all that, and cleaning up after construction. I don't think she was necessarily also the family, the family housekeeper. They may have been separate. Objection number, if I haven't missed any, that would be number 227. Kouri and Sarah Boone learned CPR at the same school of CPR. Yeah. I don't understand why the judge is completing the objections for the prosecution. We've seen this before. I think Karen Reed trial had this. We didn't like that judge a lot, but the judge would say, you're allowed to say objection, and that's it. Not even list the legal reason unless I ask you for the legal reason. Basically, as long as you call objection, then I'll consider whichever one I see.
When you interviewed Kouri on the day of Mr. Richins' death, you mentioned that she told you she came back into the bed around 3 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how long she was in the bed with Eric before she realized he was cold to the touch?
From my understanding, it was almost immediately.
Okay. All right. And you reviewed the 911 call that we all heard here today, right? You listened to the 911 call.
I haven't today, and I don't remember listening to it.
Okay. You never listened to the 911 call?
I might have at some point, but I don't remember it.
And she certainly, Kouri Richins never told you, hey, my husband's a big drug addict. He's probably overdosed. Check for drugs. She did the opposite, right?
Correct.
She told you he was pretty healthy.
Yes.
I think that's all I have. Anything else? That's all. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Enjoy the dog.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Enjoy walk the dog.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
If she had said enjoy walking your dog, that would have been
You're free to
epic.
go watch the case. Don't watch the case. It's entirely up to you.
Okay, thank you.
This officer used to be a detective, now is a canine officer because she
Mr.
likes
Bloodworth,
dogs.
I've lost track of the witness list for today. Another witness from the state for today?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would next call Todd Gabler.
Okay.
Let's do it.
You folks okay to keep going? Very good.
Mr. Gabler is the investigator that the trust hired to start looking into Kouri, the whole situation. And he did a lot of digging, The dog's name is Hazel. Thank you, Tumwater Troy. I haven't found a picture of that. Maybe you could send it to the burner phone for the previous officer.
A brief point of privilege. Everybody just stay put for 1 moment. This will make sense in a moment.
The judge says, nobody move. I'm running. This will all make sense in a moment. He's going to be back in just a second. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ran back to his chambers. We're still on the record. The judge off the bench. There he is. He's back. Oh.
Mr. Gabler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Would you mind standing in front of Brittany?
If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, take your time and please watch your step.
Thank you.
He brought a neck brace with him. I think it's a neck brace. It's not the most comfy of chairs, but...
All right, how's this?
Sounds great.
We can hear you.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Sir, what is your name?
My name is Todd Gabler, Gabler.
You appear to be recovering from something.
Yes.
Would you mind just at a high level explaining?
On January 13th, I underwent a 5-level PCLF. That's a posterior cervical laminectomy and fusion. My neck has been fused together with titanium rods.
I am
Sir, are you
Iron
taking
Man.
any medication today that would affect your testimony?
I purposely did not take any pain medication today for the purpose of the clarity of my mind in my testimony to you today. I took Tylenol this morning.
What, sir, is your occupation?
Not a sponsor.
I'm a licensed private investigator in the state of Utah.
How long have you been a private investigator?
34 years.
What, sir, is your investigative experience that is relevant to this case?
Well, over the course of 34 years, I have worked on approximately 100 homicide cases. I have been active in the trials of perhaps a dozen or maybe more homicide cases over the course of my career. I have extensive experience in a specialty in digital forensics, which allows me to examine digital devices, phones, computers, other things of a digital nature to uncover information that may have been deleted, destroyed, or altered.
It's got a great voice.
I can't really think of anything else that is sort of a 30,000-foot view of what would be important to the jurors in this case regarding my experience.
Well, sir, of those 100 or so homicide cases, how many have you worked for the defense?
All of them. I have always sat on that side of the room, standing in between the state and a defendant.
And you mentioned, sir, that you testified about 12 times. Have you ever testified for the state?
Never.
Did there come a time
Until today.
shortly after Eric Richins' death when the estate of Eric Richins hired you as an investigator?
Yes.
Do you recall about when?
I was first contacted by Crystal Bowman Carter, an attorney. I believe that would have been early to mid-March of 2022. She asked that I contact her client, Katie Richins Benson, regarding the death of her brother, Eric. She gave me a broad sketch of what she knew about what had occurred regarding Eric's death. And it was a very short conversation, very professional, very to the point. And then it was a few more weeks before I first spoke with Katie and Clint. That's Katie Richins Benson and Clint Benson. at their home in Summit County. That was April the 1st, 2022.
And was that engagement to investigate the death of Eric Richins?
Well, that was part of the investigation. I was under the impression that I had been hired at the instance of the filing of a lawsuit by the defendant in this case against Katie for the trust money and the control over the trust that Eric Richins had created.
It's going to be
And
good.
to be clear, the lawsuit involved Katie Richins as trustee.
Correct.
And when you're interacting with Katie Richins, it is in her capacity as trustee
Correct.
or personal representative of Eric Richins' estate.
Correct.
This guy's intense. I love it.
What, if anything, sir, did you inform at that meeting with Clint and Katie? What, if anything, did you inform them of how you conduct investigations?
Right. So I talked with them about some of the various facets of an investigation, how it would proceed. I've already talked to you about the qualifications that I have in digital forensics, and so I talked a little bit about that, about the need to get a hold of phones and computers and other things that would have evidence of either a wrongful death or some mismanagement of finances that was being alleged in the case. So for all my clients, it's basically the same speech. You're hiring me to find the truth. The truth is sometimes very difficult for us to accept. I've often said that the truth is half what you most fear that it is, and half what you most desire it to be. And you cannot separate those two from the truth. I told them that they would have to accept the truth about what happened to their brother, no matter what that truth was. If he took his own life, they would have to accept that. If someone was responsible for his death, they would also have to respect my investigation and accept that truth. They agreed.
Sir, from that point forward, did you conduct an independent investigation?
I did.
Sir, who paid for that investigation?
I was paid by Clint Benson, but my understanding is that the legal sort of line of authority for which I was engaged was for the estate and Katie Richins Benson as the personal representative.
Did you bill them at your customary rate?
I did. I continued to bill them at the rate that was established at the time of my engagement, even though my hourly rate increased during the course of my investigation. They enjoyed a lower rate essentially because of the time that they engaged me.
Did anyone else pay you for your investigation?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Sheriff's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
No.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely independent of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Did you provide information from your investigation to the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, on many occasions.
And before providing it, did you receive approval from your client?
Yes, that is part of the standard operating procedure. It would be a crime for me to, under the Utah Private Investigators Regulation Act, to have any file materials go to anyone else but my client without my client's permission. So the standard course would be that I would discuss my findings with my client, and we would discuss handing that over to the sheriff's office. In every case, information that we thought important to the investigation was handed over, and there was no event, no occasion upon which we decided not to turn over something to the sheriff's office. Full disclosure. That was the rule.
Sir, was that flow of information one way from you to the sheriff's office?
Oh, yes, very much so. I initially tried to get the 911 audio call that the defendant in this case had made, and the sheriff's office denied my request under the Grandma law. I appealed to the county administrator for Summit County. She also denied my request. It's common for police agencies to be one-way streets.
So it was not uncommon for your request for information to be denied?
Correct. My investigation proceeded regardless of whether they were providing me any information or not.
Did you have contact with the Summit County Attorney's Office before Kouri Richins' arrest?
No.
Did anyone from the Summit County Attorney's Office direct your investigation in any fashion?
Never.
Did you conduct your investigation independent
We need never.
of the County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
On June the 15th, 2023, after Kouri Richins' arrest, did you receive a subpoena from the County Attorney's Office for your investigative file and any forensic data that you had collected?
I did.
Did you provide that material to the County Attorney's Office in response to that subpoena?
I did. I produced 2 hard drives. One contained what I call the logical and physical investigation file. That would be interviews, audio recordings, photographs, videos. That was a fairly large file. And then the second hard drive that I provided a few weeks later was all the computer forensics, the digital forensics, the examinations of the C&E computer, a clone of Eric's iPhone, and some other digital data.
Did you begin your investigation with a hypothesis?
Yes. A number of hypotheses appeared clear to me in this case. My investigations are hypothesis testing exercises. That's just a fancy way of talking about something that we all do every day. We look at a situation and we evaluate what that is. Is there evidence that supports our hypothesis that that is what it is? Well, if we're looking at a red light, our hypothesis may be that traffic should be stopped, and we look around for data to verify that hypothesis, that indeed there are cars that are stopped at that red light. In this case, it was clear to me that 2 hypotheses needed to be looked at. Number 1, Eric took his own life as a matter of accidental overdose. Number 2, Kouri Richins surreptitiously had Eric ingest a massive amount of fentanyl and killed him. So, as the case proceeds, and I see new data, I see phone data, I see computer data, I interview people, I look at documents or things or other devices. All of that data gets fed into one of those 2 hypotheses, both of those hypotheses. Does this confirm it? Does it deny it? Does this evidence make it more likely that this hypothesis is true or less likely that this hypothesis is true? Does this evidence preclude the possibility of one of the hypotheses being true? So that hypothesis testing continues throughout the investigation, and sometimes a permutation of the hypothesis comes along. We have to change the hypothesis just a little bit to allow some of the data to fit that hypothesis. Not large permutations in this case, pretty straightforward, 2 competing hypotheses.
Sir, you just mentioned that in testing your hypotheses, you conducted some interviews.
Yes.
What, sir, is your process for conducting interviews?
So my process is to always have a recording device active for any of my interviews whenever possible. This eliminates any possibility for me to be biased or unclear in my reporting of what was said during that interview. It also protects me in a liability scenario if someone were to allege that I had done something improper or had offered them material for their cooperation, anything like that. That would all be protection for me by recording that contact. So that is the primary objective of documenting an interview. Later on, when I report it, when I summarize that interview and in writing, because it's hard to get a lawyer to listen to an entire interview. There's some difficulty that they have with that. So they need a summary sheet about what the interview was about. And I type those up based upon the recording that I made, and I typed up those later, or I may have an agent type those for me from the recording, and then I'll review the report and sign off on it, and then it'll go into the file. So that would be my process with respect to an interview, all interviews.
Approximately how many interviews did you conduct in this investigation?
It depends upon your definition of an interview, I guess, but 45, probably, somewhere in that department. 40, I guess I could say 40 to 50 to be safe.
And in those interviews, did you identify yourself?
Oh, yes, always. There was no occasion in this case where I did not identify, give people my true identity and who I represented.
And did you record those interviews?
Yes. I think there were a couple of occasions where I could not get a recorder fast enough, but other than those couple of occasions, they were all recorded.
Who, for example, are some of the people that you interviewed?
I interviewed friends and associates of Eric's. I interviewed friends and associates of Kouri's. I interviewed a number of people involved in Eric's business and personal life. I interviewed family members, both the Richins family, and I attempted to interview family members of Kouri's family, but was not successful in gaining their cooperation for an interview. So that was generally who I interviewed.
And was the purpose to test your hypotheses?
Well, yes. I'm interested in getting those interviews done from as many people as I possibly can from both sides of the camp so that I can get the largest possible data set to feed into that hypothesis testing scenario.
Did you pass your interview recordings and written reports along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Sir, as part of your hypothesis testing, did you analyze Kouri and Eric Richins' cell phone billing records?
I did.
How did you obtain the records?
Eric and Kouri's cell phones were being paid by C&E Stonemasonry. They were Verizon accounts, and I obtained the the billing records from C&E, from Allie Wright, with the authorization of Cody Wright. There were 2 productions of telephone records from C&E. The first one was for the period of January 2022 through May of 2022. The second production was May of 2022 through February of 2023.
In that January of 2022 onward time period, what types of information were you looking for in the billing records?
So because the billing records don't really offer content, that is to say it's not you don't get to see text messages or what the text message was, you do get to see the numbers that were connected to Kouri and Eric's phones. So we first of all decode that number to a name. We try and figure out who that is. And we fill in every instance where that number occurs with that name. And then we begin to count the total number of contacts with that phone number. So, for example, we would see the highest number of contacts for Kouri's phone to her mother. Not an unusual circumstance that someone would be close to their mother, and that would be the highest number of contacts on your phone. So that was the procedure that I was initially interested in, was the weight. We call that the weight. So what is the weight of that person on the other end of the line? Kouri's mom was a high weight because there was a high number of contacts. And so I'm interested in how many times you contact that person. Occasionally I'm interested in what time of day you typically contact that person, and the type of contact, whether that contact is by text message only or by voice and text. That changes the character of the person on the other end of the line.
Sir, did you pass your analysis of contact weight along to the sheriff's office?
I did.
Was there any particular contact weight that caught your attention?
Yes.
What contact did that involve?
It involved the contact with Carmen Lauber. I noted immediately that there were many hundreds of text messages between the two from the initial data set. That was January of 22 through May of 22. There was a very heavy weight. I don't recall if she was the second or third weight, but it was very close. The only two people that I recall that were ahead of Carmen on that weight was Kouri's mom and Eric. So that was the one that stood out to me. There were others that I investigated, but that one was of particular interest to me.
And to be clear, that involved the weight of contacts between Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber.
That is correct.
Did that contact weight cause you to investigate Carmen Lauber?
It did.
What did you determine?
Well, it was immediately apparent to me that Carmen had a very extensive criminal record involving drug use and potentially drug sales. I noted that Carmen had a dirty urinalysis, meaning that she tested positive for prohibited drugs in her drug court around the time of Eric's death. I was very concerned about the high number of contacts and the criminal history for Carmen, and I alerted the sheriff's office about that.
As part of your investigation, did you search the Richins' home?
Yes.
When did you first search it?
I believe it was May the 8th of 2023. That was the day that it was released by the sheriff's office. It was an estate asset. Kouri's lawyer, two of her lawyers from Ray Quinney Nebaker, had showed up as soon as the sheriff's office had departed. And I had arranged for security to stand watch at the house after the sheriff's office released that. So I engaged in a conversation with counsel who wanted access to the home, and it was eventually agreed that one of the lawyers would accompany me on an inventory of the property, all of the assets in the house, all of the items in the house and the detached garage. And so that lawyer stayed for a couple of hours and then left. I never saw them during my search of the property again. I continued to search the property for 4 or 5 days, and then that was the end of my contact with the house initially.
And what was your process for searching and documenting your search of the Richins home? Right. So GoPro video, chest mounted typically, sometimes mounted on the head, and a backup audio recorder just in case something happens to the camera. At least I've got an audio recording of what I'm talking about, where I'm at, what I'm looking at. So that is the procedure for documenting those. There's also photographs that are taken. They're also with respect to documents. I scanned with a scanner many thousands of pages of documents in this case from the detached garage office. So that was the general procedure for being at the house. There was at least one occasion that I can think of where I was called over to the house and I didn't have my camera with me, so my video camera. So I used the audio recorder and my camera on my cell phone to document things. I think that was in 2024. So with that being the only exception, that would be my process. And was Clint Benson present at the home whenever you searched the home? And I guess by present, I mean in the home, not necessarily leaning over your shoulder.
That is not an easy question to answer because my focus was not on Clint Benson. My focus is on the things in front of me. I was never in that house without Clint Benson's authorization. I was never in that house without Clint Benson being on his way. So if he wasn't there when I got there, he was on his way there, and so he would join up later. It's possible during the May searches that Clint had left the house while I was documenting things in the house. I think that was particularly true of the detached garage office, where I was spending maybe 8 hours in a day just scanning documents, just feeding documents into a scanning device. So I think Clint was likely not there during that.
He was generally there?
He was generally there, I would say so, yes.
And you were recording with your GoPro the whole time?
Yes, with the exception I noted, yes.
Did you ever remove, well, other than your recording equipment, cameras, audio, GoPro, all of that?
Yeah.
Did you ever bring anything into the home?
No, I did not.
Did you ever remove anything from the home?
Yes, I did.
What did you remove from the home?
So during my May searches of the house, and in particular in the detached garage office, I encountered a number of documents that had Ray Quinian Nebeker letterhead on the top, and they were either communications between Kouri and her lawyers, or they were billing records from her lawyers. That would be improper for me to read or possess. It would be unethical. I placed these documents into a manila envelope, and as I encountered more of them, I would simply grab a hold of them and put them into the manila envelope. And at the end of my May search, I took that envelope to the office of Ray Quinian Nebeker and handed it over. There were other things that I removed from the house. sort of the general category of the kids, the boys things. The boys had requested a few things. I believe Child Protective Services or someone at DCFS had requested that we get documents that pertain to the boys. And I believe there were some other documents that I removed that were personal documents that were now the property of Katie Richins Benson. These documents involved vital records, birth records for Eric, other vital documents that, we would generally safe keep for ourselves. And I turned those over to my client. I'm trying to think if anything else was removed. Any item that I considered to be evidence was removed by the sheriff's office, not me.
So, if you came upon something that you considered to be evidence, how did you handle it with the sheriff's office?
I don't think there was a standard approach. I only recall a few occasions. I think the first couple of occasions I may have contacted the sheriff's office directly, either Lieutenant Hemingway or I can't recall any others. And then on one occasion I contacted Travis, the investigator with your office, and then subsequently spoke to the sheriff's office about removing an item.
And is it your understanding that the sheriff's office would then get a warrant and come to the house to seize whatever item you thought might have evidentiary value?
Yes, I was there for one of those occasions.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Whoa. Kouri's not liking this guy at all. Let's see what...
Are we going to take a break? Or you want me to go forward?
You tell me. Would you like a break?
Could we have
It's
just
up
a
to
few
the
minutes?
jury,
No
whatever
problem.
they
You
want.
know what?
the witness
Let's let you
asked for...
stretch your legs. We'll take a restroom break. The witness asks for a break. We provide a break.
Witness asked for a break, so now we might have a longer cross than direct with this witness.
Watch your step.
Oh, man.
There you go.
We are at the second to last witness in the state's case here. And what an intense individual. Just a deep, resonant voice. Also a dramatic presentation.
Mr. Gabler, may I ask you?
Never.
Would you like the opportunity
Never.
to use the restroom?
I love some of the things he said.
I'm sure you know this, but you cannot speak to anyone during the break. All right. If is 10 minutes enough time, sir?
5 is plenty.
All right, we'll say 10. We'll be off the record until 3:40. Thank you.
Don't fall, sir. Don't fall. There's 2 steps right there. Kouri whispering to Mr. Ramos. I think Kouri wants her lawyers to sick him, to go after him. And he was involved in so much. I love the judges looking around the courtroom. This investigator was involved in so much of what happened after the event. He was all over the place. He touched everything, right? Sometimes literally, sometimes figuratively. So there's a lot he can go into, a lot defense might be able to get into there. I want him to say, a couple of you are saying, I just want him to say, and then you've got this line. I just want to hear I think, get off my lawn. I think he would do great at that one. Who would play him in a movie, by the way, if this character was being represented in a video creation recounting this event? Who would play him in the movie? Very interesting to me. He has never testified for prosecution before. I know. In like 24 years, he's always been on the defense side. What's the over-under on defense opening doors they don't want to? He knows. I mean, they have to be careful with the questions. He knows everything. She's a bit out of her depth on cross with this guy. I'm thinking, I don't know who said it, but I would have loved to see Mr. Ramos from day one on cross bring that same energy with this witness and just see him head to head. I'd love to see that. He is Batman, Clint Eastwood, Sean Connery, Kevin Spacey, Patrick Stewart, Yul Brynner. Yes, lots of great names there. Donald Sutherland, Bradley Cooper. Got some great ones there. Kouri wants Ramos, day one version. Linda, yes. I do want to see Ramos again in a justified situation, bringing that intensity of scrutiny on a cross-examination. That would be amazing. And maybe he'll get it with Driscoll, because Driscoll's sort of a person we can all love to hate a little bit because he's abrasive, right? Not just, I mean, he's an officer, he's a detective, he's an investigator. He's sort of rude, right? He's like, if you don't do this, I'm going to come back with a catch pole for your dog and a warrant for you. He's said a few things that were like, whoa, ease up there. That's not warranted. So possibly, if Ramos gets him on cross, we might feel justified in Ramos bringing back day one cross-examination with him. That would be amazing. He's like a Bond villain. Kurt had a good question. What was that? Oh, Ben Kingsley. Ben Kingsley. Man, that name sounds familiar. I can't picture the face. I'm not super good with my Hollywood Squares knowledge. Rick in Spaceballs could play him. Rick Moranis in Spaceballs, Darth Vader voice. Thought he was going to spill the tea. He might still, but he might do it on cross. Likeable old grandpa, sharp and smart. And now he's part robot as well. Sam Elliott. I like Anthony Hopkins. I think Nestor was made for these kind of witnesses, says Legally Blonde. She's been holding back all day. I think she's going to use the bulldog approach we've previously seen. Legally Blonde, maybe the little fiery exchanges we've seen from her so far, which the jury has not seen all of them, but maybe what we have seen has just been warming us up to this final level that she's going to hit. That'd be great. The PI is straight out of a film noir. He seems like he's a big advocate for the truth. Yes, his sales pitch that he says to his potential clients is wonderful. You have to be ready to accept the truth. The truth lies somewhere between what you hope happened and what you fear happened. I forget exactly what it was, but it's like it's an epic little line. He's definitely a salesman. Nestor's fire won't work with him. He'll just glare and politely correct her with intensity. Bela Bird, I think you're right. I don't think Nestor's going to be able to rile him up in the slightest because he sets his own pace. And we saw that even under direct examination. He's like, one moment. He closes his eyes. Let me think. He shuts it out. Okay. He literally closes his eyes. I'm in here now. You're irrelevant. I'm reviewing the facts. That ability to just be calm and retrospective and introspective, I think will keep him from getting caught up in this. Optimus Prime. He could sell deer meat to a deer, says Ace King. I think the bulldog approach with a witness who knows as much as this man does is a recipe for disaster. Bryan Cranston as Walter White. Say my name. You're Heisenberg. I agree. She will not rattle him. May not work, but I bet she's going to try. We've seen her fail his mind. He has a mind palace. He does. And it's getting spicy today. Today is a great day for court. Of course, cross is going on during parent-teacher conference. Your kids are fine. Megan, you're fine. Just skip this one. Or are you the teacher? I'm sorry. Are you the teacher, Megan? I apologize if that's the case. In that case, you're going to have to call in sick and see if a sub can just read your notes to the other parents. You can always apologize later, and they'd understand. He also says what he wants. Barely no objections. Do I have enough time to shower on this break? It's going to have to be quick. You might want to bring your phone into the bathroom with you. Make sure just make sure, yeah. Your kids are doing okay. Yes. Just send out a group email to all the parents and you're good. Bryan Cranston's a stellar actor. Luca, yes, I do have an email. It's I can link it here in chat, but it's MD as in doctor, but I'm not a doctor. It stands for metal detecting. MD Recovery Addict at gmail.com. That'll get to me. You can also, that's probably the best one. I was going to give you the top mark one, but Recovery Addict's probably the best one. Let's see. No way, y'all. I'm definitely the parent. Skip it. Skip it. You're good. You're good. You know your kid better than the teacher anyway. You're all right. You're all right. Megan, don't go anywhere. They're just going to try to sell you your kid's homework anyway. Can you imagine if you paired up with a forensic financials photo memory lady? Oh my goodness, they did at some time. I think they at least talked and exchanged information, right? I'm surprised if it's Nestor's cross. She's not done well the past couple days. She's the one that's got all the notes. We didn't have any objections during his direct testimony to confirm who the cross was, but Miss Nestor was flipping the pages as if she was the one preparing for this. This guy has a particular set of skills. He will find you. Much of his evidence has been admitted, yes, through the police and a lot of other things. Car outside just turned on the subwoofer. Shakes my house. Lisa says, I went to every single parent-teacher conference for 2 kids until they reached sophomore year in high school. If they didn't have their stuff together by then, that sure wouldn't help. P.S. Both graduated. That's great. This guy's only here because Kouri sued the estate, trying to steal the financial future of her children to pay for her financial mistakes.
When we started 110 years ago.
Karma for Kouri. MD Recovery Addict at gmail.com. So this part at gmail.com. That'll get to me. And I'm really good at checking my email, like religiously every month, whether I need to or not. I will check my email at least once. So if you sent me something that I haven't responded to, just wait a month. I probably will see it. You also might want to just give me a call on the burner phone if there's something urgent you need some help with. Send it to the burner phone. That's easier. Did anyone mention the voice? Whoa, what just happened? Oh, I just looked at. You guys can't see this, but I just got a list of top fans on the channel. Okay, there we go. Did anyone mention the voice of Ralph? Is it Innocent? I don't remember who that is off the top of my head. I don't email. I just at Recovery Addict on here and pray, says Laura. I just hope he sees it. I try. The burner phone is probably the best bet. I usually will answer the burner phone, even if it's the middle of the night. So please be considerate when you call. Know that I will probably answer. But I have no secretary or nobody answers the phone for me. Here we go.
You can stay seated. They will understand.
I prefer to stand.
Oh, all right. Very good,
Wow.
sir. We're ready for the jury.
Epic. This man says, I don't care if I just got out of neck surgeries fusing 4 vertebrae in my neck together with titanium rods. I will stand for the jury. Because that's who I am.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
It is Miss Nestor. There we go.
All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. All right, Mr. Gabler, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Please,
Nestor,
the court.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Miss Nestor.
I don't believe you and I have ever met, but I am Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So it's nice to meet you.
I know who you are.
So I want to just kind of start with a basic observation, but just to make it crystal clear. You are not law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you've never been law enforcement in your whole life, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the rules and ethics and expected practices of private investigators are significantly different, would you agree with me, than those that apply to licensed law enforcement?
I don't know that I would agree with that in every circumstance. A private investigator, when he is hired by a lawyer, is bound to all the ethics that that lawyer is bound to.
Okay.
So,
But, for example, you don't have to go get a warrant to go look at a house.
well, right, that's the state action distinction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a state actor.
Right.
I've never been a state actor.
Right.
I will never be a state actor.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you want to go search a house for 6 straight days and look at thousands of documents, you don't need to get a judge to give you permission to do that, right?
No, I got the permission of Kouri's lawyers who represented her to do that.
And you also got the permission of Clint Benson, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Clint gave you a key,
Yes.
and you had that key to use at your discretion.
Yes.
And there were times when you would go to the house and Clint was not there and you would let yourself in, right?
I believe that my testimony covered that, and that was that Clint was aware that I was there, and he was either on his way or there with me.
But you agree with me, and you have videos, I believe, that back this up, that there were occasions where you would go to the house, Clint was not there, you'd use your key, and you'd go in.
Yes.
And there were occasions where you would be spending hours and hours and hours in the office, because I've watched all the videos,
Yes.
and you would be there alone without Clint anywhere around you.
Yeah, I don't need supervision, counselor.
Perfect.
I was conducting an investigation, independent investigation, and he had given me the key, trusted me with that, and I was authorized to enter the premises at will.
Right. So if he got on the stand and said you were never doing anything outside his eye, that would be false.
Well, from his perspective, he had knowledge of my presence there, as I have testified, every time I was there.
Fair.
So from his perspective, it may look different.
But you agree with me, sir, that there's hours and hours and hours of video of you alone in that office going through things.
I think that I've already testified to that.
Okay. Now, you were not permitted access to the house until after Kouri had been arrested, right?
No, that's not correct.
You got in the house before she was arrested?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, help me out.
The house was released by the Summit County Sheriffs on the 8th. That's what gave us, that was the trigger, not Kouri's arrest. It was the end of their search that triggered our access to the house.
Okay.
The police were executing a warrant.
Do you know when Kouri was arrested, sir?
I don't recall the exact date or time.
Would it surprise you to be the day before May 7th?
Okay.
All right. So,
Objection, Your Honor, foundation on that.
But
Was
would
it
you
May 8th?
re-ask the question, Ms. Nestor?
sorry, would it surprise you if it was the same day, May 8th, that you got access to the house?
It would not surprise me since I do not recall.
Okay. And
Him taking notes might be a problem.
during the time
She's allowed to
after
read 'em.
Eric's death, but before Kouri's arrest on May 8th, did you ever go inside the house for that entire year?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Sure. During the time between when Eric Richins died on March the 4th, in the early morning hours of 2022, and May 8th of 2023, were you ever inside the house at any point in between those times?
No, never.
Perfect. So the first time you ever got into that house, over a year had expired since Eric had passed.
Yes.
Okay.
Him taking notes is a
And-
problem. Because she'll get to read them.
You mentioned the police had executed a search that day before they released it to you, right?
Yes.
And do you know how many times prior to that the police had searched that house?
No.
Okay. And then you've also testified here, I think very honestly, that on repeated occasions you notified the police, hey, there's something you missed. You might want to go back to the house and find it again.
I mean, I'm not going to adopt your characterization, but it is true that I called them back to that house when I discovered something that I thought was evidentiary.
How many times?
Oh, I don't know. 4, 5.
So on at least 4 to 5 occasions, you found things the police had missed.
Yeah, oh, that's been my experience throughout my career.
And you
The
told
police
them,
never
sorry.
get everything. Ever.
Right. Well, I'm not going to
It's
argue.
true in
with-
every case I've ever handled.
Sure, not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
So they come back because you call them and say, hey, I found something, come back, here's where it is.
Yep.
And they know you're doing that. They know that you have full access to this house, right?
I don't know what they know. I can't answer that.
Well, you're calling them every time you find something.
Well, what opinion they formed in their mind is not within my knowledge.
Okay, fair. True, you called them every time you found something.
That I thought was of evidentiary value in their investigation.
And did
True.
any of them ever say, you know what, we're good, stop calling us?
No, I don't recall that at all.
So then the converse of that is they encourage you to keep doing that.
Well, no. That is not the converse of your hypothetical, and I do not agree with your assessment.
Okay. Did you feel like you were helping them?
I was following the instructions of my client to turn over anything I thought was relevant to the criminal investigation. This is not my case. My case is in the civil court. Anything that we thought was of value to the criminal case, we turned it over.
And the police were happy with that.
I don't know if they were happy or sad or distraught. I have no idea as to their emotional condition.
They sure never told you to stop.
The police never directed me to do anything, and if they had told me to stop, I would have ignored them.
Okay. So you could go in without a warrant, find something, call them, tell them to get a warrant, and they'd come get it.
I think that's an oversimplification and a vilification. I had permission to enter those premises. I had every right to be there. I didn't need a warrant. I'm not a state actor. I have the permission of the property owner. So I don't agree with your characterization.
When the cops would show up, did you point out what you were showing them? Were you usually there?
No, I was there on one occasion when the police showed up. They executed warrants when I was not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I only remember one occasion where I found an audio recorder in a dresser drawer that they then recovered by warrant.
And you waited around and pointed it out to them?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I never touched the device. Okay. So, yeah, I would have. I don't know if I pointed it out. I think what I did was, on that date, when I saw the recorder and recognized it for what it was, which is not easy, I just immediately withdrew. I left my audio recorder going until the police arrived. I don't recall pointing it out. I recall describing to them where it was.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So then, there was one occasion where you found something that was a letter purportedly written by Eric called the My Princess letter. Do you remember that?
I remember a Baby Cakes letter. I don't know if I remember
That's it.
My Princess. Is that the same one?
That's the one.
Yes.
You remember finding that letter?
August the 9th of 2024 is when I took a photograph of that, but I found it on May the 10th of 2023 during my search of the residence.
Whoa.
So, when you found this letter, at some point, did you move the location that you found it from?
I don't recall ever moving the location. On the video, you will see me find the letter on May the 10th of 2023 when I'm in the bedroom, and it is located in the bottom drawer of Eric's side of the bed, the bottom drawer of the vanity. And I looked at it. I didn't think it was relevant. I put it back down on the drawer. On August the 9th of 2024, when I photographed it on the bed, I do not recall if that letter was on the bed or whether I went and retrieved it from the vanity. But there is video. The August 9th, 2024 was the episode that I described that I was called over and I didn't have a video recorder. So I was recording by audio, and and this is the same date that I recovered the audio recorder. So the letter was also photographed, and then later, I think it was taken by the police. I don't know, but
Let me stop you for just a minute.
Okay.
You left the letter on the master bed, correct? For the police to find.
I left the letter on the master bed. I didn't know that the police were going to come for it.
Okay. And they ultimately did, correct?
Well, ultimately, I don't know because I wasn't present, so that's beyond my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you moved other things around in that house often?
No, that is not true.
Did you move a computer that you located in the office?
I don't recall moving a computer in the office, but I did not move it out of the office.
Did you put it in your Tesla?
If you are talking about the C&E computer, I did not find it in the office. That is not how that worked.
Okay. So you found it where, sir?
I found it in possession of my client who had taken it, who had been given it or taken it from Becky Lloyd. So my understanding of the pathway of the C&E computer that I examined was that it was picked up by Becky, who lives nearby and works for C&E. The C&E computer, she then went to get business files off of it. I talked with her about this. I filed an extensive report regarding my interview about the computer. And then before I could get up to Francis to get that computer, I lived at the time 250 miles south of Francis in Washington County, so it takes me a while to get up to Francis. Before I could get up to get that computer, I believed that my client had already secured it, and so I went and got it from her.
So Becky got the computer from the house after Eric died,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
Then Becky gave it to Katie.
Correct.
And Katie gave it to you.
Correct.
And in all of that, no law enforcement ever put hands on it.
Correct.
And at some point, you took it back up to the office to go through it?
No.
Right. Well, there's video of you going through that computer in the office.
Well, I suppose that I may not have remembered that I went through a computer in that office, but the C&E computer was processed at a location in Midway, and I recall that there was a what I want to say is an obvious missing hard drive location. I could see the outlines of a hard drive that had been in place in that computer. I became suspicious that the hard drive had been removed prior to me getting to that computer. I later sourced that missing hard drive to an upgrade that was performed by a computer company at the request of C&E. The hard drive contents were transferred to a solid state drive, and I did locate that inside the computer.
Okay. So can we play for the witness only clip TG10?
We're going to play without sound, right?
Yes, sir. No sounds necessary.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of wait till we get to the computer part. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Can we bring that one down? That's the next one. We want to go to the one right before that, which is 173. It's GXO 10073. Do you have that one? Okay.
Excuse me, I'm having difficulty keeping my head up.
Oh, no worries. Whatever you need, sir,
Might
to
have
be
to put the
comfortable.
brace on.
Take a minute. Yep, I'll go back to that. It's going to take her a minute to upload that, Your Honor, so we'll get to that. You don't recall putting electronics, documents in your Tesla and driving away from the house?
Oh, I remember that, yes. But that was not the C&E computer.
Okay, what computer was that?
I don't recall. I'd
So-
have to see the video.
So you
That's
were-
why I make them.
You removed a laptop from the office and put it in your Tesla and drove away with it?
I don't recall that, no. I do not. That would have been my, if there was a laptop in that office, it was mine.
Okay, well, we're going to pull it up in just a minute. I'll help
Fantastic.
refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Also, you mentioned earlier that you didn't take, other than the vital records and the attorney-client privileged records, that you didn't take anything else out of the home. That's not entirely true. You also took a safe out of the house?
Yeah, I described that by report, but that house, that safe was returned.
Okay, so you went into the house with your own key, correct?
Yes.
You went into the family, I believe is in the master closet, is that right? Where was it?
Yes.
You picked it up, took it out of the house, and put it in your Tesla.
Yes, I believe I did that at the request of Clint Benson.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you drove it to a locksmith,
I did.
and you busted into the safe.
I did not bust into the safe.
Well, he did.
Cracked it.
He bumped. He used a technique called bumping.
You bumped the lock.
It's the movement of the door and the frame of the safe that allows it to come open.
Okay, but you didn't have a combination.
I didn't, I don't know if that was a combination. I thought there was a key to that one.
It was forced open with a hammer, right?
I think it was a rubber mallet, and it was dropped onto the ground.
Okay.
I think that's what eventually got it opened, was that it was dropped onto a flat surface.
And when you were doing that, there's no law enforcement there, correct?
I don't need law enforcement to babysit me.
Okay. And you open it up, and there's clips from guns in there, right?
I would have to go back to my report to recall exactly what was in there.
But you handled it with your bare hands, no gloves.
I did.
All right. And, I'm sorry. You also found an unusual residue in the safe. Do you recall that? That you touched with your fingers?
I don't recall that.
All right. We'll play that in a second.
Fantastic.
I do think we found the video of the laptop, so can we queue up for the witness only GXO 10073?
Yeah, that's my laptop. I am scanning into my laptop the documents that I am going through at the office. That is my laptop.
The black one?
Yes.
Okay. So you're scanning all the documents you're finding in the office and then loading them into your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, Clint Benson was not present when you were doing any of this?
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay. Now let's go to the one of the safe. Can you pull up the clip 100055. Hold on just a moment. 1055. See if you can find that one. Sorry. I think it might be under the impeachment documents. Nope. Okay. All right, we'll get the safe one up to refresh your memory about that residue. You don't remember touching some residue and filming it and asking the safe breaker if that was unusual to find residue in a safe?
I don't recall that. I would have to refer back to the video that I made of that for just this purpose.
Okay, no worries. So my understanding is you were at the house. There were some times before you got access to the house while Ms. Richins was still living there that you would sit outside her house and observe the house while she was in it. Is that fair?
It is not fair. That is false.
You never did that?
I never sat outside her house and watched her. False.
Not on March 9th of 2023?
Correct.
Not on April 12th of 2023?
Correct.
But you did put trackers on their cars, is that right?
I did.
And that's a secret device that you put on someone's car so you can follow where they're going without their knowledge?
So GPS tracking devices are generally covert, and there's good reason for that. I put GPS devices on Kouri's vehicle and two of Lisa's vehicles, one of which was being used by Kouri's brother, Ronnie.
So her mother's cars and her car.
That is correct.
And how long did you track these individuals?
I think there were different times for different vehicles. I don't recall the exact amount of time, but that'll be in the file that you have.
And did you turn over your reports on every single place they went for months to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you know that law enforcement is required to have a warrant to do that.
Well, they have to get a warrant, and I have to go through a different procedure that is prescribed by Utah law to appropriately place those devices.
Did you track anybody else's car in this case?
I want to say yes. Yes, I did.
Who else's?
There were some vehicles that I suspected that Carmen Lauber may be utilizing, but I discovered that, in fact, the vehicle that was parked at her house overnight on many occasions was being driven by someone else.
So you never gave that report to law enforcement?
I believe I did.
You gave the Carmen Lauber tracking report to law enforcement?
Yes, it wouldn't be named Carmen Lauber, though.
What would it be named?
Oh.
I love this guy.
I want to say there were a number of people that were associated with her residence.
That's all right. If it's
There was
someone
Nick Bonsavage. There was another young man who were frequenting that residence, and I believe that vehicle that I tracked from that residence was seen there overnight on multiple occasions.
Okay.
I really don't remember, because the point of that was to track Carmen Lauber, and when I discovered that it wasn't Carmen driving the car, I removed the device.
Okay. Law enforcement was also providing you, I believe you said that Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you got information from law enforcement, and you said no. Is that right?
No, that is not right.
Okay, please correct me.
Well, I would have discussions with law enforcement. I could garner an understanding. I could read between the lines, if you want.
In fact, you went to meetings with law enforcement about this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
I don't recall. I don't count them.
Okay.
The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be relevant to me? Can you try to remember?
Half a dozen.
Okay. Can you pull up TG 11 for the witness only? Can you make it bigger? All right, sir, do you recognize that?
Look at him smile.
Oh. Can you see it?
I can see it.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
All right, and is that an email that you sent to Detective Woody on July 13th of 2022?
I'm going to have difficulty talking about this exhibit because if it becomes an exhibit, it contains a confidential client communication. But I did send it to Detective Woody.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Gabler being required to testify regarding any claim.
With respect, I'm not sure you have standing to make any objections, and he seems fully attuned to the issue. Ms. Nestor, I'm not sure where we're headed, so just take it one question at a time.
I shall. Thank you, Your Honor. Is it fair to say that this is an example of you suggesting to Detective Woody that now would be a really good time for law enforcement to interview Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
And why would that be, sir?
She's on the ropes in drug court is what it says.
Right.
She was on the ropes.
And in fact, what you argued was she would be very likely to be compliant at this point with law enforcement. Is that your words?
Yes.
All right. Also in here, you accuse Kouri of lying about the name of her house cleaner.
Yes.
And the lie that you said Kouri told was that her house cleaner was her cute cleaner, Norma.
Yes.
In fact, didn't you, sir, finally confirm that Norma Garcia was her house cleaner?
I did later confirm that. Yes.
So when you sent this to police and said Kouri was lying, you were wrong.
I was wrong.
Okay.
But prior to Norma.
Your Honor.
Gabler, you need to pause for the next question, sir. Thank you.
Very good.
Did law enforcement give you access to I'm going to try to use the right word, to folders where you could access their information on like a subfolder where you had a link to their folder?
No.
Did you provide them with links to your folder?
Yes.
And one of the links you provided them involved a download of Eric's phone. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Did it involve the decoded call logs that you talked about earlier where you figured out everybody's number and name?
I'm confused. You're talking about two separate things. You were just talking about Eric's phone.
You said no, right?
I had an identical copy of Eric's phone that I created from the backup on his Apple iCloud. I may have turned that over to them, but they already had Eric's phone. I didn't need to give them what I had done, which was to trick the Apple server into repopulating a blank iPhone so that I could then forensically examine that iPhone and come up with contacts from Eric's phone. So I may have given them that information that I created from a clone of Eric's phone.
So you had in your possession a clone or an exact copy of Eric Richins' phone?
It would not be an exact copy. Only the items that were unencrypted or decryptable from the Apple backup would be on the cloned phone. For example, encrypted data would not be present for biometrics, for his Apple Watch. If he was wearing a biometric watch, that is all encrypted. That would not come back to a new cloned phone. But all of the text messaging, the web histories, the call histories, all of that stuff will be present on that clone.
So you had access to all his texts?
I don't believe I did.
Why not? And this is maybe a stupid old lady question, but explain to me why you didn't have access to his texts if you downloaded everything off the cloud.
You said all of his texts.
Okay.
I don't believe I ever got all of his texts.
How far back did they go?
I don't recall the date at this time. I would have to refer to the file material to know the exact date of the first event on the phone.
So how much time did you spend reading through his texts?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I could refer back to some records to come up with an answer for you. It would have been a number of hours.
Hundreds of hours?
No.
Okay.
I mean, in this case,
Right.
936.3 hours.
Is how many hours you billed total for the case?
Yep.
And what were you paid for that?
I don't know.
How much do you charge an hour?
$125 an hour. However, that is not the only billing rate in this case. When I used computer forensic software and my expertise in that regard, the rate would be higher. $200 an hour, I think, was the discounted rate that I gave them.
So I'm really bad at math. Please forgive me if I get this wrong.
Yeah, well, we're both in the same place.
We're talking about over $100,000 you made on this case.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that phone and you reading his text.
Yes.
As you were culling through your hypotheses,
Yeah.
obviously one of the things you want to look at is the state of their marriage. Is that fair?
I mean, it's significant, but it's not dispositive.
I agree.
It's important context, but it's not evidence of anything, really. I see a lot of bad marriages out there. In my career, I've handled many hundreds of divorce cases. So, people have problems.
Did you review text messages between Eric and some of his friends?
Yes.
Did you review text messages between Eric and Bryce?
Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
I don't recall specifically, but if they were there, I probably looked at them.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have just a moment?
Is that the no pants Bryce? Is that the same Bryce? Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. A little huddle going on the defense table. They're all gathered off camera. Aspen Vista is going to send this guy a free boat after this, all this free advertising for their neck brace. You too could be this epic if you wear an Aston Vista neck brace. Gives you a low authoritative voice, an instant recall on your memory, and everyone will believe everything you say. Plus you get to charge $125 an hour for your time. All thanks to Aspen Vista. No, not a sponsor. I'm just joking, obviously, but fruit basket at least. Something's got to go his way. The huddle continues. All the teams weighing in. $125 is so cheap. Yeah, he works for long hours. He puts a lot of work in. 900 some odd hours of time.
When you reviewed Eric's texts, did you find evidence of him sexting with people other than Kouri?
I don't recall that.
Are we going to refresh his
Did
record?
investigate allegations of an affair with Eric.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, do you recall seeing sexting, as the kids say, on Eric's phone with
Yeah.
people other than Kouri?
I don't really know what you mean by sexting. I don't know what the parameters of that are. And so my answer is no.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Unless Miss Nestor wants to get into definitions 101 for sexting.
Did you find any texts where Eric talked about having an open marriage with Kouri?
I don't recall that.
At some point, were you investigating cases that were being prosecuted in the Summit County area around the time that Eric died, where people were caught distributing fentanyl?
Yes.
Did you gather affidavits from cases where fentanyl was being sold in the Summit County area?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up on any of those investigations, or did you just stop by gathering the affidavits?
Well, they were plugged into the hypothesis testing matrix. I considered them for their proximity, being in Summit County, and for them involving fentanyl. In each of those cases, I found no relationship to this case.
Okay. I want to pull up TG2, Katie, just for this witness only. Sorry, I lied about the time. I'm going a little bit longer, Your Honor. I'm close to done.
No problem.
Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth, which is the decoding where you looked at his call records and tried to figure out who he was calling?
It is the record that I referred to when I was talking about it on direct. I agree with that.
And Katie, could we go to the page for the date 2/14/2022 at 12:23 p.m.? It's a ways down.
This is Eric's phone on Valentine's Day after he had been poisoned, presumably.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
It's 4:21 in the Beehive State. I think the judge is ready to wrap things up here pretty quick. Probably the next half hour or so, this one's going to be over. Or if they're done with this witness, I'm sure they're going to keep Mr. Driscoll on just for tomorrow and not split that up.
Sir, we've blown up a section. Does that refresh your memory about what you determined a call that was made on December 14th at,
Give me the date one more time.
I'm sorry, February 14th, thank you, Your Honor, at 12:25 p.m.?
Well, this is not a record that I created, but I recognize the format, and it appears to be that Eric Richins' phone had an incoming call at 12:25.
Can you look at the call right above that one?
This is an outgoing call from Eric Richins' phone on March the 9th of 2022. I'm sorry, February the 14th of 2022 at 12:23, 2 minutes before the first record that we talked about, and that is to a different number, 801-473-505.
So as part of your investigation that you were doing on the mirror phone, you could at least identify a call that was made by Eric at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th, right?
I'm confused. We're looking at an invoice record from a carrier, and you're asking me about his phone. Those are two different things.
Did this invoice come from his phone?
No,
Billing records?
from his from his carrier, from Verizon.
Right.
That's not a record from his phone. That's a record from his carrier.
I understand.
Two different things.
So according to the bill from his carrier,
Yeah,
he made a call at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th.
correct.
Okay.
Objection. There's a 901 problem here.
I'm done with it, Your Honor.
Hold on. You got to approach for a moment, if you would.
There's a 901 problem here, Your Honor. Let's see. We've had 401, 402, 403, 703, 803, 902, self-authenticating. 901, let's see what 901 is. Oh, that's 801.
Remember in the beginning when we started?
Probably have to do with the authenticity of the carrier record being vouched for by, we need the record keeper. Has that gentleman with the that's sitting behind blue suit been there the whole time? It's like a new face. I haven't seen that before. Utah State Courts 901, authenticating or identifying evidence. In general, to satisfy the requirement of authenticating or identifying an item of evidence, the proponent must produce evidence sufficient to support a finding that the item is what the proponent claims it is. We haven't had the cell phone carrier come in and say, yes, this is authentic, or the subpoena sender to say, yes, this was the return from Verizon. You can tell the witness is uncomfortable. Sir, do you want to borrow my little massage gun? You can just a couple times. Might help.
Did you ever make any calls or any trips to Mexico as part of your investigation in this case?
No.
Yeah. Not with the rods. You need to isolate and stabilize.
You mentioned you interviewed 45 to 50 people, somewhere around there, 40 to 50.
Yeah, it's an approximate number. I have no method of calculating that number. It's approximate, based upon my memory.
Did you ever interview Kouri?
I did. I spoke to Kouri. She called me on January the 19th of 2023.
All right. And she voluntarily spoke to you
She called me.
and talked to you voluntarily?
She did, and I stopped her. I told her it would be inappropriate and unethical for me to continue the conversation outside the presence of her lawyer. I then texted her lawyer and had a phone call with her lawyer about the propriety of her client speaking without her presence.
Okay.
I then
So
requested that Kouri submit to an interview multiple times.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Don't reveal what anyone else said to you.
Okay.
The point is, Kouri called you to talk to you and tell you her side, right?
I don't know what her intentions were. She seemed very angry that I had contacted one of her business associates. I believe that was the reason she called me on that date.
Okay. And so you never, to this day, have sat down with Kouri and heard her version of what happened?
No, despite my repeated requests.
Okay. She called you.
And I was bound by the ethics not to talk to her outside the presence of her lawyer. She was a litigant. She sued my client.
Okay. And ultimately, as you were working with the trust, did you become aware that the trust filed a wrongful death suit against Kouri?
I am.
And are you aware they're seeking over $10 million in damages against Kouri Richins?
I didn't know that. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay. Okay, court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Who won? You decide. Who won this exchange? Oh my goodness. defense, trying to make it look like Kouri's trying to help. She called you and you wouldn't talk to her. She called you, though. But ethically, I couldn't. But she called you. You've had a couple moments. We're about to call it for the day if you take too many more moments. I think we won. What an interesting guy. Yeah, fascinating. Maybe we can get him on the podcast. What do you think? I'm not sure if I can pay his $125 an hour, though. He'd be a great person to talk to when this trial's all over. Just about the business in general, obviously. He's never going to roll over and spill the details on an investigation. But
You found it? What's the date?
oh, they found something. Impeachment material?
Okay.
Refreshes recollection, perhaps?
I asked you whether you recalled seeing any texts with Eric about him and Kouri having an open relationship, and you said you could not recall. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you put that up on the screen, Katie? Do you recall looking at that text?
I do.
You've seen this one?
I believe I have. It's a joke.
It's a joke?
It is. It appears to me to be a joke.
Did you see the text around this text?
I did.
So you have reviewed the text between Eric and Bryce?
I don't know. I don't know that this is a text from Bryce. I have no idea. This does not identify Bryce.
So
doesn't
now
identify anybody.
Now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight? Right?
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And you left that out of your report.
No. This would be part of my report.
Did you see sexting between Bryce and Eric when you looked at their texts?
I don't recall that, no.
Katie?
And is this sexting? I don't know what you mean.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm
Okay.
talking about other ones.
All right. I don't recall. I'm talking about many hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I can't recall them all.
Let's see. Just a moment. Court's indulgence for just a moment.
Those looks. Oh, my goodness.
Can I show you this other text right here and see if this refreshes your memory?
Oh, here we go.
Do you remember seeing a whole bunch of emails like this or texts like this between Eric and Bryce?
Kouri's like, yes.
Honestly, no, I don't remember. Like I say, there were hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I don't remember even 1% of them. As I look at this, it just makes me laugh. It doesn't appear to be serious.
So how many of these joke sextings did you review that Eric did?
I don't understand this to be sexting. I think you're wrong about that. I resist your characterization. These are two friends joking with each other. That's what I'm reading here.
And they did that all the time,
I don't know.
hundreds of times.
If I had the records, and then I could answer your question, but I don't remember all of these messages. And yeah, this is a joke.
Did you review all of the texts between Bryce and Eric?
I think at one time I would have gone through every single text message that was available to me on Eric's cloned phone. So, do I recall it? Well, I recall that it was a bit mind-numbing. There was a lot there. Nothing particularly stuck out in my mind or memory about those messages.
Did they repeatedly talk about having sex acts together?
I don't recall.
Did they repeatedly talk about oral sex together?
I don't recall.
Did they talk about anal sex together?
Also don't recall.
But you read them all,
I'm sure that I did.
and it's all joking.
Knowing what I know about Bryce and Eric, yeah, that's how I interpret it.
So you do remember reading things of this nature, and you interpreted it all as joking.
No, as I sit here today, I interpret it that way. I would have interpreted it that way back at my original reading of it. That doesn't mean I recall it. It means I have an opinion about what I thought then. That's different.
And what did you think then? They were joking?
No. What I think now is that this was a joke. I do not have a recollection of this at the time that I first read it, but if I had a recollection of that time, I'm sure it would be the same as it is today.
And if there were these tens of 20s of 50s of these types of emails, all of them would be jokes?
Sustained.
That's it. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further for Mr. Gabler?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Wow.
There are a bunch of to-dos locker room talk from August of 2018.
That was my read of it, yes.
There wasn't any serious read that Eric, Richins, and Bryce Knudsen were engaged in some homosexual affair.
Zero.
In all of the text messages you reviewed, did you see any evidence of Eric using illicit street drugs?
No, I looked and I could not find.
Another soundbite. I looked and I could not find.
You mentioned legal requirements for a licensed private investigator to place a GPS tracker on a car. What are those legal requirements?
So the statute governing that was adopted a few years ago. It requires that before placing the device, a licensed private investigator must identify the person or persons that are driving that vehicle and potentially the owner of that vehicle, and that they submit a request to query the protected persons database in the state of Utah for any record of those persons that are subject to the GPS tracking. That is designed to keep us from tracking people who have protective orders or temporary restraining orders or other lawful processes that define them as a protected person. We cannot track you in that circumstance. We do not have independent access to that database. So we must ask an agency of the state for a yay or nay. Is this person in the protected persons database? We have to do that before we place a device. We have to be certain that we are not tracking a protected person. So I submitted those requests to the appropriate counties of the jurisdictions where I placed these devices. The Summit County Sheriff's Office initially declined my request under the statute. I insisted. I finally got them to comply. I did the same with the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office, and they complied with my request.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the bounds of the law?
I believe I did.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the ethical bounds of private investigators and the attorneys you were working for in this case?
I believe that I did.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nestor, anything further for Mr. Gabler?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time. Please step safely. You are free to go, sir.
Thank you. Please, we don't want to see you fall.
Mr. Bloodworth, is this an appropriate time
He's
to
wincing in pain.
recess for the day?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be recessing for the evening. As always, please do not speak about the case. Please do not allow anyone to speak to you about it. Please do not watch, listen, or read anything about the case at all. Please do not do any research about the case. To allow me and the attorneys to talk about some legal issues that hopefully will keep us efficient during the presentation of testimony tomorrow, please be here ready to go at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, the jury gets here at 9:30. I believe we still start at 8:30. We have some issues to discuss. We have some motions to argue. And it's going to be spicy. I think it's going to be even better tomorrow than we had today. We have not missed Walk the Dog. We have not got Walk the Dog in. That's one of the things we're going to probably talk about a little bit tomorrow at the beginning of the trial.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos, in docket, if you would just make a note of this for me. Docket 1555, docket 1555. The state sets forth its understanding of your objections or requests related to the portions of the O'Driscoll interview transcript that you believe should be included under Rule 106 or excluded under various reasons, and the state's understanding of your objections or requests for inclusions related to the jail calls. I understand that to be the last word from the parties. The state presents it as the last word from defense. But if you would take a look at that specifically this evening and come tomorrow morning ready to let me know if you are changing any of those positions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else in anticipation of that discussion?
No, sir.
8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nestor, 8:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I've reviewed each of those portions of the O'Driscoll transcript. I've reviewed each of the jail calls and recordings that are listed in 1555. I have notes regarding all of that. Anything else I need to be prepared for on those two issues from the state's perspective, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nestor, anything else on the record today?
No, sir.
Very good. Thank you for your patience. We'll be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, so we get Spice first thing tomorrow morning. No mention of the Walk the Dog letter. Could the state be wrapping their case without using it, possibly saving it for rebuttal? Is that okay? What we do know is that Driscoll's coming in tomorrow. We have interviews, we have jail calls, and this is the state's big finish. They have been ramping up their testimony with things the defense is more and more agitated about as we move through. Let me stop my recording here. We're going to stop the Top Mark Media. Off the air. And that stream. All right. That'll be available for our partners in just a second. All right. No way they don't use that letter, Haley May. We'll see. We'll see. This has been an incredibly spicy day with a lot of great arguments and passionate arguments, mostly on the part of the defense. Honestly, they are fighting as hard as they possibly can fight, even at times. I would say nearing that line where they're disrespectful to the court, where they are, approaching the "you're wrong" point, right? Where we respectfully disagree, everything else. It has been an incredible day to listen to testimony. I am super excited for catching up with EDB, with Ian Runkle, with Peter Tragos, with everybody who's following this case, and get the take from some of the amazing lawyers of LawTube. And I recommend you guys do as well. Today is the day to get that for sure. There's some great stuff today that was good legal battles, good legal arguments, and let me just call it like I see it, amazing work by the judge as he balanced the law with each side, keeping it completely fair, keeping himself calm and detached from the situation, even though it was very impassioned in front of him. This was unbelievably great. This was wonderful. This is why we like watching court. She's pushing the boundary. I think she'll push harder. They have to. They're reaching the end of this. They've got to give it their best. Georgia. I tell you, there are some things I don't know, and you could say there are a lot of things I don't know, and I highly recommend some of the great legal minds of LawTube who are analyzing that have been following this case. So Peter Tragos is great, Ian is great, Emily D. Baker is always a fun time. Not quite as family friendly because she has a lot more. I don't know. Ian can get in some cursey words as well, but obviously, great analysis. If you want to see a reaction, I'm sure you're going to get one from all three of them. Let's see. Peter's family friendly. Yes, Peter's great. Love him. His dad's amazing. Great mind. All right. I think that's it. I'm not going to wrap today. It's worth the rewatch. Oh my goodness, it's worth the rewatch. You can skip through some of the sidebars. We had a few minutes of sidebars. I'd say we probably spent 20 to 30 minutes in sidebar today altogether. But if you can skip that and go on, you're going to love today. Let's see. I think Selena's trying to call in. Just one second. Okay, she is. Hold on just one second. Hey, Selena, can you hear me? Hang on one second. I'm trying to get you on the speakerphone. Just one second. It doesn't want to let you connect the way you should. Are you there now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to hold it right here.
I'm here.
You're here. All right. I don't know why it's not working, but I need to take that off the screen. So there we go. All right.
Can they hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, they can hear you. The phone just doesn't want to play with my cable today, so I'll need a new cable. So tell me this. We had amazing, spicy court today, and we want to know how the jury took it, how the jury heard all this, the parts that happened in front of them, especially this last witness. What can you tell us about that?
Okay. Whoa. Every one of them had their hand or a finger on their face. And I don't know a lot about body language, but I'm thinking that might have been a comfort thing for them. I don't know. First time, every single one of them have either had their hand, their chin rested in their hand, or they've had a hand over their mouth, or it was unbelievable.
So, from being in the courtroom, who do you think won the exchange between this last witness and the defense on cross?
I think the defense attorney pulled out a lot of, I would say the defense attorney.
Okay.
Only because she came up with some stuff that he couldn't really answer for, saying he knew it. He had to backpedal and then saying it was a joke. Those types of texts are not jokes.
They definitely would be something that would be somewhat memorable to some of us if we saw that. We'd
You
be
would
like,
not forget them.
it sounded like they were quite graphic in some ways.
They were. Oh, they were, and that's when the jury. I just had to lean forward and see the jury, and that's when they were like uncomfortable as the rest of us. You know, it was just like, can this trial take any more crazy trains?
Yeah, I have to say, having gone to public school in high school, I did have friends who orientation wise were heterosexual, that enjoyed making jokes that would indicate otherwise. Often, and that was something that was quite common, and it was socially just it was very common in school about that. I don't have inside knowledge about everything and can say whether or not yes or no.
It
but
could easily be have been a joke, but my point is, you asked who won that exchange. I think she did, because he couldn't recall any of them until she showed them to him. And like you said, that would kind of stick out in your mind, thinking this might be coming up.
Yeah. Well, we have one more witness tomorrow.
What is your opinion on that?
I think it was probably joking. And the reason why I put this in there, or the reason why I say that, because I don't know Bryce or Eric, right? I've never met either one of them. But we did get testimony from another friend who heard that Bryce was pantsless at a celebration of life party. And their response is, yeah, it sounds like Bryce. It sounds like he was joking of that nature quite a bit. And
sounds like Bryce was a character. Good grief.
He might have. He apparently knows how to have a good time. But because of that.
No, my question was ask you what you thought about that, who won that exchange between the defense and the prosecution with that last witness. He got so snarky with the defense attorney.
He was snarky from the get-go. He was. And sometimes I think that can turn off the jury. So I don't know on the jury side. That's why I asked you about that. I don't know if the jury was like, really? That's the wrong place.
They were not writing anything down. They were looking at him, but they weren't like writing notes or anything. You know, I think they were just like, dude, you're being quite rude.
So that's the risk.
Sarcastic.
I can tell you that for myself, I enjoyed watching the exchange.
I loved it too. Tell me, but you guys got to pull your faces. I had to sit there like a
you couldn't laugh.
Stone statue.
Well, Kouri pulled faces for you. She had plenty of faces in that one.
But I could laugh now. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. And then when his attorney tried to object.
It was.
Did you see that part?
When he.
The witness's attorney stood up and tried to object.
Oh, I thought that was the state. That's why he said no. You don't have grounds for this.
That's why you need someone to be in the courtroom, like me. No, that was his personal attorney.
That makes more sense.
And that's why the judge said, well, you really don't have grounds to object. And then she sat back down. No, she walked in with him, and she had a blue coat on, and she sat towards the back. But, yeah, no, that was not the state.
Yeah. That was trying to keep the client information, the privilege information out from being made public that was in that email. Yeah, I will say this. It's clear that this witness, that Mr. Gabler, has a lot of experience working with lawyers, defense lawyers specifically. He was so comfortable in that scenario, maybe too comfortable, because sometimes I did think that he was almost too relaxed and taking it too lightly, and his personality was a little much. But
kind of flippant a little bit.
Yeah,
like this is just everything's funny, everything's a joke.
He's my second favorite witness of the trial, though.
Oh my gosh! How could he not be? And then we get to follow up with with the donkey tomorrow, right?
Oh my goodness, it's going to be so good. I cannot wait. Plus, we get all the jail calls that are coming in. We've got an interview transcript and possibly.
So court goes on record at 8:30, but the jury isn't coming until 9:30.
Yeah.
So I will be here to go in the courtroom for all the arguments that are going to go on, and then here comes Mr. Donkey.
And there's a chance we get walk the dog tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going to argue. They're going to be a whole hour arguing stuff.
Yeah. I think the hour is going to be for the interviews and the jail calls. We'll see if the previous ruling is all they need on the walk the dog, and that's just going to be it. Selena, thank you so much. I appreciate you being there in court and giving us the read from the gallery.
Oh, you're welcome. It was like, could have heard a pin drop when he was on the stand.
Yeah, that was
Everybody
so much fun.
Hyper focused in, and I wanted to be able to react. I could not, and I was like, inside voice. I was.
Now you have to go home and watch the rewatch, see Kouri's faces, and then you can react all you want.
I can't wait. Okay, well, I will chat with you tomorrow.
Thanks, Selena. Drive safe. We'll see you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Right, I'm not sure why my phone would not work correctly to plug in and take the call, but maybe it's reset now. All right, let's see. Worth every dime. That was worth waiting for. This trial is getting better and better. It's just growing, and tomorrow is going to be, I think, even better than that. All right, we're going to end it now. Let me ask, where should we go from here? Where do you guys want to go next? I think it's 7 o'clock. I think most of the law tube takes on this. I think EDB is going right now, but I don't think her account is open for referrals. We can't raid her without her permission. Let me check here. Give me a second. There it is. I think we've been alternating back and forth between Ian Runkle and Peter Tragos from the lawyer you know. Let's see, I think we're back to Ian now. Come on. Let's see, day 10, he's set to go live at 8:30, so you've got a little bit of time. You have time to get a bite to eat. Oh, there's my kid. Hang on 1 second. I think he's all right. All right. I think we've got time. Let me go ahead and play the music so we can get you out there. Troy, I've got to figure. I think I have to reset my phone. It's not wanting to play nicely. So maybe the dog pic later. Thank you for sending me the dog pic, by the way. Hazel is the dog's name for the canine officer. Hazel. So was that a cat? No, that was my youngest yelling at the top of his lungs trying to find where one of his siblings was. That's enough work for this day. It sure is. Have a good night. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. If you haven't clicked the subscribe button yet, now is a great time to do it. We appreciate all of those who are new here. Thank you so much to so many of you who gifted memberships today, and one person in particular. Thank you for your generosity. It's a great way to welcome all the new people here. We've got a lot of new people here, and it's been fun. True Crime Meltdown, welcome to the jury. Thank you very much, Britta Aller. Appreciate you. You are an OG, 34 months. Thank you. Let's see. Anything else? I think that's it. Only Funsies, we have to give you a special thank you. I didn't do the math on how many gifted memberships you gave, but it's right up there near 100. So Only Funsies, thank you for your generosity today. There was the big one. Maybe a little bit more. Y'all, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning, 8:30 in court. We'll be live by 8:15, maybe even a little bit earlier, as we get ready for what we expect to be the final day of testimony in the state's case against Kouri Richins. And then defense takes over. They have said they are going to be putting witnesses on the stand. As a matter of fact, if you remember right, they've already called one out of order. So that will begin tomorrow. Bring your popcorn. The spice will be happening. You guys have a good night. We'll see you. Bye-bye.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?